Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 24 of the Town Hall meeting. It's going to be the North America special, and we got a great lineup for that. Some of the finest in the region. Insuperable. Look at this hair. Look at that 8K triple lens camera. Hidoux Shuis with his 60 FPS and brags about it. What's going on?
Fuck yeah, man.
We got carsoNNN, the barricaded door with the snooker behind. I hope your succubus girlfriend doesn't manage to sneak in during this show. Hopefully, after it's done, that will be okay. How you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, I should be all right. I think I'm safe for the time being. I got a couple tube televisions underneath, a couple amplifiers. I think it's secure. The door should be all right.
And then we got the legend himself, Lado. Kids around. He's got the dog nearby. He's on the couch. This is exactly how most people would have pictured you looking like on the show. What's going on?
This is about my life right now. This is a good summary of my life. So it's good to be here.
And then we got the man himself, my favorite people to say hello to at an event, rocking the stash. Dust manager, Dust League creator, caster, admin. What's going on, Bidoux?
Wow, thank you. That was a lot of accolades. I thought you were just going to say, Cretan, what's going on, Bidoux? Yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. It's been a while since you invited me. What's going on? You actually getting good guests now or what? It took you a long time to get me back on the tube.
Yeah, all right.
Sorry, man. That was starting off rough. Okay, no, I'm happy to be here. Obviously, when you asked me, I perked up. My narcissism was like, oh my God, Todd wants me on the show. Yeah, I'll do it again. As soon as you said NA, though, I'm like, of course, I want to be here and talk about the NA scene and everything that's going on with Warcraft 3 right now. But yeah, thanks for having me, man. Appreciate it.
All right, let's start talking. I guess, figured out a couple topics. I don't have that many, but the first one would have to be actually the last Town Hall meeting. While it was happening, the patch came out, and then we saw the changes and stuff. So I guess first and foremost, we can start by talking about balance. It's been, like, 2 weeks or so since this has been out, and how have you guys felt so far about the balance in game, the adjustments? Like, it hasn't been a really long time, but I'm sure you guys have played plenty of games, especially guys like INSUP competing and everything. Like, how did you feel so far about this patch?
It's kind of weird because, like, undead got some nerves, and then human obviously got some buff against undead. But then, weirdly enough, the first tournament after the new patch, it happened to be that tournament where I had a breakthrough performance and actually beat Cruncher, who was like 100% winner against me before that. So, it's kind of hard to like complain because tournament-wise, I've been doing like actually really good so far. But, as far as like Lado goes, I've played like a lot of humans on Europe, and man, it does feel like a lot harder for me. Especially at some matchup that I've been struggling a little bit even before that because I don't really play Cryptlord. So I guess Fantasy Game makes it a little bit harder for me. As far as like other matchups, it's in like Undead Mirror is pretty much the same. It's Fantasy Game. Sometimes you run into a Cryptlord, and it tends to be a little bit more Fiend Mirror. It feels as of late, but Undead Mirror is the same for me. If anything, it's a little bit easier against a Cryptlord because you can block your base with Ziggs now. So like Bidoux cannot sneak into your base or Rasi Acolytes. Against Elf, I think Elf I haven't experienced too much because I haven't played too many Elves, like good Elves. But I'm playing Hunter on Sunday, so I think it's gonna be like a great indication of not of like a balance necessarily, but like just to know like if personally I can do good against it. I play against Arc and some League, and nothing seemed too different. Apart from like keeping with DK early is extremely much more difficult now. So far it's been doing okay, but I feel like against human it's definitely where it shows a must, at least in my for me personally.
But like, what exactly against human?
I'd say for example, like let's on a map like Conceal Hills, it feels like the early harass with the foodie when you're creeping the ogre seems to hurt you more because now the rod takes a bit longer to have like a second pair of skeleton. So let's say that maybe you're a little bit more tempted now to like harass early game and maybe less tempted to creep. But even though you can still do it, I feel like against Orc Blade Master as well, it's a bit tougher. Yeah, on map like Amazonia as well, when you creep like the trappers or the orange, it feels like you take a bit more damage. So yeah, I'd say like the fast DK most likely. I don't see really any difference in like on the repair, the expansion. I mean, there's obviously a difference, but like I feel like if you build your base properly, the expansion, I don't feel like the undead repair nerf hurts you that much. compared to other things. The speed aura as well, I think on the aura doesn't really seem to be noticeable or seems to hurt at all. And the guard prioritize is pretty nice. But yeah, FSDK, man, oof. That's early game, man. Hurts.
You don't play Cryptlord at all?
I was playing Cryptlord in the ladder, but recently I've been... Because like I see Happy still does really good at FastDK, so I think it inspires me a little bit to try to just get better at FastDK. And because I know there's like definitely a way to be really good at it, because Happy does it. So I try to just like really get good at FastDK. But yeah, I'm not too much of a Cryptlord fan, even though I should definitely learn it.
And have you played against tanks? Is it nice to have heroes level 5 very quickly?
No, I haven't played against tanks yet, but I saw Hog using them against Happy, and I felt like they could have been good at some point. But I felt like Hog did add a little bit of a poor tank usage. So I still think they can be decent, even though they give like a lot more XP now. But personal experience, not really. I don't really play against tanks more on the Europe ladder. Feels like people don't really play that. I will have to go on Netties to find that out.
Yeah. Lado, how about those bears you kept telling us about? They keep getting more and more damage. +1 in the previous patch, +1 again now.
So you asked me prior to the start, but I'll reiterate what I said. I basically what I've been wanting is for the bears to revert back to the state that they were in 1.28, which
and I want the same Stormbolt as Reign of Chaos, where you hit buildings. You can't have everything you want, Lado.
I know, but I keep getting this, for whatever reason, the stigma is attached to me of how I feel about the bears, and how I feel about them is I think they should go back to the 1.28. I think ever since then, you feel that they're weak. The +1 damage, it was, it's going in the right direction, obviously, but the nerf that they got in 1.29 was -4 to the minimum and the maximum damage, and the two buffs that we've seen are +1 and +1 just to the minimum damage. So it's like, yeah, it's been +2 damage, but that's just to the minimum. They're not even buffing the max damage. So the average roll is still, over the course of those two buffs, the average roll is actually still only at +1 damage. And that's coming back from that -4 in 1.29. So we're still at a -3 from 1.28. Or at least that's the way I see it anyway. And 1.28 was the patch when you went DH Naga tech to bears as fast as you can, and like that was it. Like you could do that for every single matchup. There were minor variations in like the speed that you did it and whatnot, but that's kind of what I'm trying to get back to.
Did you like that you could do that in every matchup, or do you prefer more diversity in strategies and units used?
So I liked so that's what I was just going to say. I actually kind of like the diversity that the meta is that the meta has brought, because we're seeing Keeper, we see Warden, we do see some Tavern heroes, we still see Demon Hunter. The thing that has changed as a result of this patch is we're seeing less of the mass archer strat. I like not that common, but we would see mass archers in Night Elf Mirror sometimes against undead. You would actually see mass archers like with an expansion. Those have kind of fallen out of favor with like the -10 hit points. So and the Night Elf Mirror has basically reverted back to Bear Mirror. It's there was last patch, it was not mostly, but it kind of alternated between Podum Alchemist with like mass hunts, and then you mix in archers or glaives, and sometimes you went Demon Hunter Bear. It usually depended a lot on the map and the creep patterns that you could do on that map to get level 3 Demon Hunter and whatnot. But with the buff to the bears and the nerf to the archers, we're seeing, at least from what I've seen, the patch hasn't been out very long, but from what I've seen, we're seeing a lot more bear mirrors in Night Elf, independent of what map it's on. Like basically, it doesn't matter what map it's on, I'm going Demon Hunter, Naga, bears. So I think that's the biggest change that we're seeing in this patch, is the Night Elf mirror from the Night Elf perspective. And then the other ones really haven't changed from last patch, in my opinion. Orc is still Keeper Mass Tier 1. Expansion is the standard, despite the Archer nerf. against undead, you see a whole. You either see like the mass air or you see the DH bears, and then against human, you see all kinds of different stuff depending on what map it is. But yeah, I'd say the biggest thing that was affected is Night Elf Mirror. It just in terms of how often we're seeing DH Naga bears.
Hello, Ark. Welcome.
You're completely muted.
Yeah.
Hi, Ark.
We don't hear you in Discord for some reason.
Holy shit, Hark without glasses. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Yeah, me
Look at
too.
this beautiful man right there.
Trip me out. He's got a lot of skin there.
Yeah.
Actually, that
I've never
camera
seen
shot
anything
is freaking awful. We only see his forehead right now. What the fuck is this?
Hey,
Can you hear me now?
Are you wearing
Yeah.
safety glasses or do you have your glasses taped up?
It's safety glasses. I'm taking them off right now.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Ark? How are you doing?
Yeah, sorry, my sundial was broken today, so sorry for coming a little bit late.
No worries. Why did you leave Dust, by the way?
Oh, Jesus.
That's wasn't what we started with.
Thought with a big question.
That's awesome, dude.
Lado got to talk 20 minutes about bears, and the first question I'm gonna get is why I left Dust.
Go ahead, Ark. Ricky left. You can go ahead, dude.
Let him warm up.
It's all right.
I left because I wanted to play in Clan Wars, and I wasn't gonna get played in Clan Wars if I stayed on Dust.
How come? okay.
Because the
We
okay.
can get into that later. We'll get into that. Don't worry. I'll be on your side, Ark. Don't worry about nothing. I got
Oh,
you.
thank you.
I'm actually interested in knowing that.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
pretty straightforward. There's
That's
not.
interesting. Yeah, I didn't think it was Bidoux's fault.
I mean, it's understandable though. You know, like they have such a good lineup. Long walk,
I know how he just
Hitman,
came back.
Cruncher.
Wait, did Ark actually answer that question? Because I
But
actually
he
went
didn't
through
say
it.
that. I just wanted to troll you guys a bit. Yeah, let's get back to balance. How has it felt? Everything for you, Ark, so far? Like Night Elf had like what 4 changes? So Druid of the Claw damage, friendly fire removed, and then Archer hit points reduced, and Wisp drain reduced as well.
I'd say that the Wisp drain is kind of noticeable. That's really the only thing that I'd say is I was going into the patch not really expecting anything to really be all that different. So it from what I've found, I really haven't noticed any difference. Like everything that was still good versus Elf or bad versus Elf, I feel like is still the same. And I don't think like I really don't understand what Blizzard was thinking with like trying to change up the Night Elf versus Orc matchup, because like everything that they changed would not change up the matchup. Like it's keeper out, like hunts and archers are still going to be like the army comp, because until they make like lore units or talons like better again, like that's not going to be the standard. But I mean, it still gets played, but like it's if you really want to change up the meta for that, like they have to make lore units and win units better versus Orc, I feel like. But it's going to be hard to do that and not like screw up other matchups too.
I want to ask Yarg, like, just real quick, like, do you think if, like, let's say Fortify gets a bit nerfed, do you think Dryads or Talons can be more viable? Because obviously, if you take out Fortify from Orc, I think Orc is just screwed against, Destroyer Push or Human Harass or Talon Push, like it used to be back in the days. So do you think if something happens with Fortified, or maybe Talon do more damage to building or something, like some sort of like weird change, do you think it's going to like potentially bring Night Elf to make different units than just Archer and Unts against Orc? Because it feels like that's pretty much all you guys can make right now, and smash it at a high level.
I think part of the issue is that like the big benefit is that you can play unpredictably. So like I don't really think dots are necessarily bad versus Orc, but like one of the strengths is that your opponent has to open assuming a keeper or a demon, and so like that opening can be very different depending on what they're assuming. And now that Orcs can like scout earlier on a lot of different maps too, I feel like it makes it even worse. But I don't know. I think they just have to. I really don't know what they could do to make it more viable, but it's just like probably the big thing is I feel like wards are too good versus dots. So like Orc doesn't really. I don't really feel like Orc can get punished for their second hero if they go Shadow Hunter, whereas like the benefit with Dryads, I guess, is if they do go into TC, that TC is not as good against Dryads. But I mean, Dryads are pretty shitty versus Orc, I feel like.
Yeah.
Bidoux, I know you're an undead player. Have you felt any difference in your games?
I can only really talk about like, Yeah, what I play, I'm an undead player, like you said. So I feel, I mean, what's really been changed? The Pit Lord change doesn't seem that different to me. Also, when I'm observing, I feel like undead players can still get in range with the Pit Lord, get off 2 Rain of Fires with a Nova. I find the Peasant change, the plus 10 HP, you're starting to see that in the human versus undead matchup. Peasants are living a little bit longer. But for the most part, I think these are great changes, man. I really do. As an undead player, I feel like the Unholy Aura change isn't that much of a big deal in the early game, obviously, because they didn't change level 1. The Naga with boots can still outrun my DK, even if my DK is level 3, just because the level 1 aura isn't very good, or it's 10%, right? But I feel like the Unholy Aura I thought was going to be a big deal, and the more I'm playing, I'm not seeing the difference. Maybe I'm not like high enough level to notice that 2.5 difference or something like that, but I find it's not that bad. I like what they did to the Beetles. I think the Beetle change is okay, but we're still kind of getting there. The Gargoyle, I have seen the prioritize as opposed to not prioritize, and it's actually it's a really good change. That was actually a problem, especially in FFA, especially in team games. The Gargs would actually just target whatever's on the ground or in the air. Whereas if you're fighting hips against Gargs, like you basically just had to, I remember just shift click all the hips and then hope that they didn't micro out. It was a big drag. So that's actually a huge change, and I did see it in action. It's very good. You're starting to see Gargs actually win against hips, where I think before that was a really tough fight. And I mean, the biggest change for me, I think, is the rod change. As an undead player, I think you get used to so many creep timings, and you starting to trying to get your DK. Especially me, I'm a new like undead player, so I'm trying to learn new creep routes. And you get so used to these timings, and the 4 seconds does make a bit of a difference on NI, especially if you lose like a Skelly because you're shit like me. You don't get those 4 Skellies going up to your Murlocs, which if there's an Orc player, I mean, he's just going to harass you. You're probably going to go back to your base. I'm talking at the lower level. Obviously, we're seeing good undead players kind of already play without that, even though some of them are still whining about the rod change. We see Xlord complaining about the rod change a lot. I'm not sure if he's just doing it for clout or if he's actually seeing it, but it does slow down your timings a bit. But I don't think it's a big deal. I think smart undead players can actually work around this, and maybe they'll change it and make it 24 instead of 26. I could see why the change was a factor. Sometimes you're getting tons of skellies, especially with this new Cryptlord Beetle meta. You would have like a 70 food army in the first 4 minutes of the game. It was very hard to deal with, especially as an Orc player. Elf was fine. You guys got Wisps. Speaking of the Wisp change, it was like I think the Wisp change to 40 was fine. I think if you go to 35 or 30, I don't think Wisps will be viable anymore against Orc. I think I'm already starting to see the 40 impact Shadowhunters and Shamans and when I'm watching games, and I feel like I'm like, okay, now it's even. And you have to pull a lot of Wisps. So watching this, I'm kind of like 40's good. I think 40's good. If you went to 35, maybe 35's good, but 25 they'd be irrelevant, and Night Elves would get absolutely destroyed, and Hitman would never lose. But I think 40's good. I love the Great Hall supply change to 11. I'm starting to see that now, especially with Hitman streaming Orc. He was the one that brought that up, I think, with Carson and Remo and whoever else had their input on this. But it's allowing the Orcs to really scout more and really get more freedom on the map, as opposed to just sacking a peon that they would have needed for their tech, delaying their tech. So we're starting to see that freedom. And then, of course, there's TC against Mountain King. I don't think they're there yet. I think the Mountain King and the TC are still very, very good, especially in the late game. Like one stomp or I'm not seeing one clap change the game. You have to have like 3 or 4, which kind of forces human players in the late game to buy like 2 mana pots before a fight. But TC doesn't really need that. 1 good stomp, 2 good stomps. I mean, if you have a potion of greater mana, it's going to be a very scary game for the human in the matchup. So I think they still need to tweak these out. It's not perfect, but it is watchable and it is a lot of fun. And I think it's great changes. I think if you're an Orc player looking at your TC, you're like, yeah, that had to happen. And I think if you're a human player looking at the MK, you're like, yeah, I was having a lot of fun just going to Collapse City, but something has to change. But I think it's a good direction. I think it really is. And I mean, what else do we have? The bear base damage thing. I don't think that bears are relatively good just because they take so much damage from the current meta, like all the units that they're fighting against. I find against undead, if I see bears, I'm like, LOL, you're probably going to staff it out, or I'm going to kill like 3 or 4 with Nova Fork Lightning. I don't think bears are good in the undead matchup, but in bulk, they are super good. And if you have double staff, it's very hard as an undead player to deal with it if the player is going Demon Hunter. So it's like it's like a catch-22. Like bears with dryads, I think are doable, and we're starting to see Night Elf players add Mountain Giants into their army too. So there's something that could be done. I don't think it's based on their damage though. I think it's definitely based on their durability in a fight. I think they should focus on their armor, not so much or maybe their HP, not so much their attack. I think they do plenty of attack for what they're worth. This is just all my opinion though. I love observing now as a caster and casting events. I love watching the Helm of Valor medallion and hood go up to 5/5. I think those make those items really, really good now. I really like to see that.
Yep.
Like if you get like a Lich and you get the intelligence +5, it adds more damage. Or like Mountain King with strength and intelligence makes it super tanky. It's really good. TC with the strength and intelligence. I think that change was excellent. I think that's exactly where I think those items were absolutely useless before that +1 bump. I think that's a really great idea. Claws of Attack +6 had to be done. Totally get it. Had to be done. I loved getting 4 +6 claws on my Lich. I totally get it. Blade Master, they get it. Demon Hunter, they get it. It was almost effective in all these matchups. Even an Archmage with a bunch of claws or like whatever they're doing, it was really strong. So that's a good train. We're also seeing the Tome of Retrain. Like all of these changes are used, and they're really, really good. I love that the Tome of Retraining is cheaper. I felt like 300 was way too much. It almost made you, as a human player, switching from Elemental to Blizzard, it was such a huge investment in the later game, but you had to do it. And I think, especially against Undead and all these matchups where you have to switch it up, I really like the 300 to 200. I think it's allowing human players to actually have a better time against Undead late game and stuff like that. So I think that's a great change. And the 1 to the wind, I mean, they should have just taken it out of the game. Whenever I get it, I'm like, lol, I win. There's no way I lose unless I'm a complete moron. I do lose still, but charges from 3 to 2 is a good thing. I think they should just get rid of it. Nobody would think different of Blizzard if they got rid of that. And then there's just certain things like I'm training this new Warcraft 3 streamer, and in the campaign I'm like past the claws to the Lich. I told her to right click the claws, right click the portrait of the Lich, and in campaign you can't swap items. You have to actually drop it on the ground and have the other hero pick it up. And then there's of course the hitbox issues with the game. So I think it's more just the hitbox issues. Sometimes when you're clicking a unit, it won't let you right click. It'll give you the left click option on certain models, which is really weird and hard to play the game when you can't actually play properly. You have to actually wait for the unit to move into a different hitbox before you can actually target it. Same with like a Hex Shadow Hunter and whatever Hex units are going on. Mostly with the Orc, I'm starting to see that with Hitman Stream. I do see the issues. And then
yeah, this is I just want to touch on that. This is kind of like a meme thing, like shit on Blizzard because they broke the game and all that. But the hitboxes seriously are like a big problem. Like the Hex hitboxes is actually just legitimately like an Orc nerf, because you hex a hero and a lot of the time, because I'm pretty bad, I just misclick the hero 3 times. You miss 2 attacks on your Blade Master, they TP out. So
can you explain what exactly? Actually, first, Ark, did you get the Wisp that we saw you battling with?
I don't know what it showed, but yeah, it was this fucking wasp just like came out of nowhere and hit me on my head. And I
saw your head go like under the chair. I thought it was. It looked funny. Yeah, Carson.
Oh, he's dead though. He's dead.
Oh, okay. So like Todd, like if you don't see it yourself, it's basically you hex a unit, or you were going to target a unit, and you know how you control your army, and then you right click a unit. Let's say if you're focus firing, instead of giving you the right click sword to attack, it'll give you the left click move command, and you're just move commanding sometimes.
I didn't even know.
There's also one thing where if a peasant, you might notice this, when a peasant's building a farm, right, he's got his hammer, you can hover your mouse over the peasant and it will do the little circle. And then you'll notice as a peasant's building, his hitbox is actually shifting. It didn't used to do that. So you can legitimately misclick on a peasant that's like building a tower. So if you're a Farseer going in to kill the third farm or the tower peasant that's building it, you can actually misclick because it's the hitbox is shifting back and forth, wiggling constantly. So that's two things: hexed units and peasants that are building
Wait,
buildings.
it changed again with the most recent patch, you're saying, or just in general?
With Reforged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, how about we make a deal, okay? We can fix the little X hitbox that you guys are talking about. In exchange, you can have Blade Master not popping units out of surround anymore with a fucking wind wall. How about that? How about that? We can make that trade, because your race already has a lot of glitches, man. You know, I think it's pretty sad that when you're surrounding a unit, you just
Is
take
that
Blade
a
Master,
glitch?
you wind
Is
wall.
I mean, that's a little bit of a
it's not a
different
glitch.
point there. I just
It's
want to
not-
be
okay.
able to right click on things.
It's not a, I guess, man, it's probably not a glitch. I mean, it makes sense that, you know, the Blade Master takes the space of the unit, so unit doesn't have space to move, and it just pops out of it. I just think it's like unfortunate that it's like the only raise that you surround something, and
So
you
in
just
some
don't
ways,
you don't
you
get
rather-
rewarded. You don't get rewarded for it. So I feel
Well,
like, you know what, dude? We'll fix that box if you fix the fucking million bugs with Windwalk. Also, as well, when you Windwalk through a creep and you attack it, the priest is not moving, so it's not ailing itself. Sometimes you can Windwalk through a unit, and if you attack it at the same time as the Windwalk is through the unit is not. It's actually not moving for a few seconds, and you just get more auto attacks with it. So I ended up into killing shit. So I mean, we can fix that box, like I said, but fix Windwalk. That's the deal for me.
So INSUP, my question.
Wait,
to you-
what?
Hold on.
How
Hold on.
about-
Yeah,
I mean, I know you're trolling a
Oh.
bit, but like,
Yeah,
come
he's
on,
trolling.
like that's a little bit of a ridiculous point. But go on,
I
Ricky.
have an actual question about the pop surround unit out. Would you rather see both units get still surrounded and your army kind of like spread apart, or would you rather like to take the space? Right, we're talking about the space because right now there's no space, so the unit pops out and it pops past all of your units too, and then he fucks off. Do you want to see your army actually with the surround, like the circle, right? Your surround and the units in the middle. Do you want to see your army like get a little wider and have both of those heroes in there? Or do we keep the change? Because you got to
that's
do
the counterplay to it. That's what undeads do when you have a Crypt Lord with 400 beetles surrounding a unit. Like you've done this to me and stuff when we've played. You've widened the surround so I can't pop it out.
No, I mean, like
Yeah,
ultimately,
you
you
can
can
widen
also
the
no, like I mean, like ultimately, you can
I'm
always
asking if you
surround.
want the king to auto fix
Yeah.
around. Is that what you want?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like how I would fix it, but maybe like have both like getting surrounded. I think it would be like a pain in the ass to fix. But I think, you know, ultimately like if you get a surround, you can always leave a little bit of space. So sometimes the Blade Master tries to pop it out of the surround, but end up being both surrounded because you keep a little bit of space, you know. But I think it's kind of hard to do. I just like it's unfortunate that you know, it's the only race, like I said, that you surround something, but you don't get rewarded for it. But like I said, you know, I mean, I was like trolling a little bit with the.
They have fixed some stuff though. They fixed the
Mhm.
item bug, the popping through buildings. Like that was
Yeah.
that was probably more bullshit than the surround
That
thing.
was super bullshit. That was so bullshit that it actually got banned from tournaments.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
if you did that in a tournament, you got kicked out.
Okay, this is my.
I don't think you can actually
This
fix
is my
that.
time to talk about balance. All right.
You were talking for 15 minutes before I interrupted you.
Dude, you talk like 95%
Legitimately.
Hey,
15 minutes.
All right, I'm done.
one thing I actually need to go back and redact one of my statements. Remo posted
Speaking
a
of
link of
talking a lot. Go
the
ahead.
bear changes, and I was wrong. So it was nerfed 4 damage, but it was just the base damage was nerfed. So it was nerfed from 26 down to 22, and it's now up to 25. So we are 1 damage short of 1.28 bears. So I just wanted to go back and correct myself before.
And you
all the
will
haters.
not rest until that 1 damage has been reacquired. Will you?
Exactly. And I'll probably uninstall the game by the time.
I don't think the problem is damage, man. I think the problem is your bears aren't in the fight long enough to make a difference. I think it's durability, not damage.
It is. So
I'm not giving you both, though. I'm not going to give you damage and durability. I'm being a neutral for you, okay? I don't think you need nothing because you're like 1600 MMR. The fact you're even on this town hall I'm not giving you both, but I'll give you durability, okay? So let's talk about bear durability. Go ahead.
So hit points and armor. So I don't think you can change the armor type. So it just takes a bajillion damage from magic. So, you know, the main matchup that you see it in right now where that takes effect is against undead with destroyers. I don't think you can change the type of armor that they have. But I don't know. Hit points. I don't if you buff the hit points of bears, I think that would be broken. I think if you buff the durability of bears, I think they'll be broken. Right now, they're like a huge utility unit that also happen to be a melee unit. So, yeah, I don't think you can buff the durability of bears without making them completely broken.
But Lado, are you talking from your own games or from the tournament games that you see or like people you talk to?
No, both. I'm talking just from both.
I think
I feel like
mean,
bears
you're
are in a good spot. Like honestly, I feel like if you continue buffing them, I feel like it's going to quickly become a very imbalanced unit. And like durability versus undead is kind of a problem, but I mean, they go destroyers to specifically counter bears, so it's like
Right.
I forget who it was, but like someone brought up like a while back of making destroyers less reliant on orb. Also, like I feel like one thing that could be useful. I don't know, maybe in sub, you have different thoughts or something. But if you make like orb not as good to make destroyer form like without mana better, like as like a offset. So like because right now, like especially like versus human, I guess. I mean, I don't know undead versus human at all, but it always feels like you do really well when you like chain more of all your destroyers, but then like once you run out of mana, that you just have these like however many unit or however much food in a useless unit. But if you made it like not as reliant on orb, it would make it so like destroyers aren't super good versus bears at one specific point. But I don't know, just like makes them more useful.
INSUP, I'll help you out. Nope. Don't touch our orb. Don't even talk about our orb.
Notice how like
No,
Bidoux is the first person to talk about someone's MMR, and he's the lowest MMR by far
he's
in
by
this
far
chat.
the
And he also talked the most about balance.
that is very true, Ark. Okay, so
Reminds
you
me
mean,
of
like,
Remo.
No. Bidoux has a ton of achievements. Bidoux, let us know all of your achievements. Go ahead.
beat full
What do
slice
you
really.
Well, I mean, with Remo in the chat, I do want to point out that I mean he did have an achievement of losing to Remo in a match, but that was actually OC playing on Bidoux's account. So
That's true. That was OC.
You beat a 75 MMR player, man. Full stars they do PogChamp. That's the achievement right there, man. I think destroyers. I mean, obviously they're not like the best units, but I just feel like without mana, sometimes it feels pretty bad when you have like 2 or 3 of them in the hair. It feels like you just have no damage. Like I call them the flying priest because I have the same DPS as a priest, pretty much. But honestly, I think destroyers are like okay the way they are. I think they used to be like way too overpowered. I don't think they need like any changes. I think if you buff them or you change them, I think they might become like too good at some like in a way. So I think they're fine. I think you also got a small buff last patch with the Devour being a little bit quicker. So it makes it even easier now to like dispel the regeneration or speed scroll or slow stuff like that. So I think destroyers are fine the way they are. I think health is fine the way they are, man. I don't know why Lado is trying to change the bears. I think he just wants to just a-click more than he already is with his broken dead brain race.
Yeah, I don't think
From
bears
the
need to be
couch.
touched.
He just want yeah, he's playing from his couch, dude. Like he just wants his life to be much more easier with a BB in his hand. Instead of playing with 2 hands, he wants to play with 1 hand instead. So
I think like
health is fine.
destroyers
You're
and
right.
bears.
You're on point. You're on point with that.
I think destroyers and bears have a similar issue where they both have like a lot of utility, and maybe destroyers don't do a lot of damage. Maybe bears don't do a lot of damage. It could be argued. I don't know, but they both have a lot of utility, and they're both very close to being broken if they get buffed too much. I think they're both similar problems at the moment.
Was there one thing that you guys thought was missing that you really would have liked to see changed in sub?
I would like to see. So obviously, like Bidoux said earlier, the medallion of courage, or of cunning, and the helm of valor. I think are a little bit better than they used to be. I still think that they don't match getting an aura item like endurance aura, or like if the human gets endurance aura, it's really good. With any race, it's just really strong except orc. So maybe having like aura items from the red creeps maybe being nerfed, or maybe make it that when you play undead and you get like the only aura item, maybe make it stack, or maybe instead of like being a plus 10%, maybe make it 5%. So I don't know. I think auras give 10%, right? When you get the item. Is that correct?
It's 0.75 of the aura, isn't it?
it depends on the item.
Okay, so let's say I get like an endurance aura. Is it like plus like 10% like speed plus attack damage? Imagine you make it imagine you make it 5% and you play undead and you get a holy aura. Usually if you get the item, you'll just sell it, you're gonna sell it to get like 200 gold. But the thing is, if your opponent creeps the other red, which usually happens, and he gets, let's say, endurance aura and he plays undead, then you have no red chem item and he has a red chem item. So let's say you make it 5%, but you make it stack. I don't think it will be broken if you have like two only auras stacking with each other. So I feel like you make every item better. Like let's say you play human, you get mana aura, make it stack as well, you know. So at least you get every utility from every item. But I think aura items should be maybe look into that. I'd like to see Echo Isles maybe or Twisted Meadows being changed. I saw Remo talk on Twitter about Twisted Meadows. Maybe if it was like cross position, that would be better. I think Twisted Meadows is such a great map, man, that I feel like it would be kind of sad to just like throw it into the garbage bin and just let it die. I feel like it should be looked into it. You know, we have some really good map makers in community that could probably look into it or maybe try to find something about it. But yeah, maybe like maps like Echo Isles, Twisted Meadows being changed. Maybe even TS. I heard some people don't like TS. Items as well that like your items.
What do you think about what the map maker of Autumn Leaves has done? Like he updated the map big time on W3 Champions.
I think Autumn Leaves is like probably the best map out of like the new maps that we've gotten in the last few months of WE Champion. Like the new map like Rune of Azer or whatever. Like I'm not a big fan. I think there was Nomad Isles. Nomad Isles is not a new map, but you know they try to bring it back. I think Nomad Isles is just I don't know. I just don't really like it. I think Autumn Leaves maybe has potential. I do think he has potential. I don't really have like enough knowledge on maps to like tell you like what doesn't work on it, but I don't think it's like as good as like Northern Isles or Council Hills or the maps. But I do think he has potential to make it into tournaments. What do you say about it? Do you guys like the map? I just don't like it as much. I appreciate it a bit more, but I feel like it's missing something.
I think
Which one?
the most recent change made it a lot better than it was like the first version because it felt very one-dimensional for Elf. I mean, obviously, I haven't played it very much, to be honest, so I'll just put that out there first. But the first version where it really felt like you only had one like AOW camp. There wasn't really anything you could do other than just that Berserker first. But like this new one, you can reasonably do the shop, and it gives you level 2. It gives you some benefits over the Berserker, so there's reason to like do something differently. So it kind of plays out a little bit like Terrain of Stand, in that you could do the Merc camp, you could do the item shop, depending on like what you're trying to do and stuff. So I like that aspect of it. And one thing I think though is that the gold mines in the corner, I feel like the creep camps are like need to be stronger. Like it feels like it's too easy of a camp to creep early. And if you assume that they're going to be on the right side, I mean, I guess it comes down to scouting, but if you happen to be scouting the right side of the map and you're just not even thinking that they're going to be in the corner, like you have to be well scouted on the entire map, and the map is freaking huge, which makes it kind of difficult. So if you ever make a misstep once, it becomes like very, very difficult to ever really harass them. Which, I mean, like I said, I've only played it a few times, so it might just be that I just need to scout better or have better locations, but that's kind of like the one drawback.
Is Bidoux mixing in different cereals in his bowl?
He's getting his Halloween candy.
That's his fucking.
He bought it, and he said to himself, "People are gonna come trick or treating, I promise." But really, he knew he was just gonna be mucking it all himself.
That's his dinner right there. This is the Bidoux diet right there.
But to touch on Autumn Leaves, that map has Crown of Kings, right? So again, that ties into your point. Oh, maybe they should, because touching on INSUP's point about auras, what if Crown of Kings was available there? Would that be even with the auras or not even?
Honestly, I think Crown of King is an interesting idea. I think if it was +4, everything, I think +5 is too much. I think if you get on a Blade Master or Pit Lord, I think it's at least way to sort of like a Mountain King maybe. But yeah, or even on a Crypto, like anything that's like really tanky. If you make it +4, I do think it could rival the auras. Or what do you guys think if they remove aura items to the reds and instead they had like stat items? Would that make it boring?
Yeah, that's always a problem, right? You don't like, they should be removed balance wise, but like every creep camp should just drop one item balance wise, you know, and then it's boring.
Exactly.
Personally, I think the aura items should be reduced a little bit, and they should sell for more as well, so that if you find an aura that you already have, like, you know, if we're not going to do the idea of INSUP earlier, where like it boosts your aura even more, you for sure should be able to sell it for more than the current price, which is like not very high. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's not very high. And I think all those stats items, some of them are really shit. Like as a human player, if I find the one that's like strength plus agility, I just die a little inside, because it's like we don't even have a fucking agility hero. It's like totally useless. So I know it's going to be a sell every time. So I wish they got rid of all these stats items and instead put Crown of Kings, but not as 555, but as 444, which in my opinion would be the best possible outcome. And then if you'd find Crown of King, you would be pretty happy. You're always going to have one hero you want to put it on. If you really need gold, then you can sell it. I think that would be the best way to balance those items. That's probably one of the number one things that I would like to see addressed in the future, personally.
Yeah,
I agree with that. I think that would make it a lot nicer.
Lado?
You guys don't like the aura items stacking with each other? Don't imagine you get
I
another
think
bomb.
that's just way too strong.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what
maybe.
percentage? I mean, it
Double
depends.
unholy aura.
If it's
Okay,
done
does it-
right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
I actually like the idea in SUP. The scary thing for that is just stacking move speed auras. Like
Yeah.
that would essentially make your level 2 unholy aura become a level 3 unholy aura, which is it's basically a constant speed scroll. It's insane how fast you are with
I mean,
level
it's the
3
same if
unholy
you get
aura.
endurance aura. I mean, it's the same
It's
if you get
true. No,
endurance
it's
aura.
true.
You know, it's
Yeah,
the exact
same
same.
thing.
Like I said, I don't know how much of a percentage boost it gives you, but let's say it's 10. I think it's 10%. So let's say it's like 7%. You make it like 4 or 5. So it does stack, but it's like ridiculously strong. Because let's say you're undead and you have a level 3 aura already, and then you get another undead item that boosts your aura level more. You have like level 4 on the aura. Like that'd be crazy, you know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Like you reduce like the efficacy of aura. So if your opponent gets Medallion of Courage, which is actually a pretty good item, I think now as undead, at least it's almost on the same scale than if you get Valor and your opponent gets Endurance Aura and Undead Mirror, or any matchup really. Like we all know that usually you creep one red, your opponent gets the other red, and if you get Endurance Aura, your opponent gets the aura that he already has. The game's over. Like we all know
Yeah.
that. Like, Endurance Aura is absolutely broken as fuck to get with undead. Like honestly, it feels really hard when you get Endurance Aura with any race to lose. Like that's
Yeah.
how it feels.
Yeah.
Everything's like easier to micro. I think it attacks faster. I think it's just crazy. It's just crazy too good. Also,
I
if you
think,
have Aura,
I agree.
like,
Orca is too
it's good.
strong.
Yeah,
In-
Orca is too strong. Yeah,
In
go ahead,
Elf,
Lado, sorry.
in Elf Bear Mirror, it's the same thing with the Vamp
we go
Aura
again.
too. It's like if you get Vamp Aura, it's the person who gets Vamp Aura wins. You can have a 10-15 food deficit, and if you have Vamp Aura, you're going to win. But no, the thing that I wanted to say about the depreciating values of the auras, I like that it's actually consistent with what we see already with the depreciating values of the other items, like Gloves of Haste and armor as a whole, right? So it kind of depreciates as the value goes. So it's like the first Gloves of Haste gives you plus 15% or something, and then the second gloves gives you like plus 8 or 9%. I forget exactly what the numbers are, but it depreciates. So that would be consistent with those other items. I kind of like that idea in that sense, but it would be like it would have to go through some testing to see if it is
Oh, yeah.
completely broken.
Absolutely.
I just think of like True Shot Aura plus Potom Aura and Mass Archers.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh
or,
no, please
like,
no.
Yeah. Or if you play
Devotion Aura and
Kodo,
and
Kodo.
Valley Aura. Or yeah, Kodo.
Yeah. I think you actually touched on something here. Like imagine you have a Kudu and you have the tier 3 upgrade on Kudu, and you get the drum as well. That would be like what, like plus 15 on every unit. No,
Yeah.
you're right. Like this is why it's a conversation, and I think we have to look a little bit more into it. But yeah, I mean, like don't ask what like we want to see different. So I just think that aura items, like I said, red camp items are still like a major issue. So I feel like they need to be like addressed because
I think
They're
What
too
if
much
you
of a
just made
changer.
it? What if you made it constant that like any map that dropped aura is like always like you tried to always include a marketplace somewhere that you could just like.
that'd be
would
a
at least
lot
give
of
you-
maps though. There's
Yeah.
a lot of maps that have that drop.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
yeah.
But maybe that could be like a standard as a map design or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is why Appy loves Notronal so much because he's aware that items are very important. So that's why sometimes when you see him getting garbage items, he just goes to the market. He sells the Talisman of Evasion, he sells the Crystal Ball, the Ring, and he gets like a +9 claw or +6 claw. Even late game, you can get like you can sell your Only Aura if you get it as undead. You can buy maybe True Shot, you can buy Devotion or Endurance. So I think this is why like Notronal, I think overall is a fucking really great map, if you ask me. And it's honestly, I wish we had like more maps on the same scale. Because those maps are really great, and I feel like the more the game evolves, the more people realize items are extremely important, especially with the items being like Devotion has been buff, and they definitely like make a big like impact into the game. So maybe it would be nice to see like more market being involved into the competitive maps.
Yeah, so these items, the ones we just talked about, the auras and stuff, like Lost plus 12, their cost is 500, so their sell value is 250. It does feel like 250 is very little, like if you think of, if you're gonna find like a level 3 item, like a Claws plus 9, you can sell that for 150. That's like same
Finally,
ballpark.
I can chime in. I think you had a good point with Remo about this, making it like 80% or 75% or something, getting a little more value out of those late game items. I think that's a great idea too.
Yeah, right
I
now
think
they
you should
sell
get-
for 50%. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should get more than 50% on every item or like some items.
Not
'Cause, I
all
mean,
items. That
'cause
wouldn't. I don't.
buying
That
a
would fuck the
clause
game.
plus 12. I bought it against Slytherin when I beat him last night, but it was
Nice
500
flex.
gold.
Nobody cares.
It was 500 gold, but like to sell was 250. It would have been nice to just pick up an item that you don't necessarily want and be able to sell for a little bit more than half. I agree with
bought
you.
clause plus 12 in a game.
I was so far ahead, dude. He was getting destroyed.
Dude, the plus 6 are 125 gold.
Yeah,
Do
there
the
was
math.
there was a 6, 9, and
Plus
12. I bought
5,
a
you mean?
12. I bought a 12 and a
Plus
9. It
5.
cost me 800 gold to buy a 12 and a 9, and then I owned him.
Jesus.
Just
Yeah,
wanted
like,
to flex that on the Todd Town Hall. Thanks.
Right now, like these sell for 250. If I find freaking Cactus Pipe and I have an Archmage every game and I can sell that shit for 250, I feel like I don't even want to take the trip to the freaking merchant to sell that. It's like when you go to a store and you buy something and you're like, I don't even want to fucking return that shit. I'm just gonna throw it away. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It feels so bad. So at least,
And that's a game-winning item.
It's a hill scroll. It's a hill scroll, man. That's
Dude.
about it.
So
yeah, it's not the same value, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know
Undead
if this
gets
is,
it,
like,
they just win
actually
right away.
possible, but oh, sorry, Carson.
No, I was just gonna say Undead gets it, they win right away. Human gets it, they get 250 gold.
Carson, did you do your balance talk yet? I'm really interested to hear your input on it.
Well, let Art go. No, that's all right.
Okay, all right. Let everybody go. All
Let
right.
Art go.
I don't know if it'd be possible. I don't know what you guys think, but like, what if you had like it was kind of like a charge on it, so it's not just like a permanent item, but when you consumed it, it just like refreshes into a different aura, but it has like a long, like, what is it, cooldown or something,
That's complicated. as
so that
hell.
it gives you like another roll at trying
Yeah.
to get a different
I'll take
aura.
that
Like
if we
boots
had the
in Dota
runes
too.
of masonry as well on the map.
Classic.
What is that? I don't
Pocket
even know what that
farms.
is.
So you're saying you can re-roll it in like the first 3 seconds and get a different one time?
Or just, well, I mean, it could be anything, but like if you have it be like a charged item where you just like, if you got the same aura that you already have, you just use it and it turns into a different
So
aura.
the hero with the aura, let's say it's Khadgar's pipe, you're a human, have the Archmage pick it up. The game confirms that you already have the aura from the Archmage, and now you can eat it, and boom, endurance aura win the game. That's toxic.
No,
That's
just
a good
like
idea, Art.
just in general. Like it doesn't have to. You don't have to see if you already have it, but like it just gives you a chance of re-rolling the item.
Remo had a point that's actually kind of similar to that. He said this, I'm pretty sure. It might have been someone else, so don't get mad at me if this wasn't you, Remo. But he said when you creep something, it drops like a chest, and you pop open the chest, you have 2 options between 2 items off of that drop table. So that might, we're talking about 2 sides of this. We're talking about from like a spectator's perspective, like, oh, auras would be fun if they stacked with each other because you get 5 auras and it's fun. Or from a balance perspective, auras shouldn't exist. I think this sort of does the best of both worlds. One, you have a spectator thing like, oh, what item will he choose between the 2? And the other thing, you don't have the imbalance of like one guy gets Khadgars, another guy gets,
But this like
plus 4 intelligence.
This sounds like something that only could ever happen if Blizzard was like working super hard around Warcraft 3. Like Warcraft 3 was like somewhat a bigger sport like StarCraft, because this sounds like a lot of changes and stuff they would have to add into the game. So I feel like there's almost no point bringing that stuff up just because it's never going to happen, basically. It has to be something very simple that's easy for them to edit.
Coming soon
Sounds
with
like
the
we need
ladder
to tweet
patch.
at Frost Giant for this.
What?
What's that, Lado? You want the bear change?
No, let's tweet to Frost Giant these ideas. I like the pick the item, like and it rolls and you get to pick.
Yeah.
Definitely not pick, but if the 2 rolls is what Carson's saying, if the options that game at that camp
Well, Remo
are
said pick,
Khadgar's-
I think.
Oh, pick?
That was Remo's idea, was you pick between the 2 items as far as I remember. Yeah.
Like an RPG.
It is an RPG. It's heroes, bro.
Interesting. I don't like the aspect of pick, but I mean, if you do have like Khadgars and endurance, like, and you already have the aura because you're using the aura hero to pick up the item, it should just auto give you the other one. I like that better, and you don't know what it is. You don't get to pick. It's whatever the roll gives you.
I guess same gold value wouldn't be a big deal because you can still sell it at the end of the day. Maybe that'd be a better idea than having to pick between the two of them. Like, oh, you can re-roll it once, and then it's all the items are the same gold value. But again, that's like Todd said, probably not going to happen.
No.
Any other things you wanna touch on, Carson?
No. What are we talking about? Balance, or are we talking about items still?
Yeah, no, like anything.
Anything.
Like things
Dude,
that
after
you,
all the games Carson's lost in the past week, I can't wait to hear what he has to say about balance, dude.
like what would you have
Holy
liked to
shit.
see addressed that wasn't addressed?
That wasn't addressed. Well, the main thing for me that, and this is something that me and Remo talked about because he was asking people for feedback for the balance notes. The main thing I wanted was just a peon scout. Originally, what I said was like just some way to scout easier. So like either a reduction of gold cost on some tier 2 things, so you can go 6 lumber peons, or lumber cost, I should say. So you can get 6 lumber peons and then sack the 7th one to scout. And then he came up with the idea of 11 supply burrows, and then we said 11 supply great hall, and that was really the one change I wanted, and that makes Orc vs Undead a lot more playable because you don't have to blindly run across the map, and then you're like, oh, I'm against Death Knight and I have a 0 experience Blade Master with no grunt. And against Night Elf, you don't have to blind counter what Ancient War Creep. It's like Northern Isles. They can take the Tuskars, they can take the Green Camp, they can take the expansion. I don't have to just guess what they're going to do. I don't have to guess if they're going to run across the map and cancel my second burrow. I can peon scout all of it. So it gives Orc a lot more nuance. But there wasn't a lot of different stuff I want to change. I really hated Clap, but I feel like I don't feel a difference in Clap, but I also don't feel the difference in Stomp. Stomp feels just as strong to me still. So and they're both broken.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you know,
they're
like,
not done yet with those.
Yeah, when you like Clap and Stomp and Impel, they're all strong spells. You know, like you'd say, oh, nerf Clap, but you know, at the same time, if you're gonna nerf Clap, then you know Impel is fucking pretty good too. You know,
It's
you gotta
pretty
split.
crazy.
You gotta nerf Impel, and then oh, you gotta nerf Stomp, and then maybe you wanna nerf as well the Fan of Knives as well. You know, it's all like AoE damage. So like, I think.
Yeah.
I think, you know, for example, like personally, I think if you nerf Impel, you know, I think you just kill Crippler as a whole. If you nerf Stomp, I think you kill TC. If you nerf Clap, I think MK, you know, already had his ball being nerfed. I think you just kill the hero as a whole. So I don't think, you know, right now they're that much of a problem. I think we have like bigger issues than that.
Well, I think
By the
it's
way,
possible. It's possible to nerf Impel to a point where it's like it makes sense. Right now, it does feel like it's way too broken.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I think
but
I like
yeah,
the
but
changes
if you
on the
nerf-
TC and the MK, though. I mean, even though the MK kind of feels like he had a vasectomy, you know, he's having a little bit of a hard time in these games. But the Impel is fucking insane right now.
Yeah, it's pretty good, but like I mean, I feel like Crippler is like almost like one nerf away from just being like absolutely like not used anymore. You know, obviously you guys would probably be happy to not play against Crippler, but I think for the healthiness of the game, you know, I think it's good to have some variety as undead and you know to be able to play the heroes. So maybe you want to look into Impel, maybe change it a little bit, but like don't nerf it by like 30 damage or something. You know, like MK got a small 5 damage nerf. You know, I think it's a good start. You know, maybe you can do 5 damage with Impel as well. I don't think it would necessarily affect Impel too much, but that's why like you have to be very careful, man. Like you don't want to, because we know like Blizzard can absolutely over nerf or over buff something, so you want to be a little bit careful when it comes to nerfing a hero that's already getting nerfed. Like you get like 3 nerfs in the last patches and some
And he's
small
still
buffs here
fucking
and there.
broken.
But
So imagine how he was before.
I don't
Yeah,
think
I think Orc players
it's that
and
broken. But...
Orc players and human players, I think, are both agreeing that the MK and TC changes aren't done yet. And I think that's fair to say. I don't know what they need to do yet, but it's still like very. Are they?
I think they're yeah.
Is,
I think
is everyone else happy? Is it just me talking out of my ass?
I'm actually fine with it.
It doesn't really matter how happy we are, too. I mean, it's all going to be what Blizzard decides to change.
And Clap and
Actually,
Stomp are
think
more than just that, right?
I
Sorry,
think
Lado?
they realized. Sorry, Carson. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, dude.
I think they realized that they over nerfed the TC Stomp and the PTR, but like the adjustment that they made, I think was fair and it feels good. I think the Clap feels good too. That the one thing you guys touched on that I agree with is Impale is, I think, one of the strongest skills in the game. Just the fact that you can cast it in a range, it's a huge AoE. It's a massive
bears.
The hitbox is, you know, the hitbox is huge on it. It's like just as big as level 3 Stomp, just the damage is different. But yeah, I think Impale is like one of the scariest skills in the Warcraft 3 arsenal right now.
I think that's right though, because like Blizzard has actually done a pretty good job of like making more things viable, and so I mean it is, I don't know, it is nicer to play when you have like multiple different options to choose from. So I mean, you don't want to make it so it's just not relevant because otherwise
Yeah, exactly.
you're kind of
You have to be
screwed.
careful with the. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Heroes of New Earth. It's like the Dota clone. It's an old
Yep.
game. It's
The worst
10.
version
Dude,
of Dota.
that game is
Right.
absolute wash.
Oh, so yeah,
that game is amazing, dude.
No,
No,
it's
it's
yeah.
good. No, it's
I
good.
agree.
Like,
But
no, it was okay before League of Legends. It was alright, but I mean, like right now, it's I don't know. Is it
The-
like
the
still
s-
played? Is it still
Yeah,
viable?
it's people still play it. It's a very
really?
small player base,
That's
but
nice.
the similarity I was going to draw is you have to be very careful because the Heroes of New Earth solution to the problem of balance was just overbuff everything, make everything super powered, and then everything is viable. But it becomes very scary gameplay at that point because fights are over in a second. And
But Dota did that as well, though. That's the same philosophy Dota had.
I think
Valve
Dota has done
patches it.
better with balance. Like the at the highest level, like fights do take a long time. Heroes of New Earth, some of the heroes are absolutely insane. Like
Like time to kill, you mean?
exactly, yeah.
Okay,
like
yeah.
like burst damage and like just they just super overpower everyone, and then it's really not fun. So yeah, I'm saying Impale is really strong, but I don't think the solution is just like buffing all the other things. So
I think if you buff
You're talking about Mad Men,
nerf
aren't
thing-
you?
Yeah, but like compared to
Batman
Heroes of
is
New
up
Earth,
Batman's
sorry,
up
God.
there.
if you buff and nerf things like frequently, I think you can probably get away with doing stuff like that. Like because that's what Dota does. They don't do one patch every 4 months. I mean they frequently update. So if we had something like that, you could probably get away with doing like, oh, let's take off 30 damage here and just crazy stuff every now and then, just because you know that you're going to change it again in maybe a month or so.
Okay. I think that's enough about balance,
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
somebody wants to add anything. Let's
Oh,
talk
actually,
about...
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. I do actually want. So the first thing that Bidoux started talking about was like wisps, and I did want to say that like I actually feel like the difference with wisps I noticed more versus undead than I do versus like anything else, and that's just because of like coil harass or something. That I don't know if I haven't actually done the math on it or anything, but it feels like undead can, like, if you detonate and coil, or if you get the coil off on the DK, or if you get the detonate off on the DK with the coil in the air, like undead can still do get like one extra wisp out of it with the change, I feel like.
Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't actually think about that little nuance. Like if you do get harassed, but you don't feed wisps for experience, but you still get the dead off while they're wisp harassing you, like if you have a keeper or something. I didn't think about that. That's actually pretty interesting.
That's just one thing I've noticed in my games, but that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, so Frost Giants announced that they are going to be developing an RTS. It's a new studio where some ex-Blizzard employees decided to do an RTS. And I think that's pretty hype. I think all of us, like, we are RTS people. I mean, I played Warcraft 3 for a long time. I played StarCraft 2. I don't know if you guys really dabbled into those other RTS other than Warcraft 3, but I think it's pretty exciting. And I know some of these guys personally, like Tim Morton, extremely smart guy, great game designer. And yeah, I know quite a few of these guys.
Tim Horton? He's dead, right?
Tim Morton. Shut the fuck up, Bidoux. No, all of these guys like are pretty smart in my opinion. They're good people, so I'm very excited to see what they come up with. I mean, it was just announced and it's in his infancy right now, so it's gonna take a while for them to really have anything that we can even look at. But I think that's a really hype announcement. So I'm curious if you guys had heard about this and what did you think?
Oh,
Thank
man.
God. Get me out of this game. Thank God.
What's up, Carson?
I'm over it, dude. I'm down for a new game. Let's go.
Oh man, honestly, I get shivers, man. Like when you said it, because like I watched a little bit of Artosis like podcast with the guys. Man, these guys like I actually like didn't really know, like I actually didn't know these guys before I watched the podcast. Like I didn't know like the faces behind like my favorite game. So it's actually funny you're saying that, because like one of the dev of the game actually followed me on Twitter. I was so excited. I was like, Gavin Dunn. I was like, wow, he's the guy who was making the new RTS game. And I watched like the podcast and I absolutely love like their take, man. These guys seem so passionate, man. They're making a new RTS. They're trying to revive the genre that everyone here's loved, that everyone fell in love with like 10, 15 years ago. We all know like how good StarCraft 2 is of a game, and how much we love Warcraft as well. And I think the problem with RTS is that a lot of like companies, you know, I think like I'll just say like RTS game have been absolute garbage since StarCraft 2. Like a lot of like companies try to make RTS, and it's just like been really crap. And I feel like this is the problem of like why RTS hasn't evolved more to like compete with like FPS MOBAs and card games and everything. So I feel like, you know, when you have a bunch of guys like this who, you know, are very passionate and know what they're doing because they work on the two best RTS game like of all time, you know, excluding Broad War as well, you know, Broad War, StarCraft 2, and Warcraft 3. So I'm really excited to see what these guys have. I'm sure they're gonna put their heart and soul into it. They're gonna try to make it something good. The fact that they're like really open to like suggestions from the community and asking like people for like what they want to see, and I think it's really like a great sign that they're in the right direction right away, and they have nothing to do with the current like blizzard of like what they're doing right now with Warcraft. So it's already a good sign, and I cannot wait to see like what the art style of the game is gonna look like. It might take maybe 3, 5, 6 years. Like we don't know how long it's gonna take, but I think it's really good to know that, you know, in 2, 3 years from now, if Warcraft 3 ends up like really being absolutely dead, that maybe we can have like another option, you know, to keep playing your favorite genre without, you know, playing a game that has like 100 people, having to go to Age of Empire where the game fucking lasts 2 hours and it just kills you inside when you're playing that. So I think I'm really excited. I'm so happy that we have another RTS coming our way. I think it's going to be a mix of StarCraft 2 and Warcraft. I have a feeling that it's going to be more on the like it's going to be a little bit more like StarCraft rather than more like Warcraft, because StarCraft is like more popular, so they're probably going to try to go like more in that direction rather than Warcraft. But regardless, I'm sure it's going to be an amazing game. And I cannot wait to just see what the game's going to look like and see the maps or even like the beta in a few years from now.
Bidoux?
Yeah, I think I feel a little bit of good and a little bit of bad, right? The good is like I've talked to Kevin. I actually met him at DreamHack. He was there. He was working for the StarCraft dev team at the time. And he seemed like really open and he seemed really cool. There's a lot of things I was trying to milk him for, like what's going on with Warcraft 3, because at the time of DreamHack, at the time of DreamHack, it was like
Did you milk him?
that was when we had the drop.
Did you get it?
Okay, hold on. Let me
Did
talk.
he give
right?
it to you?
I tried to, but he gave me nothing, man. He gave me nothing. The guys
You didn't work hard enough for it.
No. And I was really yanking hard. No, but he at the time. So before I met him, this is when we had the Thorzane disconnect. So I was like super pissed, and I was like, "Oh, Blizzard rep, I'm just gonna go grill him and blame him," which obviously is not right. But I was trying to get some information out of him, but he's pretty locked down. Like Blizzard is like super like secret, don't reveal anything, and people get paid so much, so they just like don't reveal anything. The main thing I want to see from this game is, because you know what, the like it's a new company, whatever, but the truth is they probably built this off of passion of like saving Warcraft 3. I mean, it's not going to be Warcraft 3, but the frustration that they probably feel is like, let's build a company, let's build a game, let's build an RTS, which they've said, and the whole goal behind this must be like, Warcraft 3 was a great game, it's ruined, let's save it, and let's save the community, and let's save RTS. That has to be the mission. I know it's going to be a different game.
I don't think it's
I know it's
as
gonna be a
much
different game.
about Warcraft 3 as much StarCraft 2, but yeah, maybe.
Maybe both, but it's like definitely about save the RTS genre, save this community, like us. So that's why I really want, when they open the doors, which they have, and they start to do, I mean, the game, I don't know when it's going to come out. It could be 10 years, who knows? But just be open with the community. I think like what RTS fans are craving for is just people that, or companies that actually listen. And I know it's hard to do the business side and the game side and listen to the community, but just be open about your communication. And I think that's gonna make them go a long way. Don't be secretive behind the curtain or whatever. Open the curtain for us and let us in a bit, because the community, like they know, the Warcraft 3 community has carried the dead game for almost 10 years. I mean, imagine what they can do with an actual company by their side. This could be amazing. Yeah. Also, so that's the good thing. On the bat, I'm super excited for it as well. I'm really excited for it. If it hops out and it's good, I'll be the first one to say we're going, right? On the other hand, I'm a little sad because I love Warcraft 3. Mm-hmm. And I love this game. I played it when I was 13. I played 4v4 RT. It's become such a big part of my life that the thought of, and the whole time that Warcraft 3 has been like dead game, we've been saying, I wish a company would just pick this game up or pick a game like this and just save what I'm feeling right now, because with a dead game, it's going away. And it feels so hard to say, like, when a new game does come out, that I'm just going to move on right away. It just, like, I love this game so much. It's so hard for me to say, like, in 5 years, I'll be moving on and forget. It kind of feels bad, but it is for a good reason if this new game is really good. But man, it's a good and a bad for me. I feel like shit, dude. If I let go of Warcraft 3, like that just sucks to me. I love this game. I wish they didn't put it in the direction they did, but you know, here we are, and that's what I think about it.
Mark?
I feel kind of the same way. Like it's hard for me to imagine not playing this game anymore. And I feel like as long as there's still a competitive scene, I probably I would have to really like the way it looks to probably switch over permanently. But I for sure will try it just because I mean it was pretty hype when StarCraft 2 came out, and that was really fun. Like I watched it more than played it, but I mean just getting involved in watching like all the tournaments and stuff was a lot of fun. So yeah, I mean I'll probably check it out, but it's right now it's really hard for me to imagine like not playing Warcraft 3.
Lado?
Exactly. I mean,
So yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be excited about this. I disagree with Ark and Bidoux about if you know we're at least I would say 3 years at a minimum, most likely probably 5 years away from an actual game coming out from these guys, and 3 years to 5 years, I don't see Warcraft 3 lasting that long. And if it does, it's going to be a very
You
small
son of a
scene.
bitch.
I mean, it's still going to be fun, but it's going to be a small scene. I think the idea of these guys is to help pull in those players that either grew up playing Warcraft 3 or started playing Warcraft 3 over the course of the 15, 20 years it's been out. But then also those StarCraft 2 players, there's a pretty big like Age of Empires following. But even if you group all of those players that have played all of those games together, I think in order for these guys to be as successful as they're trying to be, I think you have to hit markets outside of those people that are just, those RTS. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like not MOBA aspects of the game, but like something that taps into that massive, massive like League of Legends, Dota player base. That that might be able to pull players in from outside of the RTS genre. I think in order to be as successful with the names that they're bringing to, the names behind the company that are going to be running this dev group, I think they're aiming for something huge. They're aiming for something big, and if they're not aiming for something big, then they're doing something wrong. And I think if the scope and the size of the project that they're portraying it's going to be, they need a bigger audience than just.
I agree with that. Like somehow incorporating like a Fortnite level.
Yeah, but
without
exactly.
I know what you're saying. Like, because if you just go strictly RTS, you're kind of restricting yourself to whatever demographic we are now. And if they want it to be huge, like I agree with what you're saying, but how do you do that, right? So that's up to them. But yeah, like how do you get that Fortnite level, like tons of 13-year-olds on Adderall just talking shit by the millions,
Exactly.
like huge, yeah, like if they
or
can
even
incorporate
that,
that's what we need, Lado.
Exactly.
I think we need plus bear attack, and we need Fortnite kids.
Yeah. Well, I think
we do. I agree.
I watched other podcasts on the Arthur show, but I think like I misheard. I think I heard that they're trying to like implement more of a team aspect to the games because as you know, like the most popular games nowadays are all team games, right? You have like Warzone, Apex, you have like League of Legends, Dota 2, you name it. Like everything's like more team oriented now. So I feel like I think I heard like they're trying to like make it more into like a team aspect. I'm sure there's gonna be solo as well, but I feel like maybe if you make it like you can like somehow make it like a RTS game where it's like more team oriented, like 2v2, 3v2, even 4 guys. I think it can really like be popular. Even like I think it's just a good game. It's a good game. It doesn't have to be necessarily like team oriented or anything. I think like honestly, I'm just excited to like what they're going to come up with. Imagine like an RTS where you have like kill shot like League of Legends, where it's not like clicking spells or anything. I think there's like so much thing that they can do. Like I said, like there's so many companies that try to make like RTS game and they've always been like really pretty bad since StarCraft 2. So I'm sure like they find a way to like push it forward like into like a 2023 version of it and just have like their own like vision in it, and maybe make something that we've never seen before and that's going to revive the genre again.
Yeah, I think one of the first questions they've got to ask themselves is how casual friendly do we want the game to be? Because it's an RTS, it's supposed by default to be harder than like a lot of the shooters or other games that are out there. But I think the answer is almost certainly going to be they're going to want it to be pretty casual friendly. It shouldn't be a too difficult game like Brood War, you know, like if a Brood War like game was released today, I think it would just flop super hard because people are so used of having to play or getting to play much easier games a lot more casually without having to try hard like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to reach a good level. But yeah,
the
like
best games, like I agree, the best games are the games that have way more noobs than the pro. Like it should separate your pro scene. Like look at CS:GO. There are like Carson. There are tons of players playing CS:GO, and the pro scene is very small in comparison. And I think that's what grows the game is having like a huge player base, putting your pro scene maybe to the side and having players like drive themselves to get that with a really good game. But I would say like the biggest games like Dota and League and CS:GO and all these games that are carrying in their genre have millions of players, not necessarily dedicated to the pro scene. The pro scene kind of fixes itself, but like the game itself is fun and it caters to tons of players, and that's why they're thriving. Because like RTS is hard to play and it's hard to learn, and it's not as easy to learn as a 5v5 where your other teammates can carry you, or like a shooter where it's pretty cut and dry. So getting that casual friendly aspect to RTS is hard.
I never quite understood how, like, obviously CS:GO is popular for a reason because it's very easy to watch, like the esports side of it. You shoot someone in the head, they die, you win the round. It's incredible. Everyone has an AK. People know what an AK is. It's very cut and dry and simple. I never got how MOBAs, Dota, League got so popular. Like the fact that those games can get popular and I watch it and I don't understand a thing the entire time. I don't know what any of the abilities do. Don't like watching it. Not entertaining, but it got so popular. That gives me sort of faith that RTS can become popular in the same way.
Yeah,
because it's just as confusing.
MOBAs are a lot more accessible. You know, if you play one game of a MOBA, you control one hero for the whole game. It's a lot easier to play than an RTS, obviously. And then they're also very addictive because they're good games. Like they got great mechanics around the gameplay and everything. And then if you play them, it's like it's very easy to fall into that game and be like, okay, well, this is my new game. I'm just gonna play this from now and try and get better at it and stuff. So that's the big difference between that and like a game like Brood War. You know, like when the remastered for StarCraft Brood War came out, I bought it and I was like, well, I'm gonna play a whole bunch of games. And then I play like 2 or 3 games. I was like, Jesus Christ, I'm even slower than I used to be. And then I dropped the game immediately and never played it again. So that's like the big difference, you know, that you can make very quickly between any of these newer games or even MOBAs and this, and even Counter-Strike. You know, like obviously you're not gonna be amazing the first time you play, but it's not that hard to just run around, point your cursor at someone, and then shoot them as well.
It's so like a Valorant, you know. It was really fun.
Yeah. For an RTS to be able to achieve that is going to be very hard. Unless it's oversimplified, but then all the RTS purists might not like it as much. So it's an insane challenge that they're going to have to try and make a game that is going to be liked by both casuals and also the hardcore people.
I think one thing that really helps Dota is that they have a really good system that's tied in with their client, that it's like very accessible to get involved with like the competitive aspect of the game. And you also have like all your battle passes and stuff that gives you like icons and stuff for your character. So like if they like, you can tie that stuff in to your client, it just makes it like more connected, the community, and just anything you can do to make it more connected, I feel like helps the like less competitive, or the players that aren't going to be playing as much but still want to, you know, like play the game and have fun with it. So I feel like that's a big aspect too that they'll want to make sure that they include, is just how accessible is it to watch the competitive scene and be involved with it.
I think you always start from the ground up though. Casual, it should be casual friendly, rule number 1. And then the pro scene will come. I mean, Among Us is a casual game. You could turn that into a pro scene if you wanted to.
What?
Jesus, can you imagine?
100%. Man,
move on. Next person.
Every game should start from the ground up being casually friendly to the masses.
Okay, dude, your trolling has gone too far, man. How the fuck are you going to make Among Us competitive, man? Fall Guys and Among Us, nah.
If it was more complicated, like Mafia, you could do something competitive with it. You could definitely have tournaments, but it's not as complicated as Mafia, and Mafia isn't even that complicated in and of itself. So
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's the problem. Anybody wants to add anything about Frost Giants?
Jesus. Well, I'm ready to get out. I'm ready. Give me a game. I'll pay the $80. I don't care. People say they're
man.
nostalgic for Warcraft 3. I just like playing games with my friends, man. So if the community moves over,
Fuck
that's
yeah, man.
all I care about, dude. Let's move. Let's do it. I don't give a shit.
Like
I'm in that
imagine if
boat, Carson.
the game is like really fucking good, right? And you have like all StarCraft 2 and all like Warcraft 3 going over there. Like it's gonna be insane. It's like when StarCraft 2 came out, right? Like you had like the Brood War people, you had the TFT people that all went over there, and you had like a pro scene with some Warcraft pros and some Brood War pros, and I think that was so much fun to follow, man. In the early days, you had like Kiwikaki, you had Todd, Grubby,
Yeah, man.
Moon, like you name it, man. And then you had like the other guys like Flash and like Hydra and all those guys. Like I think it was so exciting. So imagine if somehow like that era can be recreated in 3, 4, 5 years like from now. Man, I think it would be amazing, man. Yeah, I'm sure like it's going to be extremely good, and we're going to have like so much kill from like both games. I'm so excited, man. I'm telling you, like, I hope it lives up to the hype, man. I'm sure it will.
Lado,
Lotto will be 50 years old.
Do you want the game to be?
Maybe Lincoln will
Lincoln will
play
be
this
an
game.
adult, man.
Do you want the game to be playable from a couch? Is that important for you?
Amen. Amen. Hey, and Frostshine, if you're looking for a community manager, hit me up on Twitter.
Or a caster, you'll take anything.
I'll
I'll
take
probably-
anything. I'll take anything.
Janitor.
I'll sweep the floors.
All right, so let's talk about the first few tournaments that happened shortly after the patch came out. So the first one was WT Champions Finals, and we had Europe and North America.
You don't have topics on the actual stream, so people tuning in don't know what we're talking about if they hop right into it.
Well, they can listen, and hopefully you'll shut the fuck up so I can continue, and then they'll know what we're talking
I
about.
say you usually have topics there. I'm
Be quiet. So WT Champions Playoffs Europe. Happy gets the win. I mean, shocker. Hawk on form takes second place, and then we had Lil DC having a pretty good run. Lil Deal, as Sony calls him.
Little deal.
Did you guys follow this? And
Where's
did you enjoy it?
Grubby? That was probably said more than once.
Yeah.
I was sleeping through most of this just because we had like NA at the same time or something. It was just it's on really early for us. Like what a run from Lil DC though.
Dude, Lil DC, honestly, like, like people like often talk about like Night Elf players not having the best micro. Dude, Lil DC, I think, just goes against them, and his micro is absolutely fucking crazy good. I saw him against Happy. I think it was on last year Fuge, the first game where he masked Fairy Dragon. Man, like I'm telling you, like Lil DC, honestly, I think like he's one of these guys that I feel like if he played more and he take it more seriously, he'd be like definitely like as good as Foggy, if not better. I definitely feel like his micro is way, way above like any other Night Elf in Europe. And I'm saying this like confidently. So it was pretty nice. I mean, he beat Todd. It was pretty good against Elf, and he beat Hawk after that. Like beating Todd was already good enough. So like when I saw him beat Hawk, I was like, man, like this guy is going places. And then he lost to Happy, which it's no big surprise. But I think he definitely had a great showing nonetheless, especially in that first game where I think even if it was 120, Lotus would have won with the mass Fairy Dragon that he had, and Happy just started microing like an absolute fucking AI did in that bottom fight. So very impressed by Lil DC, and even though I think he got a third place, I think that's absolutely crazy good. We saw some good games against Todd against Xlord as well. I feel like the Nationals game, man, you had that shit, but I don't know what happened. I didn't see the entire game. Yeah, apart from that, I didn't see. I think Koopa against Xlord was pretty good too. Like on Toro Rock, Xlord made like 4 gold mines, so it was a pretty good macro game played by him. The tournament overall was pretty fun to follow. It was nice to see. It's be honest, it was unfortunate that Grubby and Todd didn't play into that. At first, when I saw Todd signing up, I was like, "Fuck, man, Grubby's gonna play against Todd. It's gonna be so much fun." And I saw Grubby didn't play, so I was like, "Oh, that's why Todd is playing because Grubby's not showing."
That would have been like 20,000 viewers if
I was
Grubby
like,
played
I
Todd.
accepted to play without knowing if he was
Fair.
gonna play. I was actually looking forward to absolutely fucking destroying him.
That'd be the most hype
I think
match
he anticipated
ever.
that, so he didn't
Good.
play.
That would have been so good, man. But no, in all seriousness, man, it was a great tournament. I think it was a WT Champion tournament. It's always fun to follow. And I saw Fuss twice. Daily, he donated like $3,000 to that tournament. Man, the guy's a crazy mad lad. Just making it rain,
No, but that was the prize from the last
that was
one.
the-
That
Yeah,
it wasn't his
but
own money.
okay, so that wasn't like his own money. That was like the money from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
He's
after
still a nice
admitting
guy,
the
but
you-
WTC stuff,
I
he's
was
probably
like,
not going
dude,
to donate
I was like,
$3,000.
Okay, dude, that makes more sense now because I was like, dude, like this guy's this guy's a fucking dentist. I mean, obviously they make a lot of money, but like this guy's not like some sort of
No,
like
he's
oral.
not.
oral
I think
He's
he's
a
a
degree.
lawyer.
He's a lawyer.
isn't he?
He's
He's
a lawyer.
Oh, it's better.
He
But,
was
like,
taking
I
for
was like,
Sonky,
Even-
dog.
INSUP,
Yeah.
do you know who you're talking about?
I thought it was a dentist because this
No,
guy's like better teeth than anybody I've seen on the walk I've seen. But like, I was like, dude, this guy's like some sort of like oral prince or whatever. Man. Like, how is he donating like 3,000 like stone to a tournament?
He's
So-
a public defender. Can you imagine that guy defending you?
Oh man, I can say HRT if you seriously. That'd be amazing.
He just, Your Honor, I think he did it. He should go to jail though. But yeah, let me show you how to do a push-up.
Carson,
No.
your thoughts?
Yeah, what do we? Oh yeah, worth to change. I just wanted to ask, how did Lil DC? Because INSUP is talking about, you know, I haven't played him recently, of course. How did he feel when you played him? Was he improving? Because like I just remember him 6 months ago, like not even being on my radar as a player who was making an impact in EU. Did you feel that he was improving when you played against him?
I think I played Lil DC once on the Division ladder. Obviously, you know, he plays with a very low ping. I have like 130. But honestly, I felt like his micro was absolutely top notch. You know, like a kid did stuff. That's all I see, man. But honestly, like
Same
Upping
excuses.
Apartment, like I was looking at him, you know. But last time I saw him play was like against Cruncher in the Heroes Heart tournament, and Cruncher
Yeah. Destroyed him.
Cruncher destroyed him. I was like,
Yeah.
okay, like this guy's good, but like, he doesn't put much effort into the game. But then I don't know, like he's been playing a little bit more recently. And honestly, I was extremely impressed with his performance. Like I said, his micro is really good. When I played him personally, like, you know, I played Please, I played like Fog in tournaments, and I feel like his micro was actually like an edge above everyone else. Is he a better player than Foggy? I don't think so. But I feel like on the micro level, when it comes to like mechanics, I feel like he was actually definitely up there, man.
Todd, how did it feel for you when you played him?
Pretty shit. I got fucking destroyed, so it wasn't fun.
What about compared to 6 months ago? Big
No,
difference?
I always knew he was good, actually. He beats me regularly on ladder, and he has like a little bit unconventional strats. It's kind of hard to predict what he does, but I knew he was good. I was a little bit unsatisfied with how I played and with my attempts, though, I have
Right.
to say, but he played very well. Ark,
The one game I saw was
you froze, by the way,
these-
your cam. Okay, never mind.
Am
That's
I?
good. Yeah.
oh, okay. No, I'm just very still.
All right, drag.
Was DC versus Hawk on Amazonia, and I didn't watch it from the start. I came in like halfway into it or something, and it was a very weird strategy from DC. And so I was actually it was actually kind of an interesting strategy they did. He went for like mass archer into bears with like Demon Hunter Naga and maybe third hero. I'm not really sure, but I didn't follow the tournament very closely, but that was a pretty good game from him. And I don't know, he seemed to be outclassing Hawk in that series, and I guess it was 2-1, so it was pretty close still. But it's kind of surprising to see Hawk come back on the next day and like 2-0 him. I didn't see those games, but I just looked like a DC was on form like the first day, and so Hawk must have really went back and prepped, I guess, for the next day. But it's kind of nice to see those because like it kind of shows that the series or the tournament was very close. That someone who lost in the to someone else in the winners bracket, then they came back and kind of just won in the losers bracket. So I mean, it shows that the players are pretty close, and probably was a pretty good tournament. That's what I didn't really see very much.
Lado, did you watch?
I watched it on and off. I watched a few of the Lil DC games. I'm a Lil DC fan. I like his stream a lot. He's you know, it's funny you guys were talking about how his micro is out of this world. When you watch his streams, you know, sometimes when you watch Happy's stream or like even like some of the Asian players who have, you know, that 350 APM, even, you know, someone who's been playing this game for 15 years, you watch the screen and they're just fast as hell. They're super duper fast. For whatever reason, when I watch Lil DC, it's like he moves in slow motion, but he does everything right. His mechanics are just super solid with like what he needs to do and when he needs to do it. And another thing, another shout out to Lil DC is he'll do like these bizarre ass random strats and makes them work. And he usually does it just for fun when he's streaming, but then he like, as Todd was saying earlier, even when he's like in these try hard tournaments, he does these unconventional things. You know, it might be a slight shift from the meta, but still it's different than what you expect, and he makes it work. So yeah, it was a nice run from DC. The other thing that I wanted to comment on that wasn't brought up was the Xlord tweets that came out of this. Xlord was pissed about losing to Hawk, and then he was complaining about the undead nerfs, and then an hour later, Happy just absolutely smashed Hawk with undead.
Yeah.
So, and Xlord has been taking games off Happy, so it's not like he's that far below. So I just love the fact that Xlord lost, tweeted about the imbalance, and then an hour later just got completely smashed by another undead player. I thought that was really funny.
The difference with Xlord and Happy is that it felt like Happy every time there's a patch, because we get all the patches that goes to undead is because of Happy, right? And it felt like every time there's like a patch, it feels like Happy has a new build on the same day that the patch comes out. For example, when I watch Happy against, when I watch Xlord against Hawk, that was after the patch, when the Pitlord nerf, the peasant buff, and all those changes. And Xlord still try to play the same strat that he plays, right? With the DK, Lich, Pitlord, Fiend Destroy push. And he just ran his fucking DK, got surrounded a million times by Hog, and he's like, my fucking imbalance, you know what I mean? So like, I think he did play that good, but like, I feel like as well, like he just fucking plays the same shit. And you have a guy like Happy who like obviously plays the same strat, but it's like, okay, like the rods are nerfed, what can I do differently? And on the same day or a few days after the patch, he came against stop laughing. And then he played against Hawk in the final, and Happy was like, you know what? The rod got nerfed. It means I take more damage from the creep. How about I do a more aggressive tier 2 push with more fiends, backpack, statues, and I take a little bit later, and instead I go for a straight harass, I wake up the creep, I try to make Hawk creeping a bit harder early game, even though I don't creep level 2. And I mean, it worked just fine, like he absolutely crushed him 3-0. He fixed his build a little bit. And as the meta evolves right now, Happy has been changing his build. You see him more. Like I've seen him, make a Dark Ranger turret against Expo, which we've never seen before. Usually he just goes Pit Lord and he just pushes. Now I see him be a bit more passive sometimes. He makes a Dark Ranger on Echo Isles. He expands, he keeps the entire map. Like I said, he plays aggressive at tier 2. He makes Banshees, which were not really played on one base against expansion. So I feel like it's a big difference is that Xlord, like he was just playing the same shit and he lost. He instantly cry and balance, even though, obviously Yume is a lot stronger. And I don't blame him for saying that. But I think it was a bit like too early on blaming by balance. And so the guys like Happy was like, you know what? I'm going to change my build. I'm going to try to adapt to the meta. And that's what he did. And, he's been fixing his build. Recently, like I said, he gets Burrow. He gets like a lot of rods. He creeps a little bit more, makes an expansion. So I think that's a major difference between Xlord and Happy is that Happy adapts to changes. And Xlord might, I'm sure Xlord's going to adapt eventually. But and the same week of the nerves, I think we saw the difference between how much better Happy is compared to Xlord, just because of how quick they are adapt to the new changes.
It feels like host bots are right around the corner though, and then once they're here, like Floss, talked about it during those finals on Back to Warcraft. Once they're here, it should be much easier to play Europe against America mostly because of USE's host. Then again, with the Russians, I'm not exactly sure how much they would have and how much they'd be willing to play on this kind of host. But yeah. I think it will be better in any case. Do you guys think that once host boats are there, if they work well, these playoffs, they should be combining America and Europe? Or even, what about the ladder? Should the ladder be combined, or should we keep NA ladder and Europe ladder separate?
Ladder's separate for sure, but the tournament could be really hype. And if the Russians don't want to play because they have 100 ping versus 110, like whatever, man. Europe has such exactly. Europe has such a deep roster of great players at the moment that aren't all Russian like they were 5 years ago, or Ukrainian. There's so many great players in Europe at the moment. Like if they don't want to participate, whatever. Like we'll still have plenty of good games. We'll still have Xlord against Hitman. We'll have ToD against Cruncher. We'll have plenty of good games.
I don't mean it like that. I mean like for Russia. Like Russia is a pretty big country, and I think like in certain areas, I don't even know, like Moscow. Let's say on Miami host, Moscow could be like much higher than 110. Like, what if it's 130 and then deemed that not playable? I could
I
see an
used
argument
to-
to say
I used
why
to host for Happy, and he would go through like 8 hosts before he wanted to play back in Gara Cups. Like he would literally spend like 45 minutes going through hosts before he found one that was acceptable. But if you watched his stream, it was just like I don't think it was overly spiky, at least for him. I'm not sure how it is for the other Russian players. Yeah.
I think they're doing the host bots different than the way they're usually done, right? Because they're not going to do the East versus West. I think they're like actually looking at locations, and then they're going, okay, like they're going to have a ton of servers by the looks of it. Like they're going to say, okay, Todd, you're in Germany, in Munich or whatever, and Buddy's in Ohio. Right in the middle is like Uganda. That's going to be the server. Do you know what I mean? Like I think that's how they're doing it. I don't think they're just going like, oh, are you better on East or West? I think they're actually going to get like a ton of servers. And if they do that, then I mean, the community, I'll definitely chip in to keep those servers running. But we're going to have like the actual fairest distance for both players, fairest host for like the player and the player. And to be honest, with the player base being so small, you don't need that many servers. So I really think that I think it's going to be good if they do it that way. If they just do the East and West, then we're just going to still see the same old people going, well, you have 110 to 60. I'm not playing, unfair, imbalance, not playing. And then we're going to have that issue where we have to deal with LAN only and everything else doesn't matter, which is the way it feels right now to me. It feels kind of boring. It feels like right now I want to LAN. I want to see Hitman against Xlord. I want to see Hitman against Happy. I want to see Hitman against Infi. And I want to see INSUP against
ToD, the rematch.
yeah, I want to see it, but everyone always complains and they're like, I'm not a pro gamer at all, and I understand that 110 is different from 60, which is different from 30. But for sure it is. But we have to get somewhere, and I think if War 3 Champions, the way their host bots are going, I think they're going player to player, what's in the middle, bang, we're going to give you that server, and you're each going to have 70 and go. And if they do that, then let's rock and roll.
And so what format should the playoffs be if it's going to be combined? Do we take...
I think have your Europe champion, your NA champion. Obviously, you're going to have Asians in the mix if you have host bots, because the second, I think they're already trying to work with Infi, and they already got them down to 135 ping just with trials. So Asians will be on here too. So maybe have like an Asian ladder, Europe ladder, NA ladder. And then have the 2 champions come out, and then have a 6-man, or have 3. You can have 4 Asia, 2 Europe, 2 NA, and then have them together if you want more, because War 3 Champions more community. Then go like 6, 12, 18, and just put them all in a bracket, and then see what happens.
I would prefer that personally.
I would prefer that too. I think some of the regions are so tight, like with players that are so good. I think like in NA, you're gonna get the same old song and dance. No offense. Until you like add more slots. I think top 4, top 6 from NA would be better. Top 6 or 8. Yeah, top 4.
Yeah, but what if you take like a top 10, like like actually next season it's supposed to be 16 players from Europe. I'm pretty sure I heard that playing together in the brackets. What if instead of that, like in the future, if you can combine the regions, you take 10 players from Europe and then 10 from NA, 6 from NA, then you still got 16 players, and then they play in a bracket like this.
But we're talking about how to mix them with if hostbots come to, there will be Asians on here.
I don't know if they'd be willing necessarily to play in this.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think if
I think they want to.
I think if I'm Chinese and I live in Shanghai and I play on NetEase, I would prefer play with 20 ping against Lin and Fee Moon, and playing on the way champion with a bunch of like English speakers, and play with like 140 ping, maybe even more. Like we don't know how much it's gonna be.
They're bored too, man. They're bored too. They want a style.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't really see like. I just don't see like really like Asians coming to the way champion, because like they might be like like if they qualify, they might be able to play against Westerners with like 130 ping. I don't really see that happening. As far as like ToD suggested, he said it should be 10 Europe, 6 NA. Honestly, I'm just gonna say I think it would be better if it was like top 12 Europe. And the thing is that we have Cruncher and Hunter and myself sometimes play on Europe. I think let's say I make it top 12 Europe, like Grandmaster, which is pretty hard. Like take me from the Europe ladder and take maybe top 4 from NA. I feel like NA would not have enough like of a like depth player pool.
Oh, that'll get the tweets too, man. If INSUP takes like somebody's slot, like Cooper's slot or somebody, and then Cooper just loses his fucking mind. He goes, "Why is this guy on my server?"
I think it would be more likely, to be like, let's say Cruncher, because like Cruncher's like I think pretty hard Grandmaster. I think Cruncher can get the top 5 if he wants to, maybe even rank 1. So let's say you have that Cruncher who plays a lot on Europe. Let's say he gets like a top 12 on Europe, Grandmaster, and let's say I get like a top 2. Obviously, BB on Hitman because he plays 1,000 games a day, so I won't be rank 1 on NA. But let's say you have like rank 1 Hitman, let's say like a rank 2, rank 3 or me, and maybe you have Hark as a 3rd or 4th, and you have, let's say, I don't know, like Seiso, Duck, or Deuce or whatever. Then you take like top 4 NA, because NA obviously is not as good as Europe. So you take top 4 NA ladder, and you come out with top 12 Europe. But if top 12 Europe as, let's say, a Hunter who prefers to play on Europe because the competitive side is better, or you have Cruncher playing there, then just take whoever gets top 12. Just take the best of the best. It doesn't have to be region-wise. Just take whoever's best. If you have an Asian sneaking in there, take him. Like, you want to have the best tournament. It doesn't have to be, 12 Europe, 4 NA. No, just top 4.
I think if we have host spots,
if 3 Asian makes it top 4 NA, then so be it. Take the 3 Asians, man. You have the best players as possible. Then
Yumiko or something.
And if we have host spots, like I can't speak for him, but if we have host spots, I don't see Hitman. Hitman's gonna style on Europe. He's gonna go for rank 1 Europe, especially if the ping's good.
I mean,
he's not gonna wait until tournament time. Like
probably,
he would play on Europe right now if the ping was okay. So you're giving him good ping. He'll be not rank 1 in Europe.
Careful, Ricky. Don't misquote him again. Careful.
No, but I think he wants competition, and I think he thinks that NA is very boring. I don't think it's unfair to say. And that's why he plays on Netties when he can't find a game. But the only reason why he doesn't play Europe is because of ping. So if you fix the ping, you can get him 60, 70, 80 ping on Europe. He's good. I think he's going to grind that ladder. And then it gets really exciting. Host spots are what everyone's waiting for.
On the other hand, I think I talked with Grubby recently because my chat wanted me to have a rematch against him like for money. Because like last time we played best of 5, like he wanted to have a rematch. So I asked Grubby recently. I said, "You do want to have a rematch?" And he said that the old bots right now. He's from the Netherlands, right? I'm from Canada and the east side. And he said that he tested the bots, and then you can have pretty much close to 90 ping against 100, 110. You're up against NA, which is absolutely really good. But he's from like the Netherlands. Like Todd said earlier, or Carson, like would Happy be willing to play? I don't think so, because Happy is used to play with 50, 60 ping, and we all know like how good Happy's micro is and all the small details. like dodging burrow with against that snare, like those last second call and everything. So I think if a guy that's like Foggy or Sonic or Happy, they're from like more of the Eastern Europe side, they're gonna have maybe like 140, 150, maybe 160. Do you want to play against a guy like Hitman who's going to probably have 60, 70, 80 ping, where like their life literally depends on tournament's earnings, where you might have a loss and hurt your image at a Warcraft community? Like, do you really want to have that? I feel like the bots for NA against Europe is going to benefit more, Germans, French, Sweden against USA, Canada, rather than like more like Belarus, Ukraine, Russia, and all those places.
Agreed.
So I still think that guys like Happy, I'm honestly I'm 100% sure Happy is not going to play if he has more than 50 ping or 60 ping. But
it's for W2 champions to make rules about this. They need to figure out what are the fairest hosts. Maybe US East isn't it? Maybe they deem that US West against Russia just cannot happen because there is no way to get like a really good ping. But then it means those players cannot be in the same tournament. But hopefully that's not the case, and hopefully we can have those matches happen. But there's a chance where it's like hard to make happen.
At the end of the day, if we have, let's say, me or Hitman against Happy or Foggy, and you join the lobby, and let's say we have a 30 ping advantage or 40 ping or whatever, like, is it that much of a difference? Like, I feel like, there's like a limit where, it just becomes like people trying to be like divas and stuff. So I feel like, let's say we have like Hitman against Xlord, and the host is, let's say, New York, is like Hitman is like from the west side of the US, and Xlord is like across sea. I think Hitman's gonna have maybe like 20, 30 more ping, but like, are these players willing to do it? I hope so, So
there's also an issue of like back in the day when we had host bots, we had the exclamation ! Ping command. Is there any way to see your opponent's ping nowadays? Because there's the classic, clan war. You play against a Russian. I have 600 MS. Alt QQ leaves immediately.
Yeah.
Is there a way? Is there going to be a way with the host bots to see everyone in the lobby's ping? Because, or else, how do the admins make a decision, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
I think there is. I think I saw a screenshot or something once,
that's
maybe
important.
where it was shown, but I don't remember exactly. But otherwise, you ask people to take screenshots. That's what I did in the tag team. It was a fucking shit show with INSUP flaming the team.
We fucking won that shit though.
After fucking flaming and driving me crazy, like
we crushed that tournament, man.
Okay, so let's have a look at the.
I have two thoughts I wanted to add. So one thing was so if the host bots are as good as they say they are, I actually think they should combine the ladders. What we've seen is anytime you split the player base, you lose players, just because there's not as many. The wait times are longer and the games aren't as close. And if they get the host spots down to like, I don't know what the magic number is, below 130.
Okay. Actually, I just thought
or
about
something.
something. What about Oceania? What about these
Yeah,
formats?
I mean that's it's hard. There's
Who cares?
Fuck them.
whatever. Yeah, I mean, there's not a magic number, but my point is,
You say so.
someone brought it up that should we combine or keep them split? I actually think if the host spots are good, combine the ladders, put all the player base together, let Americans play against Europeans, et cetera, et cetera. Let Asians. I still don't think the Asians are going to hop on. I think it was Bidoux that said the Asians are going to play. There's no way the Asian players are still going to play.
They're
on
already
NetEase.
playing, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Well,
but
very
they
few of them.
treat it
Much.
the same way that people who play on W3C treat BattleNet. It's like,
I mean, they could not play, but there already are with shitty ping. Like, you fix the ping, I assume more would. It's not a weird thing to say that I think Asians are going to come over and try to style on us. I don't
Maybe
think it's a
Bidoux's
weird
gonna
thing to
milk
say.
them.
But they play like random and they play stupid strats for their stream. It's like when INSUP plays 4v4 with his viewers on BattleNet for fun. Like that's kind of how I see it. That's how they.
Well, when you get a following, Lado,
their
you
games
can
are
do
top
what
quality,
what
man.
you want too.
Hey, dude, my viewers are actually really good at the game, man. We're talking about their games
No.
are actually top notch.
My point is there's why would the Asians not play against the top 10 players in the world with the lowest ping possible to come play against crappy American and Euro players with a higher ping? It doesn't make sense.
If you remember Garrett Cups, plenty of Koreans played then. I'm not saying they're going to come to our ladder because of that, because they didn't play War 3 Arena. They just played the cups on there. But what we could have is more ESL cups could have like players like Focus, Lolliot possibly coming over, and we could actually have some challenges for Happy potentially. Maybe not the ladder itself, but I think the cups, the weekly cups, will be a lot more exciting.
That'd be really cool, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like that's going to be the biggest benefit. But I do kind of also agree with Lado in that, but for a different reason. And it's really hard to find consistent games on NA. And I mean, I feel like combining the player base would really help that aspect of it, that you'd still get really good games and you might have a little bit higher ping, but just having it combined would be nice. Cause like, you could still even do if you want to do 4 NA, 4 or 12 Europe, as long as you just put in what country you're from, and then you could just do it based off of that. If you really wanted to incorporate like other people. The downside is though, it's really nice to have like a tournament in our like region, like in our time slots and everything, just to, because it's for me as a viewer, I guess I can't really watch any of the weekend Europe stuff because that's like when I play usually, and so like I either don't play the game and watch it, or so like it's nice to have later in the day tournaments just to watch as well, even if you're not playing in it. But I mean, it's just like it's really hard to find games on NA unless you're searching at the same time that Sayso, INSUP, or Hitman are searching, or Deuce. Like apart from that, like you really don't match anyone. That's.
But there's many options, They could keep them separate and then take the top 2 of the European one and have them compete against the top 2 of the NA one. Like there's many things they can do for you to be interesting.
They could have an option. They could have a combined server, and you could have, because they have those check boxes right now. Don't play the same guy, for 8 games or whatever it is. They could have, just play people from my region if you wanted, but then you'd have to separate the stats, and then it would get really, really messy. So I don't know how you'd do that. That probably wouldn't work.
I think ultimately, if Ukrainians and Russians, like they don't want to play because of ping issues, because they have like 40 ping more than the Germans, I think we can still get like plenty of good matches. Like ultimately, you can just remove the Russians or anybody that's like Eastern Europe. You take the Germans, the French, like Sweden, and all like all those countries in the area. And you can get like a plenty of good matches still. You can have Side Crab against me, Hitman, Cruncher, Deuce, Arc, or Lado, whatever. I think you still have like a lot of options. So I think but it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Like Todd said, like Russia's a big country, so I think it's going to depend on like whoever is from. Like Shig, I think lives on like the fucking dead Siberia zone of Russia, so. I think for him, for example, it's gonna be really hard to play.
Even for Europe against NA, right? Like it should be fair. It should be back and forth, like changing hosts.
Oh
like,
yeah, for
depending on
sure.
so it's very hard, I think, for WT champions to get this exactly right. They're gonna have to come up with like some sick, I don't know, algorithm or whatever, like rules to make sure that it stays fair. If I play against NA players like all the time on NA server, I'm pretty sure that at some point I'm gonna be like, fuck this, like even if it's East every time, I would like to be able to get EU hosts against NA players also sometimes if they're East to keep it fair.
Yeah, but like the thing is like when you play on NA right now, like NA only has like a California server. Like we all know like California is like west of the US. It's like even more further from you. So if you play on NA, you have like 190, 200 ping, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying when there's gonna be an East server.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like if I play against somebody who's on the East Coast.
Yeah, you have like maybe 80 or 90, Like personally, I probably have like maybe 30, 40. And you from Germany, you probably have maybe 90, 100. Like
I think
ultimately,
it could
I know
be more.
like
I think it could be more.
Ultimately, like if there's a game 5, it's a best of 3 and it's 2-2, and everyone wins like on their own bots.
Bidoux, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, what the fuck, man? Jesus.
He's making it about himself like he does with everything. Go on, keep it.
Yeah, I'm saying like I can't get what you're saying, Todd, but I feel like it's not as big of like a difference. If you play with, let's say you play with like 100 ping, 90 against like 40, then what it is right now with you having 200 and me having, let's say, like 80 or whatever, So I think it won't be as bad. Like obviously ping will always be like it will never be perfect, right? Unless you have a fucking bot in the middle of like the Atlantic Sea, it will never be perfect. So I think some people will have to be like some compromises, and if you really think that 40 pings matter, like I don't know, I feel like
I just had
somewhere we'll never get anywhere with that,
Yeah, I just had one other thought with you saying that INSUP. What about initiating fake ping? So like it'll adjust the lower pings person up to the higher pings person, the higher person's ping rather.
Like old BNet.
Old BNet
basically. Terrible.
Yeah,
that sounds
but
terrible.
All right, just a thought.
I don't know about anything about the technology of this, but if that can be achieved, then I think they should balance Warcraft 3 first, maybe. So human against undead can be playable.
It's a good idea.
I think if we have the same thing, we should have the same fucking balance.
It seems like a good idea. It's just that like I would hate to like imagine like why would you force someone to play at a higher ping, I guess is like I would just hate playing the game at a higher ping.
Yeah,
So
but
it's just for for ladder purposes, I don't think you would do it, but for tournament purposes, when you're trying to level the playing field and you're talking about Euroverse, because Euroverse NA, there's a massive freaking ocean between us, so it's never going to be equal. In an ideal world, it's probably going to be 60 to 90 for one person and 120 to 150 for the other person is most likely going to be the scenario. And the host is either going to be US East or like very Western Europe, like Spain, Portugal, something like that. And that's like that's about as ideal as it can be. So the idea is, does it make it more fair? Instead of 90 versus 140, it's 140 versus 140.
Yeah, that's the way I think it's going to be. I think they're going to find like the most neutral like place in between both people, so you both have the same. So you both won't have 60. Maybe you will have the same though, like the 140, or if the regions are different, or maybe you both have 90, or maybe 170, depending on who's playing who. But I think they're going to look at player versus player, and they're going to have a ton of servers, and they're just going to, I don't know, figure it out. And I think that's going to be the case. I don't think everyone's going to get 50, but I think it'll be both are equal. And you guys both have the same. And I think like if you're playing it like that, then just do it.
But Bidoux, you have to understand there's a massive ocean between us. So unless you have a server in the middle of the ocean.
Lado, you don't understand. It's player versus player.
Okay, so like I know what you're saying. So if, for example, in between Florida and England is an ocean.
Yeah, sure.
So use like Africa.
Oh, I see.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you don't have to pinpoint to each other, but pinpoint somewhere else.
I got it. I was thinking
upper Canada. I don't know. It could be wherever the equal spot is.
Is it that easy though to have a server in
Congo?
Kidding, like obviously, we can have Canada against Oceania. You can have a fucking server in India or whatever, and fucking Congo or Chad or whatever. But dude,
If it's both 150, it's better than what we're doing now.
Server in Papua New Guinea.
It's that simple. Like, are you going to be like thousands of dollars like a server on the only computer that's running like in that area? Like, I don't know, man.
Oh, Christ.
Like, I just don't know, man. Like, it's
Guys, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, but that's an option.
I think, like, obviously, I know WChan are trying to do like the best that they can.
Has anyone reached out to Elon Musk?
Do they have that much budget to like put like a server exactly where?
I'm pretty sure a server in Papua New Guinea would be like, I don't know about that, man. I'm pretty sure servers are pretty cheap as they are now, and when we get into like the weird regions, they're going to be super cheap. So I imagine it's doable. It's going to cost money, yes, but not that much.
It could be hard, you know. Like right now, there's a big election happening, and apparently counting a bunch of ballots is very hard to do. So maybe the server thing is the same. Who knows?
Yeah, Nevada, people are sleeping in Nevada. I don't know what's going on right now, but let's not talk politics. Let's move on.
Let's take a look at the NA tournament here.
Dude.
So Deuce did really well, actually. He lost in the winner bracket to INSUP. INSUP beat Cruncher in the semifinals. That hadn't happened in a long time. I kept telling INSUP, take it seriously, practice. Then he finally takes it seriously and he wins. You're welcome, motherfucker.
Okay,
Didn't even thank me.
Yeah, you were waiting to flex that one on your show, right? Just make it out. Oh, thank you, Todd. Thank you, dude.
I mean, Todd, anyway, I'm not gonna lie. I think we all kind of have been saying this to INSUP for a while, so it's good. It's good that it happened. Go ahead, INSUP.
And by the way, Deuce beat Cruncher as well in the low bracket. That really surprised me. I would rate like Cruncher so far above Deuce personally. I thought he was never gonna lose to him.
Xlord, baby.
It's happened, yeah. Undead winning Europe and America immediately after the patch. Coincidence?
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, okay. Undead winning and like fucking 10 years on NA, right? Like, when's the last time like an Undead NA player won something? Like, just never happened. So I think taking one tournament out of the last 50 tournaments that happened, I think is a bad example. But I mean, if you want to take it as an example to like push your narrative of Undead being emblem forward and just fucking do it if you want, man.
Did you win
Z League?
Do it if you want, dude.
He's
yeah,
so
I'm triggered now. I'll see.
Did you win ZE League and sub?
What's up?
Did you win ZE League? Who won ZE League?
I won Z League because Cruncher and Hitman were not invited.
There you go.
That's why. No, but yeah, seriously, man. That like that tournament. I hate saying that because I feel like I'm just like repeating myself at this point, and Cruncher's probably gonna watch and just be like, "Man, INSUP's a fucking douchebag." He's always saying like, "I didn't play well in that tournament," but I feel like Cruncher didn't have his best performance in that tournament, and you know he beat us like 10 times before that in any other tournament, Dust League, DreamHack, you name it. So I think, you know, he had one performance that wasn't as best. He still got top 3, which is respectable. On my part, you know, I mean, I'll tell you what, man. Like I played Deuce and Washed Up League yesterday. I think I won 2-1, and it felt pretty satisfying because when I lost to him in the WWE Champion tournament, you know, I beat him 2-0 in the semifinal. I went to the final, and when I saw him beat Cruncher, I was like, man, I'd rather play Deuce in finals than playing Cruncher because Cruncher's always hard, right? But honestly, it was super late. It was like 2 a.m. I think Deuce was playing extremely good. I'm gonna try and take it away from him, and like I finished second place in that tournament. And I'll tell you what, man. It felt like I finished last of the tournament. Like I would like rather like finish third place and like finish last. I'm in second place against someone that I beat in the same tournament. It just felt, I don't know why, but like it didn't feel satisfying for me. If it was second place is obviously something pretty good. It didn't feel good for me, man. I don't know why, but like it just didn't feel right. Even though I know Deuce played really good, but it just felt weird for me. I'm not sure if you guys like have the same feeling of like if you ever like went far into a tournament.
Yeah, when I lost to you, I felt the same in Lado too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean
that's something I want to bring up too is a double limb bracket. Man, you lose a lot of stories here. If you just look at the upper bracket, it's like INSUP beats Cruncher, Deuce beats Arc, INSUP versus Deuce, go. And then you go into the lower bracket, like INSUP beats Deuce, and then it's like, or whatever, and then like the rematch, it's really hard to do like a rematch. You know what I mean? Like you go in with your strats in a big tournament and you get it done and you upset someone, and then the losers bracket, the most likely winner just takes it back. And it's so hard to do like back to back it, sometimes in the same day. The double limb is like, it hurts stories a lot because I think like the Deuce comeback in the lower bracket is a great story, but then it's like it's overshadowing the INSUP beating Cruncher for the first time in a long time in a best of.
And it's like, too.
And it's like because I think they don't spread out the games enough. There shouldn't be 2 games running at once, maybe. I don't know. Then again, most people have double monitors. I don't know. Personally, it doesn't bother me. I think like a lower bracket is essential. I was one of the guys that suggested it. I think it's
I agree.
better to
I
have
think
more
it's
games to have a second chance.
very hard. It's very like you have to almost go into the winner's side going, you know what, I'm gonna throw this series so that I can actually do my strats and knock him out in the finals. Like,
but one thing is that the guy who wins the winner bracket needs to have an advantage. That's fucking stupid. I've always hated it.
He should be a plus one.
I was gonna bring that up.
It's either the guy who wins the lower bracket has to win 2 best of 3s to win, or it's a best of 5 and there is a 1 map lead for the guy from the winner bracket. It's one or the other.
1-0 advantage. I agree with that 100%. The fact that they do nothing is very, very weird.
That's what WCA did. I think that's the last time they gave a winner bracket advantage was WCA 2015.
I dislike that very strongly.
There should be an advantage for not losing. I agree.
Okay, I have a strong opinion on this. Okay, so in Z League, back 6 months ago when Saints made a tournament, Cruncher and the men were invited. So it was the same thing, you know. I beat Hunter in the winner bracket. I went to the final. Hunter came back from the loser bracket. I went to the final. And honestly, I feel like obviously if you're like in a winner bracket and you haven't lost a single series the entire tournament and you go in final, you feel like you should have a second chance.
Like they stole it.
Because the guy in the loser bracket, he lost to you, but he has a chance to come back. But then the counter argument is,
I can't come back.
The guy had to play more series and he had to be, you know, he had to win like more games than you. So it should be equal in the final. And then you can argue that, oh, well, in the Warcraft scene, it has never been like this in the last fucking like 6 or 8 years. It's never been like, it's just the bracket was a bracket and final. It's the same in like Dota 2 and the international. If you go into the bracket, you go into the final, it's still 0-0. But obviously, you know, like being me, like I'm gonna say, maybe I deserve a little bit of an advantage. But I think it's kind of like controversial. So I heard someone ask Floss Twice Daily, like, why is it that way? And I didn't really like Floss Twice Daily's answer. I absolutely love the guy. He said that the reason why in those tournaments the winner and the finals to get an advantage is because it's to give more people a chance to beat Happy, because Happy always makes it to the final.
Yeah,
so if you get to the final, the best of 5, then Happy having a 1-0 obviously is going to make Happy
Stupid
even more
answer.
chance to win.
Yeah, that was
because of Happy, which has nothing to do with fucking NA, right? Because he's in a tournament. Then it is the way it is. Obviously, I'm not being salty. Obviously, if I had a 1-0 lead against Deuce, I would have technically still lost 3-2 because Deuce beat me 3-1. So I'm not trying to say like, oh, if I had a 1-0 advantage, I would have won. I still think, however, that the best way to do it, I don't think 2 best of 3 is the best way. I think make it a best of 7, make it 1-0 for whoever's in the winner bracket, and it's going to be 6 games at best because I think 7 games is very draining.
I don't like best of 7.
We're very used to see 5 games total in best of 5. I think a 6 game is not the end of the world. You might get like also a veto on top of that. Maybe give the loser or the winner like a veto. So I think BO7 give the winner bracket guy a 1-0 lead.
I feel like Lado has to go, and he's just honestly staring at the screen, waiting for us to shut the fuck up. Lado, do your thing. I feel so bad.
Diallo, man.
Do your thing, dude. Do your thing, man.
Let's do some shoutouts.
You're exactly right. I've actually been waiting to talk for like 15 minutes.
I'm just watching it. I'm howling.
How does it feel now?
No, it's fine.
Now you know how it feels when we're on the show with you and you're talking.
No, it's fine. It's fine. So I was going to actually pull up a tweet that I did on this exact comment. And I was going to bring this up before you even mentioned it, Todd, like before I went, just to give you something to talk about before I left. But yeah, Warcraft is like the only game in the world where the winner on the winner's side doesn't have an advantage. And I'm assuming it's this way across the board, but I've been active in like the fighting game community and even like the Hearthstone competitive community, and every other game treats, you know, the loser, you know, the person coming from winner's bracket gets to lose twice.
Yep.
And it's super duper weird to not make it that way.
Right now, like organizers that don't have that knowledge. That's all it is. Because if you actually broke it down and explained it to them, they would implement it. It's really just Warcraft 3 people just do their own thing. And if they knew what they're actually not doing, they would be like, oh, okay, I understand.
I'm going to link the tweet that I did because I was watching a tournament and I've thought this before and I never said anything. I don't know why, but hang on.
I just felt so bad. Right. I was like, if we don't stop talking, like this guy's never gonna go. Like dinner.
I know.
Well, and now like, we gave him a chance to go, and he's pulling his fucking Smash Bros history and tweets out of his ass.
Well, no, I actually think this is important. You know, sometimes
he just wants to flag that Grubby commented his post, and he's like, "Oh, bro." That's what he wants. You don't plug it in.
Is that the muted tweet?
Plug it in, dude. Plug it in, dude. We know Grubby commented your
I could
post,
care
dude.
less.
We get it,
I
man.
honestly could care less about Twitter. I almost never use Twitter, but no, I feel strongly about this. I feel strongly about this too. It's stupid. It really is. It's one of the things in the scene that's very, very stupid. It's wrong and it should change. There's no reason why it shouldn't change. And the fact that Floss answered and said we do that because of one particular player, that is as bullshit of an answer as bullshit gets. Like that's super. It's just not good.
I like Floss, but he doesn't understand what we're talking about. That's the problem. He doesn't understand. He's just giving an answer to give an answer, but he doesn't understand. I don't do that in Dust League specifically. I make the whole final quarterfinal single elimination. You do, you die. That's it. Because as soon as I have a lower bracket in Dust League, I have to do that, and it ruins it for me. So I just straight up say single elimination once you make the finals. Go fuck yourself. Do or die. Are you a bitch or are you a champion?
Yeah, but Bidoux, like, do you think? Yeah, but like. Yeah, but like Bidoux, like, do you think that maybe in the future you can maybe implement like exactly like a loser bracket, so like you have like more content, maybe like expand it to like maybe be like 3 days of like tournament games instead of like 2, and maybe you could be like one of the first to implement it. Like in the final, you get BO5 when only or BO7 like we talked earlier, maybe 2 best of 3. Maybe you can like just try it out, see how people like it, and just see how it goes. You know, like I think you know, like we're always like complaining, oh, like it should be like this. But like nobody does it. Like nobody tries to like push it forward.
In
So
Dota, they don't have this. This guy explained.
So like the way Dust League is, I don't see myself implementing it right now, just because of like a time crunch.
Like that.
It's a lot of time already invested to run a Dust League season, and extending that to even more best ofs would first of all, like we're partnering with Back to Warcraft. I can't be on the air that long. Sometimes they have shit going on like immediately after the event, or sometimes
Dust League gaming TV. Like you have your own Twitch channel. You can do it on your channel.
Dude, I like farming that Back to Warcraft cloud.
You like to farm that cloud? Yeah, no, but I don't know. Like I'm just saying, because like everyone's like always complaining about stuff. Like nothing gets changed. So,
no, but like my system is
forward?
the answer to that, because I think it one it would go too long, and then 2 I'd have to give it a winner advantage, it's just one map in the best of 5. Don't do best of 7 because I think that ruins the series. Best of 7 right now with a 7 map pool, the maps that usually get vetoed are just going to go to the favorites. Like I think best of 7 right now is horrible. Stick it to best of 5. Let people have their one veto. Let them play, but you'd have to go up 1-0 in a best of 5 if you didn't make it out. That would be my advantage, the way I would do it with DreamHack and stuff like that, War 3 champions. I wouldn't go to best of 7 and you have to win 2 best of 3s or something. No. Best of 5, the person coming out of the winner bracket gets that 1-0 advantage, which is huge. It is huge. And then and it's good enough. And that's what most people have done. And they need to fix that, especially for a losers bracket final. You have to have an advantage. If you just want to go single elimination, then do that, and no advantage. You just win out, you play out. But with the second you have a losers bracket, man, you have to have some form of advantage. That's why in Dust League qualifiers, I have a losers bracket, but when you make it to the finals, you're qualified. So you either get in the losers bracket and qualify, or you qualify. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think a big.
Okay, guys, I'm peacing.
Okay,
See
shout out,
guys.
Lado, good to see a big kiss.
Boom.
Shout out to just everyone in the NA scene. NA scene is fun, and even the Euro scene. Everyone that plays this game.
Shout out means where
general.
Can people follow you, you idiot? All right, go ahead.
Oh,
let him give his remarks.
You don't need to follow me. I don't care about follows. Yeah, you know where to find me. Twitch.tv/Lado's Lounge. Twitter.
Well,
I never use it. Don't follow me on Twitter. All right. Thanks, Todd. I'll see you guys around. Have a good one.
Bye, Lado.
Have a good day, mate. Take care.
See you guys.
I think a good starting point is really just like kind of taking what happened with DreamHack and how for the second season they started streaming that in non-reforged graphics, and that really just came about from a lot of people giving feedback to them. Sorry, my dogs are also in my room too, if you heard that.
No. Nope.
Okay. And so, I mean, W3C, we can give the feedback just on their Discord page. I'm sure that you guys all know like where to go for that. So, I mean, I think it just really comes down to just giving the people that are creating the tournaments the feedback for it. And they may not take it, but maybe after enough times of hearing it, maybe they'll try things out or try to change things. But like you can't necessarily expect them to change them just based off of it might be their first time running the tournament, so maybe that's the first time they hear about it. So I mean, I think it's just keeping an open mind and making sure that if they ask for feedback, that we give feedback to them of, hey, this is what we could do better, and maybe with enough people saying something that they'll try it out.
Try it out, man.
So what do you want, Ark, as a player? What do you want to see?
I think it makes sense to have like the best of 5 1 game advantage.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that only makes sense.
think so too.
Yep, I think that's fine, and that's the way most people do it. It's totally fine. And the only reason why War 3 Champions doesn't do it is probably because they just don't understand what we're saying. And if you explained it to them, they probably would. Floss is a
Yeah, but
reasonable
happy,
guy.
man. Like
We're
like-
gonna tell him
like,
to watch this
who's
show,
gonna
and
be
then he'll
happy?
hear our opinion.
No, that was a really dumb answer, and I think Floss just felt maybe under the gun, and he had to give an answer. And to be honest, it does make sense. If you give someone a 1-0 lead against Happy, how are they going to win? But it just
Yeah,
it was
I
it was
mean-
a bad answer. It's not the right answer.
Ultimately, you know, like, and European scene, like Happy's winning everything, so like you want to give like the people a show. So you obviously, like, if you're a caster and Happy starts with a 1-0 lead, it's boring because Happy's leading and he's going to win as usual. So as Happy's going to 3-0.
It'll
But
ruin,
on the
it'll
other hand,
ruin the finals.
if Happy start with 0-0 and you know the other guy wins a game here and there, it's a bit more like exciting. So the viewers are more into it. So I kind of get the point a little bit. I still think, like, overall, I don't think you should adjust your tournament because of one player being fucking too good. So, but that's just like my 2 cents on it. And I'm actually glad you guys agree with it. Maybe if you're from Europe, you know, you're probably like, hey, yeah, but Happy, bro, like, you know, when Happy, you want to see Happy lose, so don't give it an advantage. But like, just fucking ban Happy at this point of tournaments if you don't want him fucking winning shit.
Don't ban Happy.
Get better at the
Like, you
game.
know what I
How
mean?
about that? That's a
Get
good place to
better.
start.
Get fucking good,
Get
man.
better,
That's it.
dude. I will.
Get good.
Don't ban him. Don't bar him. That is so dumb. Just get better. You suck.
Get
That's
good.
why you lost. You're a loser. He's a champion. Okay, that's the way it always is.
All right, let's go to next tournament. It just happened last weekend. Let me pull up studio mode here. It is the
pull it up,
Stay-at-Home
man.
Story Cup, where 16 players were invited. That was organized by Back to Warcraft and cast on their channel as well. Sponsor was Take, and he was doing also a cast on his own channel in German with Taker. Juan and Ante were in the studio in Krefeld as well, so they were playing from their end casting games in German too. And it was pretty fun. Very laid-back style of casting. A lot of people joined in with Neo and Remo, and then just talked a lot of trash. Like we had some calls with like 6 people or something, just like complete shit show, just joking around. It was a fun time. Did you guys follow the entire tournament, and what did you think, INSUP?
Watched the entire thing. I didn't see Xlord against Tarzan. I know Tarzan has been like, I think he played Pally Rifle one game on easy. I think he pulled it off, and on the turn map against the Hills, he won with a standard acromatch play. So it was nice to see, you know, like the changes of human against undead. I think we saw, you know, with Tarzan being Xlord. As far as honestly, like for me, like the highlight of like the tournament was I think Blade losing trio to a Vortex was quite surprising. Blade, honestly, I think Vortex probably sip on that Moldavian wine a little bit too much before playing that series because, man, he threw that Archmage so often, like forward, and just kept losing it. So it was a bit of a surprise to see Blade lose like that because he's like such a good player. I think Vortex is really fucking good, and like 3-0 was definitely quite of an upset, even though like it's not a surprise that Vortex wins. I think 3-0, however, is definitely big. But for me, the biggest surprise of the tournament was Vortex pulling an absolute fight against Happy, putting Happy to the edge as we see sometimes. And I honestly, it kind of hurts me when I see Vortex like playing so good the entire series, and as soon as he's like 1 win away from winning, man, he starts like making these mistakes that the Happy sphere aura brings to you because he's been so dominant. You want to be the first guy to beat Happy, and 3 years and a half, the guy hasn't lost the best of 5 in 3 years and a half of playing in Europe, and you're always, you know, super close to getting it. And it saddens me because like I saw Vortex have such a good lead on last year's field. You killed a DK, surrounded it, and he ended up fighting even though the expo was up. He obviously did some mistake that everybody would make because he's playing against Happy. And then on Echo Wilds, Vortex, you know, he killed Happy's expo and a crippled mirror was his absolutely massive, especially in the early game. And Happy just went for an all-in. And it feels like Vortex just kind of stopped playing and he didn't play as well. And I promise you, if it wasn't Happy on the other side, and I'm saying Happy because of the way he plays, but just if you didn't know it was Happy because of the name Happy in front of him, I feel like Vortex would have absolutely crushed that series and just win like 3-1. So it was a bit sad to see Happy, you know, still end up winning, even though like I would have loved to see Vortex pull it off because I know he cares about the game, and I feel like he was definitely the guy that day to make the biggest upset in the last 4 years. So I'm really like impressed by Vortex's performance. I think people are like quick to say that best undead in Europe are happy in Xlord. I think with Vortex's performance in the Wii Champion tournament, I think we said Vortex definitely adapted well to the meta. He still plays the script lord. He beat Blade 3-0 while Xlord's struggling a bit more against human, and he lost to Torsen as well. So I think now we can argue that Vortex is definitely potentially the second best undead in Europe right now. With Xlord, of course. So it was definitely a very exciting tournament to see. It was nice to see people adapting to the new changes, and Volley's performance, man, I feel like it was the winner of the tournament for me. And I like to think that if it wasn't Happy in front of me, would have absolutely crushed Happy in that series. So yeah, it was pretty fun to follow overall, though.
What about the casting?
The casting. So I mean, like honestly, like. I like, when in DreamHack, they're being like more, serious, and then you have you on there and you're being like more professional and stuff. I absolutely love the absolute like casual approach. You're just drinking beer, like the friendly approach, like you're just having friends around a table, having beers and just like talking shit. I think it was really nice to see like different people like Xlord, Neutron, you on there. I think we had like our Ankis and a bunch of the guys as well. I actually love the cast. It was very like humoristic. Just people making jokes and having a beer and everything. So I think it's nice. I think it's great that we have these tournaments where the casters are like more acting like professionally and everything, and we have like this more casual, laid back tournament where the casters are being more having like a more like partying friendly approach to the game and just like talking shit and seeing what they think. So it was a bit sad to see like the chat sometimes being like, what is this cast, dude? Come on, man, be more professional. Like this guy is being offensive, whatever. Like, come on, man. Like, just chill. It's some story cut, man. It's nothing serious, dude. It's like made like a LAN center or like just people like just having a few drinks. Like, it doesn't have to be serious all the time. Like back to Warcraft, they've been having like serious casts for WCG, DreamHack, WGL in the last like 1 month and a half. Neo has been working like 10 hours a day. Remo as well. Like Todd has been there as well. Like, just chill, man. Like, it doesn't have to be serious all the time. And I don't know, like people are just being like soy boys and like crying all the time. So it was annoying to see. So I really love that we have like big channels like Back to Warcraft and like big Thursday community, like just being like more like chill and being like more normal than just being always like super serious type of casting. So it was nice to see, and I hope we see more of these. And the viewership was there as well for that type of casting. So I think it just shows that people absolutely love it. And just in like the few guys that just are crying on Reddit and crying in the Twitch chat for not being professional, whatever. Because personally, I absolutely love it as a viewer. And I'm quite sad that I wasn't feeling too well that weekend. I couldn't be part of it because I would have loved to be part of that. So, did everyone for Back to Warcraft for making this, and I hope we see more of this in the future, man.
Yeah, thanks to Tech for sponsoring it. Bidoux, how are you still hungry after all these sweets you ate earlier?
He calls this a
waiting for you
treat.
to call on him.
He calls this a tasty treat.
Those are just nice light treats. This is actual dinner. Am I going next?
Yeah, I feel like I wanted to ask you something while you were chewing, and you took the bait.
Yeah,
so
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Take another bite though first. Give me a good bite of that first.
What do you want? I got orange chicken. I got chow mein.
Okay, big scoop of chow mein.
Is that Panda Express?
Yeah, give me that. Yeah, put it in there. Yeah. Oh
chow mein,
my
that's like
god. All right, don't choke on stream,
you always
bro.
You were fucking snacking on Kit Kats. 5 minutes ago, you fucking eating noodles, man.
Get that down your gullet. Give me a good quack, and then answer Todd's question. All right.
My god.
In that order.
Honestly, I thought I'm not muted. I thought Home Story Cup was great. I think it's awesome. I love the chill vibe. Don't ever change that with Home Story Cup. The games were very good. Vortex, big story of Vortex. Maybe a little Sonic too. I think Sonic beating Thorzane was pretty good too. A lot of good stories there. Of course, we see the happy victory. I love the casting is the best part of Home Story Cup for me. The vibe and the environment is all that I really focus on. The games are great too, but there's a lot more personalities than the typical Warcraft 3 player knows, like the Grubbies and ToD's and Back to Warcraft. There's a lot more personalities on there that don't necessarily get the spotlight. Excuse me, I got hiccups. I'm eating. But I think the key for Home Story Cup is that they give those people a chance to come on and talk and give their opinion. And some of these guys are 1600 MMR, 900 MMR, all the way up to top, but they don't ever make it to the top 16. So it's a really cool vibe. It brings the community together, and that's what Home Story Cup has always been about. And it's fantastic. I was on there for a good 3 minutes, and I felt the vibe while I was on there, and then I was quickly removed. And yeah, it was great. I love it. And that's all. Thank you.
Carson?
Keep eating, you fat fuck.
Oh Jesus.
Keep slurping those noodles, man.
So I didn't see much of it at all. I casted the last game and a half of the finals of Happy against Foggy. Happy played kind of interesting in the finals, though. He played fast expansion. I guess that's where it's pointing out Happy kind of evolving into different strategies. I always felt against Night Elf that maybe INSUP, you can touch on this in Arc as well, probably. Fast Expo as the undead, DK Fast Expo against Elf was really the strongest option, but Happy always played just one base, sometimes ghouls, but mostly just Ted Fiends against Elf. And he's just always done that. But he did a couple of wacky strats. He did like Gargs on TM as well, which was kind of interesting. Very Unhappy-esque style play, but that's pretty much all I saw. I casted about a game and a half, and then I was out of there. But that was what stood out to me was Happy being a little off meta that day.
How come you guys didn't cast more, actually? I expected both of you, to be joining in for more.
It was pretty early for me, because for me it's like 4 p.m. right now, so the first games start around like 5 a.m. for me, and then the finals started at 10 a.m. So I woke up and I was like, I might be able to cast the last couple series, but then I wake up and it's already game 3 of the finals by the time I'm
Same thing happened to me. I found I was
early.
going to bed when the show started, and I was like, well, I'm gonna sleep like 8 hours, and then when I would wake up, the show would be over, or it'd be like on the last series, and me and Carson both were like, yo, let's try to jump on, because like every day just kept passing us by. And then we're like, let's just try to get in here in the last game, and it ended up being like literally the last game of the
And we were casting
tournament
that weekend as well, right? That was the same weekend as Dust League, so
yeah. So we had Dust League going on at night, Dust League on Friday, Saturday, and then the card on Sunday. So we were kind of busy too, but I definitely wanted to get on there more. But
you got kicked off 30 seconds in.
What did you do? What did you get kicked
What did you do?
He told Checky to step it up and play better because he needs to show all the Europeans how it's done because they all fucking suck.
Whoa,
I think that's a direct
What did you
quote.
get kicked for that?
Did you actually say that? What the fuck, man?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's pretty cool, man.
They didn't like it. I was just being me. I thought, honestly, I thought it was a chill vibe. So I walked in there with chill vibe mode, but they were in like grand finals of fucking WCG. And then they're like, hey, man, let other people talk, which I did. And then they kind of kicked me because I just, I don't know.
We also asked where Grubby was, too.
I wasn't
I don't know if they like that.
Whoa,
Wait.
Okay.
Where's
could talk and then you
Grubby?
immediately
Whoa, what the
interrupted
fuck?
them.
Okay, so
Yeah.
So back to Warcraft is casting. What are you casting exactly? Do we champion or do we CG?
No, it was the Home Story Cup.
Okay, so they're casting Home Story Cup, Remo Neo, like, and the chillest vibe. They're drunk as fuck, and they still manage to kick you out. Dude, come on, man.
They were very serious there, though. They were very serious at that moment.
Oh, really? Oh, dude, that's kind of crazy because, like, you know, like they had like Xlord on and Todd, and they were like,
yeah,
kept, like, I was
pissed, dude. I was actually
was
so
funny.
pissed. I was so pissed because I was like messaging Remo. I was like, why would you put me on if you don't want me to be me? And he was like, well, it's the grand final. It's supposed to be serious. And I'm like, okay, well, I didn't get that vibe the whole tournament. So they just wanted to be serious when I hopped in, I guess. And I don't know. And then I got kicked so fucking fast, and so it's unbelievable how fast they actually removed me from the call.
I didn't see that. That's kind of so. Like, are you like mad at Remo now? Like,
no, of course not. I don't give a shit.
Him and Remo are always mad at each other.
I think the finals is always supposed to be hype, even if it's a tournament where like you fucked around the entire time. Like Home Story, the finals always had that little bit of extra hype because it's the finals.
Yeah, but I didn't even get that vibe in game 1 and 2 of the finals. They were still chilling. Starshape's got that like you want to roll a blunt vibe going on, and I'm just like chilling, and then I hop in and fucking people didn't like that.
And then you ask where Grubby is. Your first question. What the fuck, man?
Where's Grubby?
Yeah,
it's Grubby.
That's kind of cringe. That's kind of cringe, but like, I mean, like the Grubby thing is kind of cringe, but like, I don't know, like, okay, so like, do you think Back to Warcraft kicked you because of the backlash they got on Reddit? Because they had like Todd on, and they don't want like people crying about balance. Because Xlord made a few, dude, like Xlord literally made like some pedophiles joke on stream, and the entire chat was like against him. And then you come in and you do like your stuff, and they kick you out.
I'm pretty sure if they wanted people that don't whine, I wouldn't be on.
I think they just wanted people to take the final seriously because it was the final, and that's fine. And I wasn't. But that wasn't the vibe that I got when I came on, and they wanted.
I mean,
actually, that's a good segue. That's something that I think we should talk about. Is that thread that Remo made, the first one. Well, let me find it.
Wait, what? The thread.
So like, how do you feel? Like, Xlord literally like made offensive like jokes. Personally, I don't care about the jokes he made. I think it's funny. But like, if he makes like offensive shit and you come in and you see your stuff, like, what do you think about that? Do you think you're being like more like treated in a different way? Because I don't know, like, because you're like maybe less friends with them than Xlord can be, or do you think it's just because it's been like 3 days they've been drinking in a row, and that 4th day they're casting, they maybe feel like more grumpy or something, and they feel like today we don't want like this fucking toxic vibe around us. I mean, maybe because of like the Reddit backlash that happened. Like, I just want to do like your real thoughts about it.
That's you, Bidoux.
That's you, Bidoux, dude.
What? Like,
I'm gonna hear his thoughts.
Maddie in the chat goes, I think Bidoux made a few too many jokes in the wrong moment, though it came across that they were kind of waiting for him to come on, be himself, and kick him out straight away anyway. That
for the meme value.
They farmed the meme, definitely, but I mean, they definitely hurt my feelings too at the same time, because I was getting like everyone's boys, and we're all boys just hanging out playing Warcraft 3.
I get
it. It is what it is. I mean, I was pissed at the time, but then I kind of got over it immediately because I think I had dinner at the time on the table, so I just started eating, and that makes me feel better. And then,
my lord,
I don't know, man. I'm okay. I'm over it. But I got the vibe the whole time that it was chill, and that's the kind of cast I like. You guys know me. I'm not like the fucking most analytical.
Yeah.
I was really looking forward to getting on that broadcast in particular because I feel like I would be perfect for it. And then I was me, and I got literally kicked. Like, everyone, you can make whatever jokes Xlord made or whatever. I got kicked for.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay. Anyway, so let's give some context first. So. 8 days ago, Remo made this thread saying on Reddit, guys, this constant balance whining and general negativity has really taken a toll. We need to turn the ship around. For a while now, but especially since the latest patch, many within the community have been complaining a lot. So much, in fact, that it seems to overshadow all other interaction. When I look in Twitch chat nowadays, so many people are whining. On Discord, everyone is complaining about the plight of their race and how unfair it all is. On Reddit, even when a fun meme is posted, 75% of the comments turn it into balance whining. It seems like we don't celebrate and enjoy fun things anymore. All that is visible is people being negative. This is corrosive. Our current vibe of communication is very unpleasant, and that is horrible for everyone currently within the community and for anybody who might want to join us. We need to find ways to make it better. First and foremost, I think we all need to look to ourselves for that. Everyone's contribution matters. Try to be nice, try to be positive, don't be toxic. I myself certainly don't always succeed in being so, but I mostly try to be. Balanced discussion should have a place in our community, but it shouldn't pose a sword, scepter, and throne. And secondly, harsher moderation might be required, whether it be here on Reddit, Discord, or in Twitch chats. If the users themselves cannot reduce their toxicity, then mods needs to intervene. I have decided to start timing people out in the Back to Warcraft chat for balance whining. This might be a harsh step, but I think it is desperately required to bring our community back from toxicity. Warcraft is our passion, our pleasure, a little bit, even our home. We all want to have it be pleasant, a pleasant place where people have fun interacting and are welcomed. Let's try to make this a better place together. Carson, take this first. What do you think?
Yeah.
I'm going to get kicked off the show as soon as I give my input, so go ahead, Carson.
Yeah, well, there's two sides to this, right? He's talking about people complaining about balance and then people being like more positive. I can dig the more positive side of things. Like, people shouldn't be toxic in Twitch chat. People especially shouldn't be backseating when people are playing, because a lot of these people, I love you Twitch chat, but a lot of these people have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Like, probably about 90% of them in the chat, and you're watching the streams and you enjoy it, and that's totally fine. But you know, if you're sitting in someone's stream who's playing the game and backseating, that's one of the most toxic and tilting things you can do to someone, especially when they're losing a game and you try to backseat and tell them how to play. So that's one side of it. And I feel like that's just basic social skills. that you should have learned when you were 5 years old and take that into a community such as Warcraft community where we're all adults. There's the other side of it, which is we're going to harshly moderate people that talk about balance in chat. I don't know, because like it's not just a Warcraft thing. Like I've played Valorant, I've played Counter-Strike, I've played lots of different games in the past, Team Fortress 2. People complain about balance in all of these games, Brood War, StarCraft 2. All of these games are constantly balance wine. It's not just a Warcraft thing. People do it all the time in every game, every competitive game, especially. People balance wine in chess about getting black, you know, and it even has a winning win rate as 51% win rate, black does. So people complain about everything in games. People complain when you play fucking Monopoly, but it's like you shouldn't be moderating people based on that. I think the toxicity and the basic social skills side of things should be moderated, because these people, if they're being idiots, they should be shown that they're being idiots and they should learn from that. But the balance side of things, I think, is always going to be a problem with gaming. And it's probably a loud minority, a lot of it too. Like on Reddit, like how many people actually make Reddit posts? I haven't made one for probably 5 years, except to promote tournaments. I don't know how many people in the community that actually have deep roots in the community are complaining about balance on Reddit. Like it's probably just 5 people that have no idea what they're doing for the most part.
But what about the people complaining about balance? Because there's a lot of those on Reddit.
Oh yeah, and well, a lot of the thing that's one side of things, but a lot of the like you can complain about them. I don't know if it's complaining, because there's a lot of people that make suggestions on Reddit. Like there was just one today, I forget what it was, but you know, people are just making outrageous suggestions on Reddit. Like I can't even think of some of them, but they're just unbelievably stupid suggestions. So I complaining about that's kind of funny, honestly, from someone who, you know, at least kind of plays the game. But you know, yeah, I guess that's it. Most of the Reddit things are just completely ridiculous. So I think we should just ignore Reddit for the most part, honestly.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad that we have to, but I think we should, because it's just a fucking cesspool.
What are we talking about moderation, or what are we talking about? Obviously, Remo's message is right. We should stop whining a little less and make the place of the world a better place.
But we're talking about their chat.
Yeah, that's what I think a lot of people are upset about, is that I think what Remo was targeting is that, you know, let's say, for example, like you watch any tournament nowadays, everybody that's winning happens to be playing a broken race, and everybody that's plays another race is going to whine about that race. And it doesn't even, like, it changed multiple times during the game as well. It's like anytime like Lynn's doing good against a human, you're going to see the humans being like, oh my god, look at how fucking broken Orc is. Yeah. And then suddenly Sock has like a sick comeback and he wins, and the Orcs are like, look at this. Like, human is fucking ridiculous against Orc. And it's just like this back and forth. It doesn't feel like too many discussions in the chat have a lot of substance. So I think that's the main thing that Back to Warcraft was really sick of, which I can understand. Like, I really thought also that as of late, every time somebody won a tournament, like a lot of credit were being taken away from them. But then I think what they didn't like some of the people in this, is that they think they should not be censored, first of all, but also I do quite a bit of casting with Back to Warcraft, and I'm one of the biggest whiners out there. And but I don't.
God, you did want to talk about this. Okay, then let's talk about it, Todd.
No,
let's make it.
No, but
you know how to play the game.
No, but
you know how to play the
even
game.
then, I don't whine when I'm on Back to Warcraft unless it's like a clear joke.
No, that's not the
exactly.
argument.
No,
that's not the argument. That's not the argument. The argument is that when
a lot of people mentioned that you didn't read the comments. Then there's quite a few people.
I have read the comments. Right, they're saying, "Why are you putting Todd on there?" That's what you want to get brought up.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You guys are gonna Remo. If you're gonna preach, be happy and don't whine, why do you have Todd on when he's the biggest whiner? That's what you're reading, right?
Yeah, that's what these guys are saying. That's what I'm answering to. If
you're not, and I told this to Remo Neo, like, you're not going to win this argument because
I'm not trying to win an argument. I'm trying to have a discussion about it.
I'm about to defend you. When you are on Back to Warcraft, if you do whine about balance, it is a clear meme for jokes. And everyone knows that. When you're on Back to Warcraft, you are totally professional. I enjoy when you're on Back to Warcraft. You're a completely different Todd than the Todd that we see on your own channel. That's fine. You're filtering yourself. I filter myself too.
That's not,
when I hate it.
That's not what those people are saying. They're saying that because I whine a lot on my channel, then I shouldn't be allowed on Back to Warcraft. They're saying that having you on in general means that they're encouraging it, which they have a point. Because sometimes, Todd, people can just look at you and see you on the show and think he's going to say some fucking shit about Undead right now, or he's going to say some shit about Crypt Lord.
That's the persona you've built, and you're not going to win this. And Back to Warcraft isn't going to win this.
I'm not trying to win an argument.
All
like,
that they can do. No, let me explain it.
I'm
explaining their side and our side. So
yeah, but you're saying that I'm trying to win an argument. I'm not. I'm starting a discussion about something. Like you.
Well, you seem Are you confused why people are saying that? What's the issue?
I'm not confused. I'm trying to explain the whole thing for people that haven't read this.
Like go ahead.
That are watching this on my YouTube and have no idea about any of this.
Go ahead.
So what I was explaining was that some people are bringing this up, saying that when I'm on Back to Warcraft, like I shouldn't be there because I win a lot on my personal channel and stuff.
Yep.
But also when I'm on Back to Warcraft, I don't complain about balance. So I was gonna ask you guys before you interrupted me, what do you guys think about this? I guess we got your opinion now, Bidoux. Like you.
Well, I haven't really given my opinion because you keep interrupting me. Can I give my opinion?
I think Bidoux was actually getting somewhere here, but I think you get a little bit like misunderstood. I think what Bidoux is saying is that in the Warcraft community, like obviously you're seen as a guy who's like complaining the most, as streamers, and that when you're on Back to Warcraft, even though me and Bidoux and carsoNNN are probably because we're like really invested into the scene, we know that when you're talking with Xlord and Xlord saying like, "Hey, bro, look at you, man, haha, fucking Ember," and you're saying like, "Yeah, but look at the crypto," and you're joking. Like I know that you're joking, but I think the like the casual viewers of Back to Warcraft will probably watch 2 hours of Warcraft a fucking week on weekends on Sundays because they have off work. They're watching you. Everything you say, they're going to take it like, "Oh, dude, he said that. Like it's not a joke. It's actually real." Because I've seen this Todd guy. He's always like saying this and that against Grubby. He's always complaining and everything. So I think what Bidoux is saying is that most people like don't take it in like a humoristic way, while people that are like playing the game like a lot, like me, Bidoux, and everyone else in the group right now, we see this as more of a humoristic way because of the way, because we know you, so we know like when you're serious and we know when you're joking. And we watch you all the time, so we kind of know like your personality a little bit, like when you're casting. So I guess this is where Bidoux is like trying to get with his argument. So I think he had a pretty good point here, but I think he get a bit misunderstood because
I got cut off. That's why.
Exactly. I think you
I got cut off.
I thought I was onto something really good.
Twitch chat doesn't really understand like right now, but I think this is what Bidoux meant, and I actually get his point to a specific way. So let me ask you this, Todd. Like, so do you think like what do you think about like people like trying to say that you're ruining the Back to Warcraft cast and that you're going against what they're tweeting recently about what you just read about the community being toxic and
I don't think they're actually listening to the cast if they're saying he's ruining the cast. They're just trying to make a fucking straw man, and then they're gonna have the cast muted. Like that's the most ridiculous thing ever. He's ruining the cast by being on there. He's a fucking tier 1 caster. Like what the fuck? This is the most ridiculous thing ever.
I think it's like a minority of like a few people. I don't think it's actually that many, but like they're like pretty vocal. They happen to be the vocal people, but I think they don't like me because I complain a lot about balance, and I can understand how that will rub some people the wrong way and how they would not want to watch my stuff, and they probably don't, and that's totally fine. But there's a big difference when I'm on Back to Warcraft. I don't complain. Now my question for you guys is that, do you think that they have a point in saying that maybe I shouldn't be on Back to Warcraft if they're going to moderate like this because I complain a lot on my channel? Personally, every time that I'm on Back to Warcraft, I'm casting DreamHack, I try to do the best possible cast that I can bring, and I try to remain very unbiased about balance and all of that. So for me, like, I totally should be casting, whether it's on Back to Warcraft or DreamHack, but I'm curious if you guys have like a different take or something.
I think the problem with you, Todd, is that you've been casting, like you've been streaming for Warcraft for like 4 or 5 years since you came back to the game. I think people have seen like the worst out of you because you flame Grubby, and then you have like these little skirmishes, and then you have these other skirmishes with other people. So I think people are more focusing on what they've seen from you, and every time they see online, they cannot think about Back to Warcraft. They cannot think about you as a caster, rather than and then you as a player. So when they see on Back to Warcraft, they're like, "Oh, this Todd guy, I've seen more of him being toxic." Rather than the professional Todd, which casts StarCraft 2, which most StarCraft 2 people have probably not seen because they don't watch StarCraft 2. So I think that it's kind of hard for the average viewer who, like I said, probably doesn't follow Warcraft as much as me and you do. So when they see you, they focus more onto that, like that one thing. Personally, I don't think you ruin the Back to Warcraft experience because, like I said earlier, I know when you're joking and I know when you're serious. And I do actually think when you're Back to Warcraft, you're trying your best and you're actually a really good caster, even when you're casting on your own channel. So I think that most people have a bad perspective on you because of what you've actually portrayed yourself on your own channel, which normally should represent you as your person because it's your own channel, right?
Yeah.
So I think this is what people perspective from you. But like I said, most people are mostly casuals. And I just want to say that also, like, Back to Warcraft trying to like moderate their 3, 4, 5,000 viewer channel. I think personally, I guess I'm not trying to tell Outrun to stream. Everyone wants to stream how they want to do it. It's their houses, right? I think that when you have this amount of viewership, it's kind of hard to like try to set rules like such as, oh, if you go by balance, we're going to time you out and we're going to ban you. Like, they can do it, and they're probably going to be as successful because they're really good at what they're doing. But I think that you go to any Twitch channel that has thousands of viewers, and there's always going to be trolls. There's always going to be people trying to ruin the casting or whatever the streamer is doing, whether it's just playing or casting. And I feel like when you're doing that, it can hurt you in the long run, and you just have to ignore those people. And I feel like on the long run, if you're trying to fight against the trolls, I feel like on the long run, it's just going to hurt you more than trying to win. But if you just ignore the trolls, like, there's always going to be a balance when, like Carson said, like CS:GO and Dota 2 and League of Legends. I've watched League of Legends like Worlds, recently, and there's been like 500,000 viewers, and people are crying about like champion being broken or the meta, whatever. And I feel like if you're trying to fight against that, I feel like it just hurts you in the end. And I feel like on the long run, it's going to hurt more Back to Warcraft than whatever it is. So I feel bad talk is just part of the game, and it's just what it is, man. I feel like they should probably just close the chat when they're casting and just try to focus on doing. Because I see Neo. But
they know that it affects the experience of every viewer. Do you agree with them that there was too much whining during tournaments about balance, or no?
But listen, man. Like, the thing is that as a viewer, you have the fucking choice to just fucking take out the chat if you're watching something. Like, sometimes I watch.
Yeah, but it's part of the experience, and many people want to have like a pleasant chat and stuff. And also, one thing about me is that I whine a shitload on my channel, but like I said, I never do it like on DreamHack or Back to Warcraft Cast, and also in other channels for a very long time. And sometimes it's really hard. Like, sometimes I see say so in the chat, like telling, hey guys, by the way, this human's doing well against this Sunday, and I'm fucking pulling my hair out at home, and I'm like,
I know.
I'm gonna break right now, like, but.
And this is why, like, me and you, like, we know that if I cry about balance, like, we talk about it just for, like, you don't like when I talk about human being able to chat, and it's the same for me when you're watching me. But like I said, I feel like, as a viewer, you have, like, the opportunity to, like, just take the chat away. And sometimes when the chat is being too annoying, I just close the chat. I just close it. And I just watch the game because I know the chat's going to trigger me because they're saying bullshit.
But I think many viewers consider the chat to be a part of the experience.
I think it hurts more to chat if you're trying to mute every single one for the experience, because you have like 10 mods on Back to Warcraft. So maybe like some of them are going to be more extremist than the others, and you get more people banned, and people are more focused on people being banned. Like, oh, this guy's being banned because he said that. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is wrong with Back to Warcraft? Like, they're just censoring everybody. So I feel like if you're trying to fight with your chat, it's going to be a lot worse than if you're just Remo and Neo and you're just focusing on your casting. You mute the chat and you focus on your casting. You do what you do. There's always going to be people crying. There's always going to, no matter how perfect you are, there's always going to be people crying and complaining about what's happening. Just focus on what you're doing, and it's going to be better than that. But like I said, I'm not trying to tell them what to do.
Wrap it up, dude.
I think it's what you should do, man. That's what it is.
Right.
Can I add to that point?
Okay,
can I really? Yeah, and then I'll let Ark talk. Just to add to that point, it's like first thing they want to sort of remove Todd because he complains on his stream sometimes. It's like, what's next? Like, you give them control of who the casters are, what the content is, what do they take away next, sort of thing. Is it like, oh, Carson's shitty, he's got 40% win rate on Bina, he can't cast anymore, he's not good enough. Bidoux doesn't know how to play, he can't cast anymore. Like, what's next? Like, oh, we can't have casters with a German accent or a French accent, we don't like that. Could you just have American accents? Like, what do you like? It's one thing, and then it's the next. They're always going to find something to complain about because that's just who these people are on the internet. At least I'm sure they're great people in real life, but there's always going to be something.
And some people brought up the Remo drunk. Where is the clip of Remo being all positive and not toxic, saying "fuck you, you fucking whining cunts" to all human players? Oh my god. But yeah, there was a lot of comment. Long Walk also chipped in there. Like, definitely one of the pretty exemplary people that we have in the scene. Long Walk, never balance whining pretty much ever. Always saying GT well played pretty much. Talks about it. He had written like a long text a while back too about this as well.
I like
Yeah, I
his
can understand.
sentence right there where it says, "Personally, from now on, I'll be saying GG well played every single time I lose a game for at least the next year."
Dude, I couldn't even do that for a day. What do you think about all this, Ark?
So I guess my take on this is that I think this is, I guess, when I first read this, I was just reading it as, okay, they're just letting everyone know that they're making a change to how their channel is, and like to kind of what INSUP was saying about how they could just close the chat. I think I'm sure they know that, and probably what works for them is that they want to still be reading the chat, and that's probably why they're getting to this point where they just want to let people know, and kind of that there was another post like right after the first day of Home Story Cup saying, yeah, we posted this right before Home Story Cup, but Home Story Cup was intended to have like our friends on, and we didn't want to tell them not to, like, we didn't want to filter what they were saying. So I mean, I guess I look at this as they just want to let people know, stop complaining about balance in their channel because they're getting annoyed by it, and so they're going to ban you if you do it. And so I mean, I think if you look at it from that perspective, it really doesn't make sense to say, hey, like, Todd, you can't cast on it because of what you do on your own channel, because obviously it's like, if you're being professional on their channel, that's what they're trying to portray. They're not saying that they expect you to on all of your own personal channels and or communications that you're not going to talk about balance. I mean, that's just, they don't want to see that while they're performing or doing their work. So I mean, I feel like it's two different things, where they're not saying that the community, like the Warcraft 3 community, just needs to be better. Well, I guess they are saying that, but I mean, I think they're specifically keeping it towards just their channel, I guess, is my take on it. And I really don't think it doesn't really feel like it's any different than it ever has been. I mean, I feel like I feel like it's just that maybe there's more avenues to have a lot of people talk about it. But I mean, people have been talking about balance since the game came out. I mean, other games always get talked about balance as well, but maybe in like a one-on-one game, maybe you hear about it more. But I don't know. I guess I didn't really think very much of the message as like, oh, I better start doing something different. It's just, I mean, don't be a jackass and
Well, in a
respect the rules.
one-on-one game, you feel the imbalance more, so you're more tilted to talk about it, because like in team games, the MMR forces you to have 50% win rate most times in Dota, League, Counter-Strike, Valorant, whatever. Whereas in Warcraft, you have a 5% win rate. It's not very forgiving, so people feel everything's imbalanced when they play it, I think is why RTS tends to be more balance wine heavy.
The thing that does bother me is people that just constantly talk about balance, but then are, I don't know. It's just like, if you constantly talk about balance, I feel like that you can't. How do I want to word this? Like, you can't expect people to respond positively, I guess, all the time to you if you're just like, every time that you win a game, it's not because that person was like just abusing a race. Like, it does get old after a while from certain people. Like there's like Paladin or something. Like, I'm thinking of like players like that. Like, you just complain about everything, and no one's gonna want to play a game, I guess, with you, because
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
Mhm.
there's certain people, I would say, that like are clear, clear, I guess, troublemakers as far as that goes. But also, if you're just like talking about balance in the chat, and then when there's a way of talking about balance, and then there's a way of discrediting wins by talking about balance, I guess. And so I think it's really about how you word it and how you come off, because the way you word it you can come off completely different than others.
Does it bother you if somebody complains to you in game more than if they do it on their stream? Because if they do it on their stream, technically you might not know about it,
Yeah.
or
It doesn't
do
really
you think-
matter to
you think
me,
it's
I
the
guess,
same?
one way or the other. I feel like it's the same, regardless of where you do it. I mean, it's the same.
I always watch the VODs
Everybody
like-
does.
every time.
It's
Yeah.
like because like people usually watch the VODs to like boost their ego, right? Like they bet you on Ladder, they're trying to watch the VOD, and they're trying to think you're going to like suck their dick because you're like, oh, this guy's so good, bro. You just beat me, but like, you just like end up crying about balance. Personally, I think it's not as worse when you're seeing on stream and as when you're seeing in game, because I feel like it's more indirect when you're streaming it. And if the guy wants to watch the VODs and you know he's going to be tilted and he's going to shit talk and it's up to you. Well, I think like in games it more like disrupts you and your gameplay as you're typing. So I don't think it's as bad personally. I don't know what other streamers in here think about it. I know Hawk said it's the same, but personally, I don't think it's the same. I think on stream is different than on stream. I mean, obviously, if you should talk somebody and you type it and you say it on the stream, I think it's the same. But I think if you're complaining about balance issues, I think that if in the middle of a fight you're saying like, motherfucker, you're playing like you fucking got this item or whatever, and you're like at some of advantage, I think it's way more bad matter than if you're just like complaining to viewers on stream rather than complaining to the player itself. I feel like it's different, but that's my 2 cents. I mean,
but everybody has a different opinion on that, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like
just like on
I
everything.
was saying my way's thing is the best, but I think everybody like Ark says it's the same for him. But I think for me and you, Todd, like obviously we like to complain, right? This item or this matchup or this map or whatever. So maybe
you know that bothers a lot of people. Like even just back to the lobby or whatever. It's like your celebration, but I know that there is some people they really, really dislike that. Like you do that.
Who?
Like, for example, I talked with Xlord one time, and he told me that like
really?
I had a more advanced version. It wasn't about you; it was about me. Like when I beat him, I said like, "Get the fuck out of my game" or something. To me, like it's like a celebration. Okay. I'm not saying it to him in person. I would never say that at an offline tournament. But online on my stream, it's just like a hype thing, where I just say that, and it's not intended for him. And if he hears it, it means that he went back and he watched the VODs, and it's like, why would he do that? So like I
think you can say whatever the fuck you want on your streams. Say whatever you want. Just respect the rules when you're in the chat of the streams.
Yeah, I know. But Xlord is not a streamer, for example. He streams like once a year, so I think there is a real he gets. Like one time, I actually played against Grubby. I was actually fine with Grubby. I actually think it was so good. But one time I played against Grubby, and it was a very tight match, and I was tilted because I got bad items, I got good items. And one time I called Nova as a 0 and I killed it right away. He had a TP. So on my stream, I said, get the fuck out of my screen, because I killed a 0. I'm not saying that because I hate Grubby. I actually like Grubby like as a player, as a person. And then I watched his VOD and I saw people in his chat being like, hey, you know what, dude? The fucking hat guy from Canada, dude, he said like, get the fuck out of my game. And Grubby was like,
because those are his cult followers, INSUP.
And Grubby was like, did he actually say that? I could feel he was triggered, but like I don't hate Grubby. It's just I'm a very emotional player, and Bidoux's the same, and Todd Arks Carson the same guy. But like when I play a game, I don't give a fuck if you're my mom, my friend, or someone I don't like. If I'm killing a hero, I'm going to say, get the fuck off my game. Do I hate you as a person? No. It's just on the hit of the moment. I love the fucking game, man. I'm emotional, and I feel like a lot of people. They don't get that shit. Same with Xlord, like you're saying, or Grubby. It's the same thing.
I think the problem too
is
like
if you go out of your way to watch a VOD. Oh, Bidoux, don't even give me that shit. Okay, you were talking for like 3.5 hours already. Okay, I sat here for 30 minutes while you were talking. So okay,
I've sat here for years while Bidoux's talked, man. I feel you.
So I mean, I think if you go out of your way to like watch a VOD and like get upset about it, I don't know. I think you're only bringing it upon yourself. Like if you don't want to get triggered by it, I mean, just don't watch the VOD. I mean, that's like, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Like Censor's one of the only guys that gets it. Like I bet against Seiso, he plays Cryptlord. I'm gonna see this fucking Cryptlord guy. But I love Seiso, man. He always subs to me. He's a good friend of mine. We share replays. We're good friends. But if I play Seiso and I lose to him, I know he's in the chat right now, I'm going to say this motherfucker, crippled abuser. Deep inside, I know he's a good player, but I think it's not everybody that gets it, and it's understandable because you're not close to everybody. But yeah, I think if you don't stream, you can get it.
Yeah, we should be separating what happens in the game, I think, to an extent, to what happens out of the game. Like I'll play Incinerator and be like, you fucking cheeser patchwork, exactly. Say that on my stream or whatever. But I like Incinerator is a great guy, and that happens all the time. I think we need to separate, especially what people say on their own streams from what they say in private. Because like Todd, I know you've never been toxic to me in private. I've never heard you be really overly toxic to anyone else in private other than like trolling. So same with you, INSUP. Like most things on stream are like not actually how you guys feel towards the people. It's just an in-game thing.
Like the thing about me is that I salt and I balance complain mostly after I lose games, and I have a fucking 80% win rate. So it's like a very little amount of the time, but I salt and whine a lot, and it really bothers and rubs some people the wrong way, and they like to make like a villain out of me or something. Anyway,
I mean, last time you were pretty rough with me.
Well, you deserve it.
Go, Rick.
when he's with you, I mean every word INSUP. Go ahead, Bidoux.
And I think, oh fuck me, dude. INSUP, go ahead, man.
Dude, okay, dude. Okay, so last time I played Todd and Ladder, and I'm very good friend with Todd right now. I beat Todd, and the last game he said, word for word, he said, the fact that you can beat me in Cruncher and the current meta means that the undead human matchup is absolutely fucked up. I don't know, like, honestly, like I said, man, like, you say that you're not always like personal, but like you're always like trying. You're always like low-key attacking. Yeah. You said like, oh, dude, like the fact that I lose to you, dude. And
no, but I didn't say that. Like you said that I said that I'm not personal or something.
No, but I I'm just saying, like I feel like sometimes you think that you're like not always like personal, but sometimes you're a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to cry in my fucking corner because of that. You know, I was saying like sometimes you're a little bit like rougher than you think you are. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Tough love. It's up.
Tough love, man. I'm gonna cry in my corner this tonight.
Okay, Bidoux, you look like you're dying. Like,
man, I wanted to talk like 20 minutes.
Sorry,
we've already gone way past the topic I even wanted to talk about. I was just wanted to look at it. We're talking about the are we still talking about the Reddit
Wait,
post
no, can I ask you, you can continue your point, but I want to ask you something, Ricky, because you get a lot of negativity. We're talking about negativity in Twitch chat, a lot of it.
Yeah,
and,
no, I get a lot.
You get a lot of it. So how does it impact you, and how much of it do you think you deserve? And because you talk a lot of shit to the chat as well.
I'm relating it. That's why I'm relating it to this Back to Warcraft Reddit post, because I understand how the chat can be overwhelming. So let me first say that this is like the first year, I think, that Remo and Neo are professional casters. They do this for a living full time. And when you put in this much time, like for example, Neo puts in a tremendous amount of time, Remo as well on the channel, all you're doing essentially is staying home and reading Twitch chat and interacting with the viewers. That's your life, the majority of their life, because they put in way too much time in a day. I'm sure they go outside, but it's probably very, very little. They're just always home. So I think it's the first time that they're actually INSUP. You're a full-time streamer. You become, your chat has an image in your head, right? I know Dust League chat has an image in my head. I get monster hands coming in there. I get people trolling me. I get and then you have like an image of what your chat is and what you want it to be. And I think Neo and Remo are probably just seeing a lot of negativity, and this is where this is coming from. Now, keep in mind, Back to Warcraft's chat does have a lot of negativity. So Remo's post is coming from a good point. It's coming from like, we look at the chat all the time, and this is what we're seeing, and they just want it to change. Now, going back to the Todd thing, like, there's a clear difference. Now, I know when people are trolling and when people are like unconsolably trolling me to the point where they cannot be turned, and you just have to ignore those people. Like Todd, in your case, there's a clear distinction between the Todd on his channel and the professional tier 1 caster that we all love. And that's what we see on DreamHack, and that's what we see in the main events. You deserve to be there. You should be there. You're great when you're on, and everyone, majority, 99% of people like you. The problem is you read the 1%, and the 1% are fucking morons, and you have to ignore them. And they won't go away, and their opinions won't change. And those are the morons on Reddit going, well, you have Todd on, so obviously you promote toxicity. Back to Warcraft will censor you, Todd. Can we agree on that? If you say some stupid shit and you mean it, if you try to act like Todd on his stream, Neo will message you and say, cut it off. You're not doing that. He's good at that. And he will censor you himself.
He's never needed to. So.
He's never needed to, and because you are professional and you deserve, like I said, going back there. However, you're reading the comments from the fucking morons that are inconsolable, that think, well, because you're aligning yourself with Todd, instantly you're aligning yourself with toxicity, not looking at the context of the quality you bring to the cast. And that's, ignore them. Ignore them. The majority of the people enjoy your content, enjoy your casting, and that's the whole point. You are locked reading this 1%, and you get tied into that. Same with Neo and Remo reading the 1% of people that complain about graphics, complain about balance. It's way more than 1%, but it's a lot of people. It's enough to make them make a Reddit post. But the point is, like, they're just learning how to govern their channel at a full-time rate, and they're seeing the chat all the time, and they don't like the way it's going. So that's my point. Todd, you're doing fine. And everything's good, man. And thank you for letting me get my point across.
Yeah, like for example, you know, like streamers like XQC, for example, he's got like 50, 60,000 viewers, right? And every time I go to Reddit, I see people making huge Reddit threads about XQC, you know, about people complaining about how he's toxic and he's like flaming viewers and subscribers and whatnot. Even though you go to his channel and he's like one of the most viewed streamer, you know. So I do think, you know, that obviously, like, I don't have like 1,000 viewers like Back to Warcraft, so I cannot speak for themselves. But you know, for me, for example, it's really easy to like focus on the negative, because when you're doing something right, you know, people are less going to tell you like, bro, I really love your stream, I watch you every day, blah blah. People are more going to like talk when they hate it, you know. Even people that love it, they're just going to watch you and they're going to show it and the viewership numbers, right? And like just telling you personally. But when someone hates it, just going to like to tell you right away. So, I mean, I'll do something new that, you know, we should all focus on like what's more like positive. And I think, you know, if you're like Todd or whatever, and you put like 600 to 1,000 to like 200 viewers, like a stream, I think it definitely means that you're doing something right. It's the same for everybody in the Warcraft community, you know. So, but I can tell you, you know, like let's say like for Bidoux, you know, I know that like for like before like the last 6 months you've been streaming on your own channel, right? You had like 100 viewers, sometimes 80, 150. So I know that when you're going on a bigger channel, like Back to Warcraft, where people used to see, you know, like Neo and Remo being like, most of the time, you know, like professional and doing like big analysis, you know, and being like very serious about what they're doing. Even though, like I said, and also Warcraft was really good anyway. But I think, you know, it can be like quite a bit of a change when you go from 100 viewers to like 500, 600, 700. And you used to have a chat who follows you on your main channel because they like you, they like who you are, so they watch you because they like you. And you're Back to Warcraft, and people, they see Back to Warcraft, like, oh shit, Back to Warcraft is online. They click on it, they're like, hey, that's not Neo and Remo. So they're going to be more.
Who's that red idiot?
They're going to like compare you more to like who they used to see, and like, man, this guy is like, he's not as serious as Back to Warcraft. He has a different humorous. He has a different sense of humor, and then this fucking mustache guy who looks like fucking Mario and Mario Odyssey, dude, you know. So you know, I think it's going to be like more like, because you're on someone else's channels, man. So
I think the key too is like, if you have 1,000 viewers, and you, as soon as somebody says something, like let's say I saw like, wow, Cryptlord's a good unit, like the chat will blow up based on what you say and react. And if you read like, and then you start just reading like balance wine, right? But it's really only like 6 people out of
remember
1,000.
when I called Happy a noob? The chat lost their fucking mind.
Like I said, like just in your Twitch chat, dude, like honestly, I've been streaming for like what, 3 years. I have like 200, like 150, 200 videos at my highest peak of the day, and like it's not much, but like I can't really tell from where I am right now that sometimes if I lose a few games in a row, I know my chat is going to be like, oh, INSUP, you're tilted today. You're having a bad day, dude.
That's
what
the
fuck?
worst, man. That's the worst.
That triggers me. What do? I just close the chat, dude. You know, I just close the chat. I used to permaban people, but I realized it's bad for my stream. And it's just part from like every streamers out there, you know. Imagine people that have like thousands of viewers. It's 100 times worse, you know.
So you don't permaban anyone anymore? Or?
Honestly, recently, like I actually had a phase where I used to permaban people like you do. But I've learned, like, I think you know, like, it's just part of learning. And what I say, I just like ban them for like a 24-hour, or I just
and you can tell if someone's being a shithead, but we read the chat.
Exactly,
if you're a piece of shit and you get banned, and then they unban you and you do it again, like, you're just gonna get banned. Like, I know when people are trolling, like, I get trashed on my streams, like absolutely trashed. But I know that people are joking, and I also know when people are being serious, and I just know they're morons. Like, just move on, watch the show at the end of it. Just watch the show, man.
Does it never get to you, Bidoux? Because I feel like you and I, we kind of have these personalities where we say what we think a lot, and it's not something that's like very often appreciate it because we're very blunt and brutal. And so like the
Yeah.
first time
I
that I had
think
an interaction with you, I told you like you made a really bad impression, and after that I just felt like giving you shit for the rest of your life. But these days, for sure I've noticed that a lot of people give you shit, and sometimes it's made me feel bad because I feel like for sure it's like
Yeah.
even if you ignore it like 99% of the time, if that 1% of the time it makes you feel really bad, then that's bad. You know, like I wouldn't want that, but and I'm pretty sure like that almost has to happen if you're having like a bad day. So I wonder if it ever like really gets to you, because sometimes it does feel like it's a lot.
It used to a lot because right when I first started on Back to Warcraft, I was so nervous and I was kind of getting like imposter syndrome because I'm like, yeah, Dust League's great, but like on the huge stage, this is like I'm not ready for this. This is like overwhelming. And then the chat was like super toxic, and I was like, oh fuck, I really don't belong here. And then I think like the way my personality is I'm very I egg it on and I want it. And if I didn't want it, I wouldn't have this personality. I would have like whatever. But I think for the most part, if people that I care about don't like it, for the most part, they'll tell me or they'll like talk about it. But at the end of the day, for me, I think what the stream is for me is entertainment. And I realize that you cannot get 100% of people to love you as much as my narcissistic personality would enjoy. You just can't. And it doesn't matter what you do, you just can't. So what I focus on is just entertainment. And I know there's people that hate me. I'm sure there's people that mute the stream and just watch the games. And that's just part of the business. I don't dwell on that. At the end of the day, the right people in my life message me or tell me in the chat and they say, this is great, thank you. And that's all enough for me. One person saying that they enjoy the show is enough for me. So I've just built like a strong, and then the shots I do take, they're just like banter that I enjoy. And I do enjoy to mix it up a little bit and have, you know, somebody say like, oh, you're looking redder than usual, or you're fucking fat as shit, bro. Sometimes it's entertainment for me too. So I've just built like thick skin, but I'm sure I know there's people that don't like me and they make that vocal in the chat and they mean it, and I know that. But the majority of the people I think do enjoy the show and they tell me, and it only takes one person for me. So
we've had this conversation, Ricky, in the past where like I told you that I think when we first started doing Dust League, Back to Warcraft, I was like, if I got the same amount of shit that you got in the chat and from people in general, I would probably be gone. I'd be out of the community.
Yeah, he messaged me and he's like, bro, the shit you take, I'd be gone. I don't know. I
wouldn't be in the game anymore. Man.
Yeah, it's brutal. It was brutal sometimes, yeah.
But it's like that's another thing of like the social cues sort of thing. Like people can understand that you like you say, Ricky, all the time, you can dish it and you can take it sort of thing. So like being able to realize like a socialized human being that, oh, this guy makes fun of himself. He's, you know, he jokes a lot. He's a funny guy. He also talks shit to people. I can push a little bit and joke with him as well. But the other guy who's more like reserved, maybe we shouldn't shit on him constantly sort of thing. It's just a social cue thing of not being an asshole in a chat for content that's given to you guys for free, you know.
And Warcraft 3 is very like elitist. Like I find a lot of people, until they've gotten used to like the Dust League style of like the show it's very different from like a Back to Warcraft show where it's very professional, very structured. Dust League sometimes goes off the rail, and that's what I wanted to do my own thing. I kind of want to break the wheel, if that makes sense, and just do my own show. I didn't want to be like everyone else. And I think that's what turned people off too, and I knew that was going to come. But I think I deal with it fine, Todd, because I know that the right people. I only need to listen to the right people for me are like a select few people. Like there are dedicated people in my chat that I fucking love when they tune in. Some of them are tuning in right now. Like Ken Kib, like Couracious, Peanut Butter Pancakes, all these good dudes. Like if it just
all
takes
the
like one
trolls, really.
It takes
I'm just
one.
kidding.
It's fucking Couracious guy, motherfucking
man. It takes one good dude in my chat. Like these are good dudes, man. Grinchy, man. What's up, man? It takes one good dude to like make everything worth it. And then as soon as I see one, it's like the show's on, baby, let's go. And that's all that I'm at. And if people want to talk shit, like even like I'm sure I've been roasted by Peanut Butter Pancakes sometimes, but like that's the environment. That's you know, dish it out if you want. But yeah, I mean, I dish it back too. So Todd, I think like we are the same in that, where we have like conflicting personalities, where we're not going to be loved like Neo. We're not just going to be permanently loved, and that's fine. But find a way to figure out what you're doing it for, and then it'll be worth it to you. And just ignore the haters and know that you cannot change everybody. I think you're trying to change everybody and make them 100% love you, and it will not happen.
Me?
Yeah.
I absolutely agree, man. Yo, Todd, I actually wanted to ask you this, man. So, you know, like,
Actually,
your pro gaming career. What's up?
one sec. I just want to mention the other part of the post because we talked about the first post from Remo, but
Yeah,
there was
yeah.
a second one. After that, you can go back to your thing.
Actually, yeah.
So Remo made a follow-up post saying, despite what's been going on the stream, I still meant what I said because there was a lot of whining and jokes happening during Stay-at-Home Story Cup. But the moderation was still in effect, I believe. Maybe, somewhat. I'm not sure, actually. I think like what happened was that like when I was casting, some people made personal attacks as they would for me usually, and then they got timed out, and they really didn't like that I was on, and they were getting timed out, even though I was making jokes sometimes about balance, which maybe they didn't understand. Anyway, as many of you remember, a few days ago I made a post trying to make us all take a look at ourselves and asking to turn the ship around concerning balance waning and general negativity in the community. Those words may seem a little hypocritical now when you take a look at our broadcast for Sit-at-Home Story Cup this weekend, because our guests that we've been having on, there certainly have been lots of balance whining, and while I cannot say that is my preferred topic of conversation, it's what keeps getting brought up. Especially Xlord and Todd rarely miss out on an opportunity to point out unjust weaknesses, and while I would like it more if we just had fun and didn't focus so much on balance, seems like everyone keeps steering in that direction. But as much as I would like to see it differently, the one thing I certainly cannot do is tell my friends what they should and shouldn't talk about. Home Story Cup is all about people hanging out, talking, and certainly also talking shit. The guard is down, the drinks are imbibed. The PC mode is temporarily turned off. For occasions like these, there should be no filter. Say what you want, be how you want, enjoy the chaos. So my view is, I still very much think that it is important that we work on being more positive and less toxic in our community. But this one weekend right now is an exception, and until Monday, all bets are off. I do get that is not extremely consistent, but that's how I see it, I suppose.
So I feel like that kind of just reinforces that it's really just they're trying to like say what they don't want to read from their chat, and it's like that like I think Carson said it or someone said it that they're providing basically free content for us. So I mean they can really act however they want to, really. I mean and it's up to them how they want the chat to look while they're trying to, entertain everyone. So I mean, I guess I really don't even see any issue with what happened with Home Story Cup versus what they're saying, just because I mean that was kind of the way that I took it originally, but I mean there's always going to be people that take it differently. But I mean I completely understand also, like I don't really handle very well of just like people like saying stupid shit, and it's like it's not something that I can easily ignore either. So it's like I feel like the streams that I do, I mean I'm only like 20 to 100 viewers at most, so it's like completely different scale, and even I can't even handle that. So I mean I'm
so
sure
what do
it's
you
like
do you timeouts?
Oh, I just stopped streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, Reset was saying in the chat also he had a hard time with it.
Can't really turn off the stream mark when you're doing the start timer, and it's at 5 minutes till the show starts, and you're already getting roasted about graphics and what are the graphics gonna be? And is the Cripplord just gonna dominate? Oh, undead over performance. But I think like that's so the something I need to like maybe talk to Back to Warcraft about is this community, like the people that are mentioning this are the same people that are helped growing their channel, and they really have to start segregating it. Sometimes it is way too much. I 100% agree. Sometimes I'll just watch a Back to Warcraft chat, and it's very different from Dust League, which is really weird. Maybe it's the time, maybe it's the people watching, but sometimes it's like, I can't even read the chat right now because this is just garbage. And then it's like, sometimes it's very good. And I think, I don't know what kind of censorship they need to do. They need to just point out individual people that are being toxic and just time them out. I think they need to look at it case by case. Don't censor words. Don't censor whatever.
Yeah, their auto mod is rough.
Yeah,
their auto mod is
because
fucked up.
sometimes people are actually saying, "Oh, the graphics look really good." Reforge has fixed their graphics; they actually look watchable. But they said graphics, so they're timed out, and it's like,
yeah,
you
but you
gotta be able to have
really.
discussion.
Yeah.
I think
no
like
one's saying that in not jokingly.
No, but I mean, some people have. I've seen some people say like, "Oh, the graphics have really changed."
So you think
but
it's wrong to like ban people for graphics?
I think it's wrong to ban people for talking.
So?
They should ban people based on the context of what they're saying.
I mean,
Yeah,
ultimately, but like ultimately, like they've been streaming for like what, like 6 to 8 years, 10 years maybe. So I think like even though like they do ban these people that cry about graphic, like they still pull better viewership every single month. So I think ultimately, like they might be censoring people that maybe you feel they shouldn't be censored, but I think they're still doing a good job. Like at the end of the day, Warcraft community is different from League of Legends and Dota 2 and Hearthstone or whatever, because the community is a bit older. So maybe that community wants these people to be a little bit more censored, rather than if you're in League of Legends chat and someone says something offensive and one guy gets banned, everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, why is this guy getting banned?"
You can't look at it like that. The game is Reforged came out with new graphics.
Yeah, but
people can
I know,
talk about
it's almost like a free speech discussion, right? Where
It's
everybody
like-
disagrees what free speech is.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, like it's their house, like people cry about Todd banning people because like they actually don't feel like they should be banned from their chat. But I think like back to Warcraft, at the end of the day, like they still ban whoever they want, and
they'll do whatever they want. And we're just having a discussion about it.
Maybe maybe some people feel that like they shouldn't ban this guy for saying that, whatever. But I think they know what's best for their community and what their chat wants.
And so, do you have mod in their chat? I actually don't know. I'm just wondering.
I should think that they're doing overall like a good job, So
do you have mod in their chat?
Me, no, I don't.
Okay, because I'm just saying, because when I'm watching their stream, I have mod in their chat. When I see everything that gets banned and the messages that are actually getting auto banned, and sometimes banned by moderators, but not often, but the amount of auto bans they have, even on Dust League with 1,000 viewers, it's like 10 to 12 people banned every minute for saying stuff that is not offensive at all the time. So I think that might be why people are complaining on Reddit, because they think they're getting timed out by mods, but really they're getting timed out by, I think, a poorly executed bot.
I mean, one guy got timed out. One guy got timed out in Dust League for the color of blue, like the lighter blue was different, or darker blue, and the one guy was like, I really like the dark blue color, and he got timed out because you can't say color. Like they're just like, they've auto modded so many words that you can't even have a discussion. And me and Carson look, and we talk about this a lot. We're looking at, like, I'll even during my show be like, oh, you got timed out for that, sorry man, it's just
we have to apologize to people when we stream on Back to Warcraft.
Like we're like, dude, sorry
constantly.
Man. And I'll like ask someone, like I'll be talking to my chat, and then he'll say something, he gets timed out. I'm like, sorry, man, that was an auto mod. Like, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry, you'll come back in a minute. Sorry, man. Like, it's it is shitty.
Have you tried to talk to them?
Okay, so like, do you guys like to stream? Because like, for me, it feels like Ruben and Neo are being very kind to give you guys a channel, because you guys originally stream on Dust League, which has 80 to 150 viewers, maybe 200 if it's him against Cruncher.
But I think they're happy about that. But it's just the chat part that they are talking about.
So like, it feels like you guys are like criticizing a lot about what you're doing, and
I think that's aside from the point.
But like, don't you guys like appreciate more like obviously if someone's like,
hey, hold on. Yeah, we appreciate what Back to Warcraft.
No, we're giving an explanation as to why people may be complaining on Reddit about there being lots of bans in their chat, because we have mod, we can see the bans in their chat.
But like the ways that you guys are explaining, it feels like you guys are like affected by it. It feels like when you are yourself like casting, it feels like you almost get affected by it.
Well, I'm not in control, right?
That's why I see it, Yeah, I know.
I'm not in control because I got my friends getting timed out. When sometimes they might say, I was watching WCG and I actually like the way the graphics are looking, but you say graphics and you're timed out.
But I already did say earlier, whatever rules you want to have in your stream, you can have, and you can implement them and you can enforce them. That's totally up to the streamer.
And also INSUP, I've also agree, like I accept that, because I'm moving my show onto the Back to Warcraft platform, so whatever their rules are, I am not changing. I respect Neo's structure that he's built. I might suggest some things, but I don't necessarily want to change them, because for reasons that maybe I don't understand, though there's a reason why they're implemented in the first place. Obviously they ban graphics talk because they're sick of listening to graphics talk in their chat. Like, and I don't know the scale, because I don't spend 11 hours casting a broadcast where it's just graphics this, change them. I would get sick of it too. Like, they're always on and they're always working. So I don't know the scale, but I respect their rules and I appreciate them. But it's worth discussing that, maybe their moderation is a little bit too tight. That's an argument, but it's also not like it's not my case to make them change it.
Yeah.
But we're also talking about them saying a Reddit post where it's like, we need to be nicer to people. And then where were we? I mean, they kind of have like a bot just going ham sandwich when you say any word you want. So
yeah, but okay. I want to play devil's advocate. I can understand how it would rub some people the wrong way. That's you get auto timed out for graphics, especially because as a viewer, sometimes I watch games and I have the urge to write about how fucking dog shit those graphics are, and I can't see fucking anything. But on the other side, I watch a lot of Back to Warcraft. I don't think there's many people that will have more channel points than me. Like, I'm sure you guys watch it a lot too. I've seen so much complaining about graphics. I can understand how Neo and Remo would be so fucking fed up with it. And I've had this with some things
Absolutely.
as well. Like, if people like keep mentioning a certain streamer on my stream, like I've been fed up sometimes and I ban his name from the chat because I was so fucking sick of reading it all the time and people trying to stir drama and asking about it. So I can understand their point of view on that, but I can also understand yours where if some people that didn't know about this wanted to compliment the graphics or whatever, or say like it was more watchable now and then they got timed out, it sucks. But that's why supposedly there should be a system in place, right? It should be in the rules, or like when the mod times you out, it should say no mention of the graphics because of this reason, because it comes up too much, because it's too negative a lot of the time.
Yeah,
So
make rules a command in the title so people understand or something. I don't know. Maybe people won't even check it anyway. I don't know. I don't know how you do it.
But if you say that you haven't spoken to them about it, that I don't understand, because if it's something that you brought up, then that's something that you've thought about. So you could have just imagine you message Neo tomorrow and
Exactly,
he's like, "Oh yeah,
that's
you're
what I'm
absolutely
saying.
right. I could have added the comment," and then he does it. It's like,
Say that, but for the most part, I'll apologize on stream, and the guy that got timed out's like, "No worries, brother." You know, I haven't had an issue where it's like affected the broadcast or affected the show. I'm just talking about like individual examples. They're also very few, but I'm just talking about individual examples where sometimes like I'll be talking to a viewer and they'll be replying in my chat and they get timed out. And I'm like, "Oh, sorry, man, that wasn't me." And sometimes they'll come back and be like, "Oh, you timed me out." I'm like, "No, it wasn't me, dude. Like it wasn't us. Like it was the auto."
Well, yeah, and to clarify, we're not saying this is like a problem, or at least I'm not. I think Bidoux's on the same page as me. We're not saying this is a problem. We're just, there was a question posed that there was arguments against Remo's Reddit post, and this may be a reason as to why there's arguments against Remo's Reddit post. You know, but like, you know, they can do whatever they want. Their rules and their moderation can be whatever they want it to be, and it's totally up to them at the end of the day.
And they can totally tell us to go fuck ourselves. 100%.
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's totally fine, and that's fine. Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people complain about just getting banned in channels and stuff too. And I think one thing a lot of people don't understand too is that like you might see nothing wrong with like your one comment, but then when you take into account, like for instance, let's say you have 500 viewers or something, like you're only writing one comment and the person who's receiving the comment is only reading like maybe 15 comments saying the exact same thing. So it gets really old really fast too, which is kind of like what you were saying, Todd, about how you don't want to hear any more about this one particular streamer. So you put that as like a deleted word or something.
yeah.
And they're also at such a huge scale that 3,000 people, man, one guy comes in at 9 o'clock and says, "Hey, why are the graphics classic?" And then 9:03, someone else tunes in, "Why are the graphics?" Like you're answering the same question over and 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 over again. And I can see how they're starting to get, like, that's the thing. I think they're just annoyed. You know, that's why they have this moderation in place and all that stuff. Nice and a seat plug. Look at that. He spun the chair around when he leaves. And a seat getting a dirty plug on the Todd podcast right now. And also, Anda, I'm actually looking for a new chair myself. If Anda's watching right now, I'll take a Anda seat chair, ergonomic chair if you want. I'll plug it on my stream as well. But
I'm gonna mute this fucker in a sec.
Go ahead.
Moderate your channel. The people speaking on your channel.
God damn.
So I do actually have to jump off.
Okay, shout outs.
Thank you for having me, Todd. Thanks for everyone else, Carson, Bidoux, INSUP, Lado as well, even though he's gone. Check out Woo League later today. I'll be playing against Raven Draenor.
What time?
So cheer me on. In an hour and a half from now is when I'm supposed to be playing. So I think they're probably streaming it. Well, it doesn't look like he's live right now, but it should be going live here soon.
Okay. You forgot to shout your wife out as well.
Shout out to Pink Poop. She's not on the channel though. I think she's watching Gilmore Girls. So
nice. Thanks for coming on and listening to me.
Do you want people to follow you somewhere?
Check out my Twitch, ArcRS or Arc_RS, and my Twitter, Arc_Warcraft3. I don't do many tweets or anything, but you can also check out my Learning Night Elf YouTube series.
Pog.
There we go.
So
that's
YouTube?
/ you know what? It's either Arc_RS or Arc_Warcraft3. So Let me give me 1 second.
Solid plug.
It is arc
linked
underscore
it.
RS. So check that out. It's been a
Alright.
little while since I've posted video. It's because I don't know how to edit it anymore because my program is like acting all up. So
Yeah.
maybe new episodes to come. So thanks for having me.
All right, thank you, bro. Good luck in Wulig and see you
Have a good
later.
one, man.
Thank you.
Take care.
Now it gets heated.
Yeah,
Alright,
this is where it
guys.
fucking goes really good. Here.
let's go
More real
off the
shit.
rails.
I got a big one coming up. I need to
All
ask
right.
you
Go
guys
for it.
something. Well, let me fix the camera first.
All right.
Now that we got the resident sleepers
So
off the
before you-
show, let's go.
So before you ask you like what you were saying, Todd, I was like about to ask like an hour ago before like the subject got changed. I was gonna say like we're actually talking about like Twitch chat affecting us and all that. So I just want to tell you like like and your younger Warcraft days like people were making fun of your nose and all that. So like how did you like as a streamer and like a professional caster like how did you like overcome that? Like streaming every day and like streaming on Warcraft, like trying to like endure all those comments and trying to like
Well, I started
less-
streaming Warcraft 3. Like, I wasn't a pro player when I streamed Warcraft 3, right?
no,
How
but
do you
like
Or do you mean like a few years ago when I started playing Warcraft 3 again?
yeah, but like before you like you actually stream Warcraft 2, like you were actually like a caster for StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah.
Like, and exactly. So like we all know that like in your younger days, like people were, like making fun of your nose and saying, "Oh, this fucking French guy," or whatever. So like, how did you like when you start streaming? Like people like at first when I first started watching you, like people were like always getting banned, like permaban and everything. So like, how did you go from like permabanning people to like being a bit like harsh on banning people and just being less effective on how like the public comment were affecting you? That's what like I'm actually wondering. Because like you actually changed a lot in the last 2 years.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you're less like on like per like banning people on the site than like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm not asking. It's okay. Fucking
I just
Bidoux,
broke
man.
everything. Like, give me a
It's okay, man.
Because you probably definitely had a lot of that throughout. Yeah, it, like being a pro player in both games and then
Yeah. So like the
casting in both games.
Yeah, but I mean the nose thing. People have been talking about my nose since I was like 6 years old or something. So I'm like really used to it. I don't get offended by that. What I don't like is people trying to attack me personally. That I usually don't like. I know that it's like trolls.
Is
and
there
you're
a way
supposed
to
ignore them.
address your nose without making it personal?
I mean, if you make a normal comment about it, but I mean, why would you talk about my nose? But yeah, I've heard the nose jokes since I was a kid, so it doesn't really get to me. It's just like the gesture of somebody trying to attack me personally tells me that they're not people that I want to talk with, so that's why I permaban them. I feel like you already proven that you shouldn't be part of the chat experience if you do something like that. If you make fun of the physical appearance of anybody, if you do it like seriously, obviously, as long as it's if it's not a joke.
I'd
Well-
have no viewers if I banned everyone for making fun of someone's physical appearance, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Go ahead, Todd. Go ahead, Todd.
So, what did you ask exactly, INSUP? Like, other than that,
What's up?
What was
What's
your
that?
question exactly?
No, because like an hour ago we are like talking about like me, Bidoux, and you like potentially being affected by Twitch chat comments. So like
Yeah.
like before, like right now it feels like out of context. But like an hour ago when we were talking about like chat affecting us, I was about to ask you because I know that people used to like say, "Oh, fucking Todd being knows," or whatever. So I just want just to know like how you overcame that, because I know that you've been streaming for like way longer than me, Carson, and Bidoux around there.
Yeah.
So I just want to say like how did you like learn to like just like more be less affected by that than people that have been streaming recently, because we're exactly like we're talking about
don't know
Bidoux
what-
streaming back to Warcraft being affected. That was a topic. Like right now
Yeah.
it feels like off topic. Like an hour ago it was like more into it, but we got like off subject.
I don't know what you mean by overcame. Like, in my opinion, that was never something I needed to overcome. Like, if, like I said, if somebody makes fun or try to make fun of my physical appearance, I just ban them. It was this way a long time ago. It's this way now as well. Like, it happens almost every day. So, yeah, that's it. I would say, though, I guess, comparably to what you're saying, before I definitely engaged with some of those people that like were being very negative and stuff. Like I would get into arguments and stuff on other channels. These days I don't do that at all already, like for a few months. I just decided like you know, didn't really have time for that. So that's why I almost never reply either in the threads about me. Like you'll never really see me replying those. But same on Twitch, I just insta-block people. And on Twitter, like I'm just not interested in wasting like any second of our very short lives, of my short life, like on that. So I just block them, and then I'll never have to see what they say again, and then everybody lives happily ever after, I guess. But they can't follow my channel if I block them, so they might find out eventually.
Well, from the perspective, like I've been that guy before in Twitch chats. I've watched Warcraft 3 on Twitch since, you know, right after it came out, pretty much after Justin TV, like 2011, 2012. And like, you know, before I was known in the community or streamed or anything like that, I was that guy in Twitch chats for years, probably until like, you know, 2017. I used to go in chats and like backseat game and talk shit to people and snipe people on stream and then go in their chat and talk shit to them. So I sort of get it. Warcraft, I used to do that all the time to Warcraft streamers. I used to be banned in INSUP's chat. I used to talk shit to him. It was very, very common.
You're being a little fucking dick, though.
I know. Yes.
Dude,
but I just want to say, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Dude, I forgot about that. Holy shit.
No, but like back in the days, dude, like I would beat Doc like 4 years ago, and you'd be like, dude, this INSUP guy, dude, like all he does is cheese and he just wins with luck and everything. I was like, dude, you're like a 30% win rate Xlord player. And you would like shit talk all the time. So back in the days, like obviously it was like a different like perspective. But eventually you joined Dust, you started being like a manager, and then you evolved into being like a streamer. So it kind of changed eventually.
Yeah,
but
well,
at first, like everyone was like younger, like in their early 20s.
Yeah, I was
18.
like 18 when I used to do that in Twitch chats. Yeah, but so I'm just saying I get it from the perspective of the viewer being toxic in the chat. I get it, and I used to talk shit about Back to Warcraft, like, oh, they're not as good as the tier 1 CS:GO casters, you know, like, oh, do they even understand the game? So I totally get it. But there comes a point when like everyone in this chat's probably like 30 years old, man. Like there comes a point when like I was 18 when I was doing that. There should be a point when people start to get that they're affecting people negatively with this behavior. But I get it from that perspective. I've been on both sides of it. I've been the streamer and I've been the negative person in Twitch chat. So I understand where it comes from.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you guys, let's get serious now. I know that I complain about balance a lot on my channel, and like I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it as much as I do it, but I don't know how to do it less, because it's like when I played a long time ago professionally, I was already having these discussions in my head all the time. Like when I would compete, if a game was going bad, I was like, fucking piece of shit game, you know, like this is so fucking broken, like he's doing this. And then I feel like I see the game in like what I view, and like I don't know if vision's the right word, but like what I envision when I'm playing is that, for example, if I play Foggy and he just goes Warden and fucking destroys me, I always wonder why don't every Night Elf watch this replay, copy his build order. It's Warcraft 3, like copying a build order is not that hard, in my opinion. Copy his build order and do the same. So this is where it comes from, where I will say something like, this is fucking broken and there's just no way to counter it, because that's how it feels in that moment. And I wish I would whine less, like when I'm playing, and like not say like disrespectful stuff. Like I understand that sometimes some people can see it like that, and it is like that. You know, I'm not saying that it's not. Like what INSUP mentioned earlier, you know, I was like, undead is so fucking broken that like you can beat Cruncher and me. It's like something that you say in the heat of the moments, but it's like not something that I would say like usually normally, or like if I'm like really tilted about undead, I'll say that. So
do you have to say it? Do you have to say it publicly, or can you say it to yourself? Because my answer would be, say it after. Don't stop saying it. Just say it later. Say it after the stream.
Yeah, it's very hard too. Like I have this thing where like I always say what I think in the moment, and a lot of the time it's like the worst shit possible. So that's why I get a lot of shit too. But I don't want to like be disrespecting people's skill, but it's hard like sometimes because
Can you word it differently? Word it differently.
Yeah.
Fuck that was hard to play against.
Like the game design makes me unhappy sometimes, and there's also the factor where like I know that if somebody beats me, I know they're gonna watch the VODs, and when I lose a game, that makes me even like fucking hangry. I'm like fucking steaming. I know that somebody just beat me, that they're gonna watch the VODs, so I go even fucking harder on them. And I say stuff that I don't mean. I'm like, yeah, this fucking piece of shit. He's like garbage, whatever.
Yeah.
If I ever say that about a player, if I'm chill and I haven't lost a game, I would never ever say that about anybody. But the rage of losing a game is what makes me say that. And like, because I'm streaming and I want to talk a lot, how am I supposed to like somehow shut this down and say something else?
Well, streaming's very like I don't know if this is a term, but like anti-meditative, because instead of like you're saying everything that your mind doesn't want you to say out loud, and then you're like spiraling into a cycle of negativity in a way. Whereas if you're not streaming, you can sort of ignore those thoughts and they're not actually verbally being put out into the world, sort of thing. So it's hard when you're streaming. I especially struggle with that. When I stream, I don't have a mic on because I'll say like one thing and then I'll be complaining about that thing for the rest of the stream, and I'm already tilted, but saying it out loud, it will just spiral me
And I
into
think
like
the problem
next
is,
level
like,
tilt.
you're always on when you're streaming. You're always on. So like, if let's say I want to rage really bad and I just lost and my chat just saw me lose and they know I want to rage, even me not talking, like if I just sit in silence because I know that what I'm going to say is toxic, the chat will take that too. Like Todd, you've positioned yourself in a spot where people are watching you more than the actual game. And that's good because people are focused on you, but it makes it harder for you to I guess control your emotions, because I imagine if you have 800 viewers, like 750 of them just watch to see a reaction. Maybe that's an exaggerated number.
Jesus Christ, that's quite the
It's good to know that the gameplay is that shit.
Oh my god.
Definitely gameplay, but a lot of that is reaction, and that's fine. That's what's built you a huge stream, though. You gotta kind of roll with the punches, man. If you wanted a Mother Teresa stream, then you would have built one from the beginning. But you built one where you had a personality and you had something to say. How do you handle your emotions? I have no fucking idea. What I do is when I'm mad or embarrassed or tilted, I try to understand that people are watching me. So I'll let's say I'm playing a game and I'm super pissed because I just lost to like a solo demon hunter. I'll understand in that moment that I just want to say like whatever, and then I'll understand like, okay, I have 7 viewers, somebody's watching me, I can't be an idiot. So I'll just say, instead of saying like the demon hunter's like whatever I want to say, I'll just say like, fuck man, that was hard to play against, let's go again. And I just move on. And then after the stream, I'm like, fucking demon hunter, like what, I'll just say it all, right?
Yeah.
But I think the thing is, you just gotta censor yourself. You gotta know that you're about to say some shit, and if you can get the clout from it, if it's a good, genuine reaction, do it. But if you know that it's just going to be taken negatively, then figure out a way to reword it and make it PG. But people love emotion, and I always think that if you have part of content, man, if you're pissed, show it. But definitely articulation. Yeah, Danny hit it. Like, you articulate it. Realize in the moment that it's coming out either way, and then how can I say this to save face, kind of, but still be funny. Yourself, man.
I think one of the best way, to, let's say like you lose a game and let's say like you're tilted because you lost, obviously, like it happens to me all the time, like I said, like I should talk Say So and Headman and other guys because I've lost to them, and I'll be like the first to say, oh, imbalance or whatever. I feel like ultimately, I feel like if you can, maybe like 20 minutes or 30 minutes later, you can just watch a replay in front of the audience and be like, oh, maybe I could have done this better. Or maybe you can compare yourself to like another pro player and be like, okay, like I just lost, let's say, Yuma against Sork on Echo Wilds, and you can go walk our free plays and watch Lin against TH or whatever. Maybe you can watch the other replays and be like, oh, maybe I could have done this better, or maybe, I did this wrong. I think I made a mistake, is definitely a first step into like accepting that the reason you lost is not always because of imbalance. There's always something they can do better. And there's actually one guy that I met 1 year ago in like a Montreal like LAN party with just ToDGaming, my team. And he was telling me that, like a great way to like engage with the audience when you're losing is that to watch the replay and try to engage with the audience about what you could have done better, and try to like be like, oh, I could have done this better, or this guy is doing this better than me. And I feel like it always like helps a little bit better to like, instead of like just always like trying to complain about, I guess, like imbalance. So
yeah,
I don't know. I feel like it's like my own take, but I feel like it's.
No, I think you're totally right. I've heard a lot of Counter-Strike players talk about that because there's a lot to get tilted about. It's not a 25-minute game and then you're mad at the end. It's every single round that can be 30 seconds long. You're immediately either getting tilted or you can do something else about it. So there's a lot more opportunities in that game to get tilted. How I've heard they deal with it is instead of, saying like, oh, this is bullshit, this guy did something weird, or he's a terrible player, I shouldn't have died to him. They instead go like, how could I have improved on that situation? How could I have done better? They instead like look inwardly. And that's helped me a little bit, although I still get tilted, so it's kind of tough in Warcraft. But if you do, like INSUP said, look more inwardly at your own mistakes and not immediately go to Imba or stuff like that, it can help quite a bit. But it's still like, you still have to go through that process.
But I look at my mistakes.
Sure.
That's why I'm improving, and I think I'm a very decent player as well. But the rage just brings out the fucking worst in me. And then I'm just talking about balance. I'm flaming my opponents. Like what Ark said earlier, well, like, he talked about people whining. I could almost hear that, like, he was talking about me, and that breaks my heart because I would never want to do that to Ark. I quite like him, and I don't think he's a bad player. But I could see myself losing to him and being like, "Oh, what a fucking piece of shit, 100 massive life scum," And then like, I know it makes him sad, and then it makes me sad, and then like it feels bad, but it feels like I just can't fucking help it. If I'm like losing certain games, that just make me furious,
Yeah, I get it, man. Like honestly, like if I had games on my stream, I like people like subscribing to me, or like friends like Say So, or like other guys where sometimes I would lose games and then they would beat me, and I would say like horrible shit like, "Oh, I've been this guy in tournaments before," or like I'm like 90% winning against this guy, or whatever. And they would watch the VOD and they would get offended because they're, like I said, they're like donators or subscribers or just friends with me, and then they would message me on Discord and be like, "Man, like you've been pretty mean about me, Like one time I lost to Lado, I was drinking and I lost to Lado with Orc, and he sent me a message. It was like, "Yeah, I lost to Lado, yeah, that happened." I was like, "Man, like you've been pretty mean about me. Like I beat you Orc. Like I know you're off race. You were not like sober, and like you were pretty mean about me." And honestly, I felt bad. That was like, man, like Lado was been like pretty cool with me, and like it's the same with Say So, and I don't know, man. Like. I like to think that most people are like that. You like me, you, and Corrupt, and all the guys that get mad on the spot when you're losing. I don't feel like it means that we're like bad person. It just means that we're really invested in that what we do the most in a day, which is playing the game. And then when we lose, we take it more to the ego, and maybe contributing it more would result into better relationship eventually. But I feel like most people, they're not as invested as we are because they're not streamers or content creators, so they don't see it the same way as we do because they work their own job.
So I think you take it a lot better than most. Yeah, you take losing a lot better than me.
I mean, it's not hard to take it better than you do. That's for sure. But no, but yeah, definitely better than you. But like, I think there's people that are worse. Like Corrupt, for example. Like I've been friends with Corrupt, and I've beat him in ladder, and he would just watch my VOD. And let's say I would kill a grunt and be like, "Haha, easy clap." And it would be the most trigger ever, So I don't think you're the worst out there. I don't think you're the best either, but
Hey Todd, can you fix my webcam? I'm trying to put on a show here.
I have no idea why it's lagging. Like, what are you doing?
Should I rejoin? I'll rejoin.
He's frozen for me too. Ark was frozen before as well. The entire time.
I'll rejoin the call.
Go
okay?
rejoin.
Yeah, I think a lot of it could be also an issue that maybe people specifically have in Warcraft. It could be in other games as well. Is they never give credit to their opponents. Like I've always joked, like in North America, everyone thinks they're the best player in North America. Like that's always been a consistent thing. Like everyone thinks they're better than everyone else.
Yeah.
So a lot of the tilt comes from I shouldn't have lost to that guy. Like I have that all the time because I think I'm a lot better than I am, which most people probably do. And I think that's where a lot of the tilt can possibly come from. So if you can give your opponent more credit, which is also hard to do after you just lost to them, but maybe good way around it.
Yeah.
Ricky, are you here?
Yeah. I don't play, so I have no real opinion. I get tilted.
You get tilted though. You get tilted.
You get mad, dude. I see you losing. You're like, this fucking guy's garbage.
I almost broke my mouse, but that was because of Carson, because he was just fucking. I don't know what he was saying, but he's like, see, this is why you shouldn't practice on stream, because like you just fucking you're just trying to make.
I told you this is someone you would beat if you were actually concentrated, but you wanted to lose for the meme, is what I told you.
And maybe
for the record, I'm only negative in Bidoux's chat, specifically Bidoux's chat.
It is really you and Hitman, dude, are the worst fucking. Whenever Hitman talks, I'm like, fuck, dude. What is he saying now? And he's like, wow, I watched 1 second without muting and now I have cancer. And I'm like, oh my God. Like,
but you know, Heyman loves you, man. He's just doing it for the memes, man. You
It's
know,
tough love, you know. He's your
It's
biggest
tough love,
fan.
exactly, man.
I know.
So what do you think, Todd? You know, like, let's say from this conversation, like, knowing your position right now, where you're aware that, let's say, like, I think the best example is I see you lose to Hente sometimes, and I don't know why, but it feels like Hente is always like your biggest target and the under community. Like, let's say you lose to Xlord or Happy, you'll be like, oh, whatever. But if you lose to Hente, you'll be like, this fucking Hente guy, man. Like, I shouldn't lose to him. When the next patch comes, I'll beat Hente. And it feels like you're always like a little bit more hard for Hente, for example. So how do you feel from here? Can you like improve your, let's say you meet Hente and next 2 days you lose to him. So it's like, how do you feel you can like,
I think we have history
acting
with
differently?
Ente, and that comes into play as well. Like in the past, he sniped me. I think the fact that he doesn't use control groups and beats me is also fucking absurd. And also, so I like to bring that up, but yeah, like maybe I shouldn't. But yeah, we don't really like each other. Like he had we had this discussion this one time where he was telling me that I disrespect my opponent too much after the game, and like I agree that, you know, sometimes it feels like I go too far. But then after I had this discussion with him, like he was telling me you should give some credit, you know, say like it's Blizzard fucked up, but this guy played well or whatever, you know, like for example. Yeah. And then I had a discussion with Toxie, who told me that Ante said the same thing on his stream about him. He was like, oh, if there was no keeper, this guy would never ever beat me. So I was like, what the fuck is this hypocrite? So ever since I've known about that, and like I've definitely clashed with Ante a little bit. So he's like one of the few that I guess you could safely say I kind of dislike because of that. But I feel like it's kind of unhealthy. You know, I try like not to dislike, I try not to hate anybody, and usually I try not to have any grudges. But here, it's definitely been a challenging one. So that's why sometimes I'll go extra hard. But yeah, like losing to someone who doesn't bind their buildings for sure, like feels a little funny because the last game that I played professionally was StarCraft 2, and like you couldn't imagine of breaking out of diamond if you don't use like control, maybe probably even lower than that. So it's like crazy to me that somebody does not bind his control groups and still manages to beat me and just scores my units. I think everybody knows how I feel about human against undead, but the thing is like this matchup, I feel like it affects me everywhere, and there is like no fix to it. Really, like I'm not suddenly like gonna figure out like a secret way to play against undead, which is gonna make it the matchup okay for me. So I don't know what to do with this. You know, like it's like very difficult. I think many people agree it's like a really tough matchup, even though like some undeads
do you feel
What's
saying that in the new patch is like better.
Nothing.
Do you feel like, okay, so like do you really feel like obviously like we all know that you struggle against undead, like do you really feel deep inside of you like after stream that the actual matchup of human against undead is imbalanced as a whole, or do you feel like it's more of like a personal struggle because it's a different play style than against the races? Because when I look at like at Hog, for example, you know, like Hog has been losing to Xlord before the patches, and recently Hog has been like doing pretty good against undead, you know. And then you see Hog, you know, having, I think he had like one close here against Happy, even though lately Happy has been dominating. But when you get against Sock against 120 and Sock beat 120 twice, and at the same time as of late, do you actually deep inside think that, oh, like undead definitely dominates human, or you kind of think that it might be a little bit of your own personal struggles that, oh, maybe that's my own personal like bad matchups, you know?
Yeah.
Or do you actually really think it's like because I know like you guys was great, like against something, right? But it's like all of your personal opinion, or is it always like as a whole?
So undead being too strong against human, I've never been more sure of anything in my fucking life. Like that is a fact. Like undead is way too strong against human. The question is by how much. Sometimes when I'm playing, it feels like it's 70-30. Sometimes it feels like it's 55 to 45. When I watch tournaments, and like when I hear about tournaments, it feels like everybody's like pushing. Oh, Waxstrat with a resub. Thank you very much. Welcome back. Sorry, reflex. Yeah, so when I watch tournaments, it feels like a lot of people are trying to push their narrative, and it's like it goes back to the thread that Remo made, where like everybody in chats is like trying to say, or like everybody on the stream is like trying to say, like, oh, this matchup's not so bad, or like this race is good, this race is good. like even in the previous patch, INSUP, I've heard you complain about Night Gyro, saying like it was like way too strong and like way
It's
too hard
definitely
for undead to win.
really
Like,
broken.
which also made me want to pull my fucking hairs out until I bleed out and I die. But yeah, like for my experience, human against undead is just stupidly like hard. It's just
Every race though has that one matchup though. Like undead has against orc, night elf has against
Yeah.
human. Maybe
But
you can touch on that a little bit, and like so on and so on, right? Orc
I know
has
that a
against
lot of
night elf.
people mention that as if it's some sort of consolation, but to me it's not. It's just there's this one matchup that makes the game so much worse than it would be otherwise. And like we bring up Hawk having a good win rate, and or like doing well somewhat in some series against undead. But the thing is, he still struggles a shitloads. Like he's like 3-59 against Happy, which is an absurd record. It's a 95% win rate. Happy is 142 and 25 in maps. That's an 85% win rate. So, and when you bring that up, you will always hear the same, oh, it's just Happy, so it doesn't count. But the thing is, where the fuck is our human where we can say that? Where is our human where we can say, oh, he's winning, so it doesn't count? There isn't one. Our best player quit the race recently, so that makes me, all of these things together make me very frustrated about the matchup. And that's what also makes me mad sometimes when I play this game.
On top of that, everyone also has a weak matchup. So every race has a weak matchup, and then most people have like one matchup they're really bad at. So it might just be for you that they overlap, and that could be even doubly frustrating. Like one, even if it was a balanced matchup, you might be weak against undead just stylistically, and then on top of that, it is an imbalanced matchup to an extent because it always has been, and each race has that one because it's a 4-race game.
Honestly,
so it might just overlap for you.
I just look at how hard I've worked in that matchup to try and get better, and I look at my results and all the undeads I lose to, and it just drives me fucking nuts. It's insane. Like, I put so much effort. I've watched every replay of every human having any kind of success against undeads, and then it just doesn't work, it feels like. So it's like, yeah, it's very, very hard mentally. And I feel like...
Yeah. Down the hill, though, Todd.
What?
You're getting older, buddy. Maybe you're just on the downhill slope.
Yeah, maybe.
I actually don't think that it's like about age. I think Warcraft, you can still be good if you're 45, 50 year old even, you know? But like, for example, like Todd, you know, like back in the days, you used to play on these, right? Like a few months ago. And I would see you play against PCG, who was like a very good undead, right? From China. And I would see you like miss a few surrounds or lose your range with a TP. And you'd be like, oh, fucking undead, Qual Nova, impossible to beat. And I'd be like, bro, like you have 250 ping against 20 ping against one of the best undead in China. And he was just like complaining. I was like, okay, like maybe the guy struggling against undead, and I can understand that, but it definitely felt like it was very biased. So I felt like it left a lot of like people thinking that you were a lot biased on the matchup because you play on netties and you would lose to the same players.
Well,
all over
I am
again.
biased on the matchup.
And sometimes you would send me replays against Luna, who's like another bad undead player, but like he's not as good as PCG and Lucifer, right? And I would watch a replay and you would try to surround with like 10 footies, and I'd be like, this guy's losing every surround. This guy has 250 ping against 20 ping. How do you expect to win, you know? So I feel like ultimately, I feel like it's the same for Hawk and Happy, you know? Like, Hawk always loses to Happy. I do think that Hawk has a tool to beat Happy, especially after the recent nerf. But I feel like it's gone to a point where Hawk has just such a mental bug and Happy where even if he wins the two first games as he's had 2-0, he's always 2-2, just like Vortex last tournament, because it's such a mental thing at this point where you're leading as the best player and then this guy's never lost in like 3 years or whatever. So it's more of a mental thing at this point. Like, and also Hawk always does the fucking same shit. Rifles just got buffed. Castle just got buffed. One base it was ever be.
I think the last time he did well was when he was going Pally Rifles. That was the last time he had a close series against Happy.
And you see Torzane playing tournaments where he beats Xlord, arguably the second best undead in Europe, maybe third best undead for 120 and Happy. And Torzane plays Powder Rifle and he destroys Xlord in Amazonia. And you see Hog trying to play that same boring one base style, and he loses like 10 pets in the early game. He GG's after 4 minutes. Do you really think Hog deserves to lose every fucking game after 4 minutes? No, it's a mental bug at this point. Like, it's a mental block. It's not just a balancing everything. A Happy.
Do you think that 142 maps to 25 is a mental block at this stage?
I think so. Okay, listen. I think Undead against Human was definitely officially broken at some point. at some point with the discovery push.
Well, they've
and
had 20 series this year.
yeah,
Like,
exactly.
or more than
but
20.
like every time Hawk plays Happy, there's always money on the line. Like earlier, he played him for like what $5,000 today. Happy won $3,000. Hawk won like 1,000. Like if I'm Hawk and I'm playing against Happy and Happy's
No,
like,
it was
hey, bro,
rubles, bro. It wasn't dollars.
it's so fucking 1 year salary for them. Who gives a fuck? So it's not enough for them, you know. But and honestly, like I still feel like it's more of a mental block than anything. I do feel like if Happy played in Asia against Sock and Chamiko and Infinity H, I don't feel like Happy would go 3.5 best of 5 undefeated. Maybe you can disagree. That's what I actually think. I do think that Happy is more about.
I know that the last time we made a bet on this kind of game, your hair was blonde the next day. So
yeah, I mean, if you just look at Sock, he beat 120 in the same tournament twice. So I don't know.
I don't know, Todd. Like, what do you want? Like, who do you want to beat? Like, are you trying to beat specific, or like, you're not going to beat every undead? Some of these guys take it full time. Like, you got stuff on the side.
I don't want to beat every undead. When I play against an undead, I want to feel like I'm not fighting somebody who's like holding an AK-47 and I have a fucking knife in my hand, and I have no way to get close to them. I just get shot down before I make any move. That's how I don't want to feel. Like we say, everybody has a bad matchup, but in my opinion, human against undead is the worst matchup in the whole game, and by a large margin. And that's why it's like it's so hard, like mentally, day after day, to go through this. Maybe it's my weakest matchup, you know, like, and maybe I'm old and maybe I'm not that good anymore, but I feel like with the effort that I put in, and like it's not just my games as well. Like I'm watching these guys play. I feel like Blade and Hawk, they're amazing players, but they got like insanely bad records against a lot of undeads, not just Happy, but in particular against Happy as well. Maybe Happy's the best, and he's meant to win 29-2 against Blades, and what is it? 59-3 against Hawk. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be the case. Like I've never seen anything like that, where like somebody has such a one-sided record against a player who's also like really quite amazing themselves.
What's Happy's record against TH?
Probably like a high percentage. I think Happy lost to TH like maybe 5 years ago.
But they don't have many series. That's the thing as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think it's an example. Like Todd, man, like you've played professionally for like 15 years, man. When you watch Happy, you know, I'm sure deep inside you know that the guy does a million other things that other undeads don't do, and it's quite obvious because if undead was actually that imbalanced against human, you would see more undead dominating Hawk all over again. Even though recently you see Hawk, he beat Xlord a few times, he goes into the final, loses to Happy. Like I think at some point you have to realize Happy, like I said earlier, Happy adapts to every meta. DK gets nerfed, Rod gets nerfed, Pedal gets nerfed. Happy on the first day of the new patch, he changed his build. He's going to be more aggressive. He plays more tier 2 pushes. He expansion with Dark Ranger. So, like I said, like I'm just running a circle right now. Like Happy adapts very in other undeads, man. It's fucking simple. Like it's just so obvious that Happy is just way better than everyone in Europe. I think if you take Moon, you bring Moon in Europe and you remove Happy, and you put Moon against Happy. Moon against Xlord, against the Foggies, the Cash, and the Hawk. Would Moon would have the best as much of a win rate as Happy? Probably not. I do think it would have a really good win rate though. Does it make Night Elf Emba? No, it doesn't. You take Lin, you put him in Europe against Cash, Hawk, Xlord. You know, I'm pretty sure Lin would have more than a 70-80% win rate, and then we can keep going. You take Enfi, you know, like you see where I'm going, right? So I do think that Happy is definitely better than all the other Europeans, and that after the Twitch chat, when they're watching Happy, they'll be like, undead Zemba, but they don't even play a game. They just fucking watch Twitch all day. They play 44 RT, watch Grubby tutorials on YouTube. They have no fucking idea how Warcraft works. So like their opinion gets like overshadowed of people that understand how the game works. Mm-hmm. And I feel like sometimes you kind of like with your opinion, you're saying that undead Zemba, and it feels like it takes a lot of like space in the Warcraft community rather than what is actually happening with Happy just being better than everyone else, man. Wait, yeah. You know what I mean?
Well said.
So you think that human against undead is a fair matchup?
I think right now, like obviously if I got Europe, Happy is being all the humans, so it would be hard for me to say like it's 50-50. If I look at Asia, 120 is being the best undead in Asia, no argument about that. ToD destroyed 120. and that's the Wage qualifier. But he can say, "Oh,
Yeah, but that's a
it's not-
qualifier, like that
yeah,
nobody cares about.
Yeah, with fucking $700 fucking USD dollars on the line, which is like $200 fucking dollars fucking monthly salary in China, right? So you don't take seriously.
What the fuck with this comment?
Every time, no, it's serious. Like every time an undead loses in Asia, you're always like, "Oh, this guy, it's 120. He doesn't get seriously. Oh, 2 human and final the VGL. Oh, they don't give a fuck. They don't get seriously." But every time Happy wins, it's like, "Oh, undead Zimba." But when human wins in Asia, you always say,
Actually,
120 is destroying
I
games."
don't
You
think
always
that
say
Happy
It's
wins
true.
because it's Simba. Like he's probably the best player that we have in Europe, maybe in the world. But I'm saying, like a 59-3 record or something. That's like just insane. Like if, in my opinion, if human and undead were closer together, his record wouldn't be that good. And that's just, that's my opinion. It's not fact. I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm saying it's my opinion on the matter. But of
Fine,
course, he's the best. He's the best in Europe for sure. And maybe in the world even. But like the record is just so insane that it's like hard to say that like it should be like that. But who knows? Maybe it should be. But
like he's probably like the best player in the world. Like right now, like we don't even know because he doesn't play like in Asia all the time. So we don't know how good he is. But he played it with Jeff for the first time. He just won the entire thing. So maybe Happy is the best player in the world. Maybe he has the best adaptation.
The thing is, I don't follow all results. I also watch almost all the games. So when you bring up those SOC games and stuff, like for example, Fortitude just beat 1-0 in WCG, a best of one on Echo Isle. Do you know what the build of 1-0 was? Criplord Fiend on one base. Mm-hmm. It's like, are you even fucking trying? You could play Standard, you could play Criplord Expo. Those are the two best builds by far. But then he's playing like some unviable stuff. And then it feels something that the undeads will bring up. They're going to be like, hey, look at Sok, or like whoever, or like Fortitude this time. He won this match, but it's like not even like a real proper match.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I guess, I don't know. I just feel like So Series that I see looks so silly. So many of my games look so silly. I look at Blade against Vortex. In Stay at Home Story Cup, it was just a straight up 3-0 demolition. But then you're always gonna have a few anomalies in there, like Hawk winning against Xlord. It's like the one series that he wins against Undead in a while, and then it's the one that we're gonna talk about, or like the Undeads are gonna talk about, where they're gonna be like, oh, maybe it's not so bad. But then if you look at the games, did you see them? Xlord ran his Death Knight inside of a surround, like really, really badly.
Have you seen Blade against Vortex? He ran his Archmage into the Crippled Army. Like you saw the game at Echowiles. Blade was ahead. He runs his Archmage into the Vortex base. He gets impaled Qual Nova into his Archmage. It's the same argument where he's saying that Xlord lost to.
Yeah, but human has no impel. So that's the big difference.
They have fucking Bolt. They have Bolt and fucking 24.
Okay, well, he got surrounded long before a mount tanking, like before tier 2 even started.
No,
he just literally ran his Death Knight in.
Like I'm just saying that you're saying that Xlord played back against Hawk, which I agree with, by the way. But Blade, he played absolute garbo against Vortex as well. And I'm sure you saw the game, and I'm sure you were acknowledging that he was playing bad. So, I guess I think
it's very easy to play bad against a Criplord. That's what I think.
I think the meta is still pretty young right now. It's been like 2 weeks since the patch is out. I think if in a month, 2, 3, 4 months from now, if Undead has like 60% win rate more against human, we can have a single conversation about Undead being better against human. And I'm not against that. I don't think human is much better against Undead, even though I have my personal struggles. But I think it's way too early to talk about it. And I think that we all know that the meta can change. Like for example, Orc against human was way of like human dominating Orc for a while, and then Lin came in with his Kodo build with shamans and whatnot, and it started being humans. So the meta can change really in like a matter of seconds. So it's way too early to talk about it now. So I think I don't know. I think it's too early to talk, man.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah. I mean, you asked my opinion about human against undeads, so I gave it. But in my opinion,
not for sure, man.
In my opinion, it's a very hard matchup, and it's not very fair, and I just don't like it. And that's part of what puts me on tilt when I stream. Is playing this.
I sort of understand what you mean by though. Like you try to. Because like I play Orc obviously, and I try to go and find games to learn from. And you're talking about, I'm watching every single human game that I can, and you go and you watch it, and like, oh, this is stupid. I don't get anything out of this. Is like he runs his hero in, or he does like some weird stupid build, and that's why one player wins. And I feel the same honestly. And this may be like some sort of a bias coming in. I feel the same when I look at Orc replays. I go on War 3 info and I'm like, oh, there's 20 fly games, against Night Elf or whatever. I look in and he loses like 19 of them. The one game he wins, he goes like Shadow Hunter first, and it's on TM or something, a map, or like AZ that I would veto every time in a best of 3. So I feel very similar, and I'm sure there's like some sort of bias that comes in. If I were a Night Elf player and I was looking for Night Elf replays, I'm sure the same thing would come in, but it is hard to get like proper resources to learn from in some specific matchups, I think.
Yeah.
Did you watch Lin beat Colorful last night on TS? He
No, I
outplayed the
haven't seen
fucking
those yet.
destroyed him, brother. Destroyed him.
I haven't downloaded those yet. I will.
Let's not
Should we
talk about that
these
though.
games, or?
I haven't seen those games. I saw Colorful has been absolutely destroying it in Asia recently. He beat Low Light, I think, 2 recently. Just fucking crazy.
Oh, but Colorful has to play Fly in the semifinals of the solo tournament of WCG, so...
Can you show the stats? Honestly.
What? I can show the
Like-
brackets, but of like the...
Yeah, the
this is
bracket,
the-
yeah.
Yeah, this is the 1v1 tournament. So what I'm alluding to is that if you're Colorful, right now you got one mission in life, is practicing against Orc, and you
Yeah.
should certainly not be showing your strategies if you're gonna play like some fucking team league. I mean, I don't know what the prize pool is, but this has like 13k for first.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, Ricky, those replays weren't uploaded. That's why I didn't see them. That's why I didn't see, because the one replay Orc
Holy
dominated
shit.
was when Fly did, and none of those replays have been uploaded.
That's why I messaged you last night saying are you
11K
home,
for the
because
team.
I thought you'd be
Technically.
watching it with us. But what were you last night?
Band practice.
Oh, okay. How's the band looking?
Good.
Did you stick around and have some beers after, or did you actually jam until fucking 3 in the morning?
We played Smash Bros.
Oh, nice,
After.
dude.
Do you guys
Yeah.
mind
You,
if we hold the Warcraft 3 show, or you want to continue?
All right. What were you saying? You something about a prize pool?
Yeah, so actually there's a lot of prize pool. I always expected usually the team thing. If there's a team and a solo thing, the team thing will have like no prize pool. But this one has 11k for first team, so he definitely took it seriously. But yeah, in that last match, Lin beat Colorful on Terranistan.
Lin beat Colorful. Colorful's plays a lot of Demon Hunter too, which is interesting to see how people deal with it.
Like that
Because
keeper.
it's, oh, he played Keeper there. Okay. Well, I think the last time he played Lin, I remember him beating him with dots on LR. I can't remember the rest of the series. Yeah, he went DH the whole time against Lin. He did it on EI, LR, and one other map. I forget the third. Maybe TR.
Wait, so this is live today again? Oh no, on the 8th. Back to Warcraft woke up at like 4 or 5 a.m. to cast this, by the way. Holy shit, these guys.
Yeah, I meant to watch it last night. I didn't see any of the
Yeah.
results though.
Oh man, like I just yesterday was like I think 11 p.m. for me. It was like 5 a.m. for them. I was like, man, you guys are absolute machines, man, for like waking up at such an early time and casting at big games. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, their channel's turning into like a 24-hour thing.
Lado is asking to join. He's like, put me in the call. I'm like, you're still in it. He's like, I'll talk from my phone. We're gonna
I
wrap
pressed
things
it
up,
back.
by the way, soon, guys. We've been live for like 4 hours. God damn it.
What's the longest podcast you've done?
Ooh, there's been some long ones for sure. I'm not sure.
I think one I was on was 4.5 once.
Yeah,
the first
maybe
one I was
something, yeah.
on.
And like,
Yeah.
honestly, I even planned for this one to be pretty short, like 2 hours, but then we just ended up talking so much about everything. I'm like, whatever, like, I don't mind. What's up, Lado?
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Hi, Lado.
Oh my god.
All right, so I'm talking on my phone from my bed, but
Yeah,
you guys were talking about the Colorful versus Lin game. Colorful
Mhm.
was playing awesome, but on TS, the opening was one of the worst openings in like the history of Warcraft 3. It was
Wait,
his
you're in
AOW
bed?
took the level 5.
Yeah, do you have a flip phone? Why is the quality so? Are you talking in? Are you talking into the?
Oh, you know what? It's using my Bluetooth. Hang on.
This is
Sounds like he's got a
content.
pillow on his face.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Your wife
much
has
better.
to take the ball gag out.
Okay,
Lado.
sorry. Yeah, so anyway, the AOW took the level 5 creep on TS, and from there it was just like super duper downhill. The keeper didn't get level 2. And because the keeper wasn't level 2, he couldn't keep the expo up, and it just like snowballed. So that game was not like, you can't take that as an verse orc thing just because the opening was so bad.
That's why you wanted to come on? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. All right,
Well,
I'm going
that
to bed, guys.
speaks to your point, Todd, of like, oh, he just made a huge mistake. Like, what can I learn as the orc player from that perspective? You would probably say the same as the elf, but I find that really common. But I feel like that's just some sort of a cognitive dissonance, at least for me, when
What does
looking
that
for
mean?
replays. Like, I look for replays, like, oh, I can't beat human as orc. I'm looking for replays, but all I'm seeing is one, orcs losing, and two, when I watch the replay, I'm just seeing things that like, oh, that would never happen in my games, or oh, I can't improve on that. Like, oh,
Yeah, me too.
he got us surround with 2 wolves and 2 grunts in the first 4 minutes. Like, oh, let me just do that really quick. So there might be, I'm not saying that's actually what's happening in these replays, but there's something in my mind that doesn't want to learn from it, at least
Yeah.
for me a little bit. And then a little bit on top of it is every orc is just losing or plays off race.
It's the same when I watch you, Todd. Like sometimes Todd, like let's say I watch you against an elf player, like I can tell that you're very confident against elf. I can see it in your demeanors, and then you play against elf, and you would micro every single thing. You would try to go for surrounds and like micro every single thing, and then as soon as I see you against undead, and let's say your creep gets stolen early, it feels like I'm watching you, and I'm like, this is not the same Todd that I saw last game against Sonic. And it feels like you're not microing as well. It feels like you mentally give up as soon as something goes wrong in your way against Undead or any other matchup. Like, let's say you play Human Mirror against a good player and you get a bad item, and your opponent gets a good item on the same camp. It does feel, from a viewer perspective who watches you every day, it does feel like you sometimes give up mentally and you don't play the same game that you would play
I heard that.
as if.
I heard that a lot, but my counter argument is that even if I whine a lot, I always try my best, in my opinion. And I've also heard some players say that they were so shocked when they heard me complain so much, but still play kind of my A game, like play really well. Like there's this poker player called Phil Hellmuth. He's always whining and ranting, and like he's known for that.
Oh, yeah.
For being kind of toxic. But he also plays his A game all the time, even when he's whining a lot. I feel like I'm kind of like that. I mean, it could be wrong. But like I said, like back in the day,
I'm more of a Tony G.
I'm more.
Get on your tandem bike.
Yeah, tandem bike. Get out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
But yeah, like
What are you doing,
actually,
Phil? You gonna play this one, Phil?
earlier tonight, I was playing in Sonic in a show match, best of 7, and I whined a shitload during those games. And 2 of the games that I was winning a lot in, I actually won eventually. So I think that goes to prove that it doesn't really mean much.
Yeah, but
To be honest, there were a bit of throws as well. I was really far behind, and then like I got MK5, and then it's Sonic. He never pulls back, so game over. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, probably because you were playing against Sonic, and you know you have an 80% win against him, and you also had like it's also you against Self, which I personally think that is your best matchup, and I think that's your best matchup, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it probably is.
It's your best, right? Exactly. So you're more willing to be more confident when it's your best matchup, and also against a guy like Sonic, who you know that you're actually better than in solo. But then I watch you against like other undeads, and against Kraft, for example. Let's say your footy gets around early, you'd be more tempted to be like, "Oh, fucking undead! Like this game is broken or whatever." And I do feel like your micro just like goes from like 100 to like 30 or 40. Sometimes
against Krav, I'm pretty confident actually.
Honestly, Phil.
But then
like
I lose
so
many times.
Well. It's not only like a matchup thing, like, oh, you might get Sunday. I do feel like you don't play as confident. Like I saw again on the Ruin of Azrael on the new map on the Wii Champion, and Krav would go for Cripple Expo, and it's obviously a good expansion map for you, man. And you would just rush his Expo, which takes a fucking 10 kilometers to go to his
on
Expo.
What map?
And Ruin of Azrael, you know, like the new map.
I had never played this map before. That's why.
Okay, well, I saw you play on it for the first time. It's obviously a massive map, and you just like rush on it. You get impaled by 20 Bidoux. You get surrounded, and you be like, "Oh, dude, undead is broken." Me. And I'm like, dude, you're running with a level 1 Archimage against level 3 Crippler. You get surrounded, and you're complaining, like, dude, like, obviously, like, you're not playing your best. Well, I'm sure if you play against some random kid, you just like be confident, make an Expo, make 2 Arcane Tower, make an MK, Paladin, Griffin Breakers, Rifle, whatever. I just feel like you just downgrade mentally against people that you know you have like a higher chance of losing to. That's why I said as a viewer, I'm sure I'm not the only one who sees that, dude. Against Undead, not only do you lose mentally, but you also lose like because you think the matchup is imbalanced. It's more mental than actual real game situation.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you need to be there with me on Discord to calm me down with your sweet voice and tell me it's all gonna be all right. Or just focus. You know, these undeads got nothing on you. But I think there's a lot of them that I'm confident against. But it's just
it's a hard thing. Like this is why most tier 1 teams nowadays, if you're making $80,000 a month salary on like a big esports team, they have sports psychologists and shit to help people work through this kind of stuff, because everyone that plays games at like a relatively high level always has these sort of issues. So it's like it's very common, and I don't know if it, you know, there's definitely a certain amount of imbalance within that, but whatever it is, I don't know. It's tough to work through because everyone tilts. I tilt constantly. I tilt when I'm not streaming.
Absolutely.
I need to play 2 games and then I need to take a break for 3 hours. Like I'm awful at it.
Yeah.
all right, guys. I think we should wrap it up.
Yeah, Bidoux's freaking out. He's yawning. He's wants to go eat more candy.
hungry
Maybe that's
again.
why you're tired. You ate too much on the.
You think I'm lethargic?
Yeah.
It's like,
You know what I don't like is we come on Town Hall for NA. Nobody mentions Dust League once.
well, that was your job and you almost failed. But thank God you saved the day at the last second. I'm pulling it up on the screen right now. Well done.
Holy shit, he wanted
It
to
was
end
a
the
test
show there.
and you passed. Woohoo! All right, let me bring it up. All right, so where are we at? We had 2 groups take place. Take us through it, Bidoux. What the fuck are you waiting for?
Oh, yeah, I mean, okay, so let me sit up. Oh, yeah, I mean, thank you guys for watching. This is the Todd Town Hall. We're a NA version, and what could be more NA than Dust League? A lot of you guys that are viewers are full-time watchers, I guess regular watchers of the show. Got ourselves, I mean, what's really exciting about this year, so when I made this, I just wanted, like, the top 16 NA, and at the time, there was only WGL. So there wasn't any like big tournaments for NA. Like there was none. This is before DreamHack. This is when there was nothing going on. Just WGL for the most part. And that was only like 2 spots in NA. Let me just fix my mustache there.
Are you gonna give us the whole fucking backstory of the tournament, or maybe you can?
No,
start
but
talking
for
about
the
the
most
results?
part, what I'm trying to say is it's been like the Hitman Cruncher like showcase for the most of the seasons. And this season's a lot different because we have like crazy groups coming up. On Friday, we have Group C.
Yeah, we do. We
We have
crazy
crazy groups coming up. So Hitman, Soul Glider, Say So Duck is Group C, but the story of the season is going to be Group D, also known as the Group of Dick. It is INSUP, Dirtbag, Cruncher, and Hunter all in one group.
Do you mean to say group of dick?
Yeah,
Okay.
Group of death, but what's the point of that? No,
All
it
right.
is the group of death. INSUP, Hunter, Cruncher in one group with Dirtbag, who's also taking maps off of all these guys. He's playing human though. But this is the first time, Todd, where we're actually going to have what could be ranks 2, 3, and 4 in NA all in one group. So this is very exciting. Most of the groups are pretty like we know who should go forward. Like, for example, Group B, Ark and Deuce, sure. Group A, Kiwi Raven, sure. This is the first time where we have 3 guys who it's like, I have no fucking idea who could win. It's really gonna, it's actually going to come down to best of 3s. Who can win? Who is gonna fucking fail? We have INSUP in here. I've been fucking peer pressuring him to say he's going rank 1, to tell Cruncher to go fuck himself, to tell Hunter to go fuck himself. But he keeps going, being like, "Oh, I don't know, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Okay, dude." But I fucking did. I want to hear you fucking say that you're ready to take down Cruncher again because it's coming up this weekend, Todd. On Back to Warcraft. Let's go.
Todd, look at this, man. You have me, Cruncher, Hunter. Who is the top 5 NA? Hitman, Cruncher.
Actually, no, it's Hitman and Deuce at the top. So it's really rank 3, 4, 5 in a group.
I'm number 3 then. Yeah. Hitman, Deuce, me, right? No, for real, dude. Hitman, Cruncher, me, Kiwi, Hunter. We have 3 of these guys in the same group of Dust League. Honestly, there's no way I'm making it out. Cruncher's gonna destroy me. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna make it out. I think.
By the
these
way, how
groups
did
are
this happen? Did Bidoux rig the groups or
These
something?
groups are dumb. These groups, he did rig it. He always rigs it.
Yeah, I heard Bidoux rigged it from
He
near.
always rigs it.
Swear to
It's
God,
all rigged. Dust League is always rigged.
I do really bad against Hunter, and I would say against Cruncher I have like a 10% win rate. So he puts me in the same group as he knows Cruncher's gonna wreck it because Cruncher's best matchup is against Elf. So I'm going to finish out on my group, and I will make it top 8 in Dust League for the first time.
The good part is we haven't seen Cruncher play Hunter in a long time either. So we
Cruncher's
did have
gonna destroy
the
Hunter, 100%.
we did have the Bogger
I will bet you.
incident. We had the Bogger incident with INSUP and Hunter with the Boggers when Hunter was sick. But no, man, this is going to be and Hunter's actually playing really good. Like we saw him in the card against Ark. He did look very, very good. He was also rushed because he was also doing Nation Wars. So hopefully with Dust League, his focus is just strictly on Dust League, but he's still looking very, very good. A lot of people saying he's inactive and stuff like that, but oh man, this is gonna be one of the greatest weekends ever, man.
Dude, actually, I'll be
really
up
good.
for this.
Yeah, you got to watch Group D, man. Group C is it's gonna be really tight. Soul Glider, Stayso, and Duck fighting for rank 2. No, I think Soul Glider, Stayso, and Duck is gonna be a tight race for number 2. It's really gonna come down to is Duck can actually
Cruncher
play, or is
up if it happens?
What's that? Thoughts on Cruncher?
Can I cast
INSUP?
Cruncher against INSUP if it happens with you guys?
What's your prediction in Group D? Me, Hunter, Cruncher, and the other guy from NetEase.
Do you want to hop on
Mates.
Saturday? If it's Cruncher INSUP in the final, do you want to hop on?
Yeah, maybe if I'm around.
I am not
Alright,
being
let
out
me
there.
know.
I'm telling you already.
Let me know.
I think INSUP and Cruncher are gonna advance. Shut the fuck up, INSUP.
I'm not being out
You
there.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, INSUP gives a
Listen to you
lot
guys
of respect to Hunter. I don't know if Hunter bent him over as a young child and used to spank his little booty, but he gives so much respect to Hunter. Why do you give Hunter so much respect, INSUP?
Okay, so the reason why I give Hunter so much respect, like you're saying, is because I lost my last 2 series against Hunter. So I'm not sure if you ever played this game.
So he did spank your little booty, is what
Yeah,
you're
he
saying.
did. He bent you over and showed you the 50
when you lose 2 series in a row against somebody, it's hard to go into a match and be like, I'm gonna win, bro. So even though we're 50% overall series, you're as good as your last performance, right? That's my mentality. And me losing to Hunter last 2 series tells me that Hunter's gonna beat me, even though Ark beats Hunter. Me being Cruncher doesn't give a I don't give a fuck about that.
You're only as good as your last performance.
No, yes, unless you lost.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? How come Hunter gets the edge, but Cruncher's all of a sudden back in the game? What's going on, INSUP?
This mentality works if you have a 50% win rate overall against that player. Me against Cruncher.
Yeah, okay, you're making up rules now.
Yeah, now you're just making.
It's a 10%. 10% win rate against.
You're
90%.
only as good as your last performance. That means that Deuce isn't in this group. Deuce isn't in this group. Okay, you're
destroyed with facts
Deuce
and
play
logic.
against Alex Shen and fucking Poke. I
would
put my dick on keyboard.
It was close, dude.
Alex Shen.
Yo, Deuce actually had a rough go.
It's his group.
Something else I want.
I put other than Cruncher. I have a
We're just forgetting what this whole podcast was about now.
We're going full NA.
Something I do want to point out. Something I do want to point out that I'm actually really proud of with Dust League is that we are, for the most part, it's been the same old players. But I've wanted to incorporate like new young players that are starting to come through, and we're starting to see that this season with Pokey and Alex Chen. 2 up-and-comers. They're not exactly top 8, top 4 quality, but they are up-and-comers, and they're taking the spots of what used to be Incinerator, of what used to be Flame, of what used to be like other players in this top 16. So we're already starting to see a shift from 16 to rank 8, which is very, very cool. Which is the point of Dust League, right? To maybe encourage some of the players that are right there, right close.
The 2 best players in the same group, right? That is what Dust League.
Yeah, did you not use seedings? Like, how did this happen?
Man, there is absolutely seedings, and that's why Cruncher and Hitman have never been in the same group before. However, last season Cruncher didn't play because I misscheduled him and we couldn't bounce back. I kind of fucked him over, but because of that, he didn't make top 4, which means he's in the pleb seedings, which means he can go in anywhere he wants, and that's how we got this INSUP Hunter Cruncher group, because INSUP was the only one in top 4, so Hunter and Cruncher were freebies essentially. And then
okay, thank you. I wish I didn't ask. Okay, let's wrap things up here. Let's do some shout outs and then say good night, and then I'll host. somebody special.
I did for the first
Carson,
time.
Oh,
For the first time in Town Hall history, Todd is the one that wants to end the broadcast. Usually it's people who are like, "Hey, dude, it's taking too long, dude. Can I go to sleep?" And Todd's
No,
like,
no,
"Dude,
it's
I'm
not like that.
done. I'm done." Honestly, man, it was actually a really good fun cast, man.
This was a good one.
I feel
Yeah.
honestly, Todd, if I can do something, man, I feel like your podcast is great. I think it's good to talk about like those tournaments. I feel like it's even better when it gets like more deep into like those
Yeah.
subjects. You know, like
Yeah,
hey, how do you feel
appreciated
about
that
your
too,
stream?
yeah.
How do you feel about Twitch chat? I feel like it's so much better, man.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't think
for
you would
me-
ask me like how
For
do
me,
I
man,
deal
it
with.
was personally the best town hall I've ever had because the conversation derived from all the subject you had in mind, from balance,
Mhm.
from like more personal shit, and me and you and Bidoux and Carson admitting like what we hate and like about the
And
Warcraft
honestly,
community.
I don't think
It
anyone
was
gives
good,
a
man.
fuck.
It was absolutely good, man.
Nobody gives a fuck about what we think about the Home Story Cup results, to be honest. Like I like the real talk, nitty gritty. Like
Absolutely love it too.
you asking me how I deal with Twitch chat was so refreshing and so like genuine. Like we need more of that shit, which means you need me on the show more. And then if you do that, I'll think about maybe having you on Saturday for that Cruncher INSUP final, buddy.
Okay,
So,
okay.
you know, a little like you scratch
The
my back, I
negotiator.
scratch yours. Little squid pro quo. But you know, the funny thing about my back is it's located on. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, thanks. What was I saying?
Can I go now? Because he did ask me to say.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let's do shoutouts and then wrap this up.
All right. Well, I agree with everything they said. Yeah, this was fun. This is a lot of fun. You guys can follow me on twitch.tv/Carson with 3 N's, Twitter, Carson with 3 N's and a C at the end. For those of you who ask why I have 3 N's, I tried Googling myself today. If you type in the 3 N's, you find me immediately. If you type in Insupperable, if you type in Bidoux, if you type in Todd on Google, you don't find it. You need to type in Insupperable Warcraft 3, Todd Warcraft 3, Bidoux Warcraft 3. Whereas if you type in Carson with 3 N's, you find me right
That's not
away.
true.
So Twitter, Carson with 3 N's and a C, Twitch, Carson with 3 N's, YouTube, Carson with 3 N's. I do some tutorials every once in a while. I tweet every once in a while, not too often, but follow me there. Thank you very much.
Bidoux.
Okay, I'll go next. Yeah, obviously a big thank you for having us on. It's been a while since we've been back together talking. Obviously, you enjoy when I'm on. That's why you got to have me on more. But you can follow me on Twitter at Ricky Rubadoo and at Team Dust. So the good news is after the 2 cards that we've had on Africa TV, they are willing to keep the show rolling. So we will have more of the card, which is really cool. Let me know who you guys want to see as a matchup, and then we will get the scheduling going and get it going. So card number 3 coming soon, TM. But right now we're matchmaking, trying to get the match fixing. That's what I was gonna say.
Doing that too.
That's what I was gonna say. But
Oh my God.
right now we're currently matchmaking for the card number 3 on Africa TV. It's gonna be good. And
Bet 365, baby.
yeah, Bet 365. Let's go.
Shout out to Hitman.
Give Cruncher 1-2 odds against Hunter. It's going down. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it's gonna be good. But thank you for having me on, and I'll link my social media right now, and then yeah, thanks for having us on.
INSUP.
Same for me, man. You know, you can follow me on Twitch TV/InSuperable3. I stream like almost every day. Also follow me on Twitter, OCGEnSuperable, or I will delete your Warcraft 3 champion account. So make sure to follow me over there. And honestly, man, it was an amazing show. I think, like I said earlier, man, it was amazing to like be more into like the personal talks and just talking about like those popular tournaments. So I hope that in the future you make more of these like more like in-depth talking. I think like people love to see more. Personally, I love to see more. I think Bidoux and Carson and you, even yourself, I agree with that.
Agreed.
So yeah, man, honestly, it was pretty good. So thanks everyone for watching, and I hope I can be back in the future on your show, man, because I think it's pretty good. You're the only guy to make it every week, so I hope it continues the way it is, man.
Thank you guys. It was a lot of fun, and yeah, I'll put all the links to your social and stream and all of that under the video on YouTube. Much love, guys. Have a good evening, night, whatever, wherever you are, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
We'll see you in that winter interview INSUP on Saturday, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be streaming with So Glider and So Sorry Man for Arc against Deuce. So should be pretty interesting, man. I'll go live really soon. So wash up, league, man. Soul Glider's live right now, man. Make sure to follow that guy, man. This guy. So sorry, man. Soul Glider put so much effort into the NA community, trying to make good tournaments with good money on the line. So make sure to follow these guys, man.
I already hosted them quite a few times these days, so I'm gonna host somebody
No,
else.
I
here.
know.
I'm gonna be a wingman tonight if you. Guys, have a good night. Take care. Peace.
I'm gonna man too, man.
Okay, that's the wrong screen, but whatever, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Much love, everybody. Like I said, I'm gonna raid someone now. Yeah, see you next time for the next town hall, and thanks to our guests. Make sure to give them a follow, and see you soon, guys. Peace.